the sunrise, it burns in my eyes. This is my own life, I gotta get mine. My heroes don't fly, they crawl up inside, take over your mind, just like a drive-by. You take it all. You take it all. It's such a cold war, the silent soldier. Gotta watch your back with your attack, keep it in composure. You may not hear me, but you can feel it, and it's an instinct that you can't kill it. The invisible
Hello and welcome to the VLMS 6 Hours of Sebring here in Florida today. Today's track is very challenging. Sebring is one of the most challenging tracks in America. 5.85 kilometers or 3.64 miles, 17 turns of treachery. We're about to get qualification underway in about 5 minutes, and going back last time out at Road Atlanta, it was certainly wet and wild. In the P2 class, we could see if Simtech could continue the victory run from Montreal. See if Virus could continue their podium streak, see if they could catch up to Simtech, and see if the Texas Quadricorsa car could get a win, go 2 places higher than they did at Montreal. Unfortunately, Simtech and Texas Quadricorsa both crash out. They both suffered race-ending crashes. Meanwhile, Virus had technical difficulties and a couple of small accidents. Just a little bit of just a little lapse in concentration is all it took at Road Atlanta in order to win your race. And unfortunately, it did happen to them. They finished 7th. So we got 3 new people on the podium there. We got the One Acco car, first place, a fantastic run in the wet by them. Team RJPL came 2nd, and the SimHQ Motorsports, the 128 car, came 3rd. In GT class, we see if Ramada could continue their winning streak, followed by the Gaming Events GT car and the Caspian Motorsport car were both all on the podium at Montreal. Ramada did continue their podium form. They couldn't continue their winning streak though. They came 2nd, and meanwhile the PRL Logitech Racing team came 2nd, and I'm just trying to find in my notes. I can't remember who came 3rd. But anyway, we've got an exciting race coming up here. Indeed, at Sebring even, not Montreal. Looking at the standings overall so far, after 2 races, the One Acco car is a huge 9 points ahead of Virus. That is a very good buffer that they have if they do run into problem here at Sebring today. Virus, RGPL, Ghost Motorsport are all just 2 points separated for 2nd place in the championship, so it really is all to play for there at the moment. In the GT class, Ramada Motorsport are in the lead, obviously, after their 1st and 2nd. The No Limit Motorsport is 2nd, and the Black Hawk, the Caspian, the Gaming Events GT, and the PRL Logitech car, and indeed the Witchwood car are all in running for 3rd place. So very close here in the championship in the VLMS, and qualifying will be coming up for you in approximately 8 minutes.
This is just a voice check for the race today. Please make sure you can hear me. Maybe you have to raise up the volume of me in the TeamSpeak. If you have any problems, let me know it now on the TeamSpeak.
With a few minutes to go before qualifying, we should really talk about the track today. Sebring, 5.85 kilometers, an old airfield track. It's changed many ways over the years, but now it's settled in this form. 5.85 kilometers, as I say, 17 turns. Very difficult to pass here. However, our best passing opportunity here is at the hairpin at turn 6. The two cars will be going from approximately 260 kilometers an hour, and the GT cars somewhere in the region of 235 kilometers an hour, down to very slow, possibly only 80, 70 or 80 kilometers an hour. It's a massive braking zone and possibly the best opportunity for passing on this track. There are also a few places where, if you are brave, you can also overtake. You can overtake in turn 1. It's fast, it's treacherous, there is only really one line, but it can be done. Another place is Cunningham, turn 10, the first major braking zone after the hairpin. You are going to be at a great velocity there. So if you are close enough, if you get a good run out of the hairpin compared to the car in front of you, you will be able to overtake them. And of course, the most iconic turn on this track, what I believe is the most iconic turn on this track, Sunset Bend, the final turn, turn 70. If you are very brave, you can overtake in there. However, something that's going to be very difficult, especially for our drivers in the first part of the race, is twilight. We are going to be starting at 1700 in-game time, and of course for this 6-hour race that means we're going to be finished at 2300. So you are starting in the fading hours of the day. It will turn to twilight within the first hour, 2 hours, and it's going to be very difficult to see at sunset because it is direct. The sun will be directly in our drivers' faces, so that may be an instant point at the beginning of this race. Looking at the penalties today, many penalties from last time out at Road Atlanta. If you went over your code 80, if you violated our code 80, you got a drive through, and depending on how many times you did that, you proceed to get stop hold penalties. And
Hey guys, again, this is a voice check. Please make sure you can hear me. If you have any problems to hear me, contact me now on TeamSpeak or raise up the volume on TeamSpeak. So make sure you can hear me. This would be the last voice check. If you have any problems, let me know it now on TeamSpeak.
And there we go, the final voice check before the beginning of the final voice check before the beginning of the race. Yes, as I was saying, I believe if you went over 3 code 80s in a single stint last time at Road Atlanta, you were banned for this race at Sebring. And of course, the ban for this race is slightly more impactful than it was before, because this is a 6-hour race as opposed to our normal 4-hour races. It's an extra 50% longer, so it's definitely going to be more endurance, as this series is. More endurance is going to be tougher on the cars, tougher on the drivers, and it may be very difficult for our cars to make it at the end. Just looking through the GT class, our second place winners from last time out, Ramada, they've got a stop hold 30. Having a look, the No Limit Motorsport car that won last time out, they have 2 stop hold 60s. Essentially, that's about a 75-80 second penalty. These GT cars are 2 minutes a lap, so that means you're going to be, what, a lap and a half down before the race has even started. This is why these code 80s are so important, and adhering to them are so important as we go into the final seconds of free practice before our qualifying session. It's 20 minutes each for each class, with a 10-minute gap in the middle. Who is going to get pole in each class? The Ramada Motorsport car has been looking very strong in the GT class so far. as has the core team. The core racing car has been looking very good. The 192, that's another one to look at in this qualifying session. Along with the Gaming Events GT car, the 177, the Black Hawk Racing 181, and the Caspian Motorsport 175.
Okay, we have again a voice check. Hopefully the problem is now solved for those team. Please make sure that the problem is solved and let me know it now on TeamSpeak.
Just making sure that everything is ready before we go into our qualifying session as the checkered flag falls here. Here we go, the beginning of the qualifying session. Now, in a 6-hour race, you may not think this is important, but I'm telling you, it is very important. If you can stay ahead in your field, you're certainly away from that midfield. Turn 1 is fast, it's treacherous, there really only is one line, so you want to be as far ahead as possible in order to be able to avoid that mid-pack chaos. The GT cars are going out first, as I was saying before. The Ramada car, the core car, the Caspian car, the Black Hawk car, the Gaming Events GT car, the No Limit car, the RSA Protea car. They are all looking very strong so far in free practice, as we have all our drivers going out onto track, just trying to find that little bit of free air, because that is what is so important here. This free air is very important. You don't want to be stuck behind, because especially all these high-speed corners that we have around here. Le Mans, turn 16 before the beginning of the Omen Straight. Sunset, turn 17. Turn 1. These are all very fast corners, and you don't want the turbulent air off of them. Off of the car ahead of you, I should say. As you have Brautigam in the Black Hawk car leading out, Demirkan in the Caspian car, and Maybach in the No Limit car, the first 3 cars out, and they are very close together at the moment. So they may want to try and space out a little bit from each other. Try and just get that clean air. Here we go, the first car's just about to start, cross the start-finish line. They start their first laps here in qualifying. It's a short session, you won't really get that many laps in, and it's important to make every single lap count. We may see the fastest lap to begin with. We may see it at the end of the session. The track may rubber up, as opposed to last time in Road Atlanta, where it was drizzly. There was a little bit of rain. It was kind of just trying to determine where the dry part is. The entire race, fortunately for all these cars, is looking dry today, so that will be a relief to many of our drivers after what happened last time out in Road Atlanta and the chaos that happened the entire race. The first qualifying laps, it's looking very close between the No Limits car and the Caspian car as to who's going to get provisional bragging rights. As there's the Ramada car going purple in the second sector, everyone just filtering through, just trying to find their clean air. As we have the this is the Black Hawk car. Crossing start finish line going fastest so far with a 158.0. Expect these GT times to certainly get down into the 157s if we're lucky enough at the end of this qualifying session. The first laps coming in. Not a good lap time by the No Limits car. The Realist Racing car has done a 2 minutes point 1. The Texas Quattro Corsa with a 1.3. The Witchwood cars placed 4th. This is very important for these bragging rights because if you're ahead to begin with, you don't need to work as hard, you don't need to chase. As we have in second place going the Ramada car, 13 thousandths of a second behind the Blackhawk car. Very close between those two, it's literally just one mistake, getting on the accelerator 10 centimeters earlier, getting on the brakes 10 centimeters later. That is all that gap is. 13 thousandths of a second is nothing at all in these cars. Coming round for the second lap, at the moment no one is setting purple sectors, it's just slight greens from each other as we have the Matthias Grau in the PRL Logitech car going 6th, 2/10 behind the car in front, which is indeed the Witchwood car, as we have the No Limits car going purple in the second sector. This could be a very interesting run from them. This could be a very interesting run for them indeed at the moment. The Gaming Events GT car did indeed go purple in the first sector in their last lap, but the other two sectors were not so hot, not able to get in for the provisional GT pole, I should say, at the moment. Of course, it won't be pole overall, and something goes horrifically wrong with the entire P2 field. We have Maybach in the No Limits car about to cross the start-finish line. Will he improve on his lap? He does indeed, he goes second, 4 thousandths of a second behind Broughtigam in the Black Hawk car. Very close, managed to thread the needle between Kevin Ryan, the Ramada car, and Broughtigam in the Black Hawk Racing car. Very close between those three cars, 13 thousandths of a second separating the two of them. Nothing at all. As we have Petrovsky in the 197 RGPL car going faster in 11th. Matthias Grau going 11th, faster in 8th. They're not necessarily improving their overall, improving their position, but they are certainly improving their individual lap time. David Hart goes quicker in the 180 Mellow car. The Mellow car has been very fast, but unfortunately hit by technical difficulties, hit by P2 cars actually in the last couple of races. They've been very quick, but have not been able to capitalise on that speed, as Roslan in the Atlantic GT car goes 10th overall. Of course, Atlantic, one of the teams we have here, that have both a P2 and a GT car. The RSA Protea team also have a P2 and a GT car, as well as the Gaming Events team. Those are just three of the teams with two cars in this championship. Matthias Grau going faster in 9th, improving his lap time. He's still got a little bit of a gap to the car ahead of him, as we have Chris Graham in the Slide Right car. Is 14 seconds down in the car in front of him, 17.1 seconds down overall. So obviously something went wrong, and indeed something did go wrong in the first sector for him last time round in that qualifying lap. Looking back, people are setting green sector times, but they're not necessarily setting purples. That is what is important at the moment, especially for those top three: the Blackhawk car, the No Limits car, and the Ramada car. All very close. All it takes is a little bit more in order to be able to take that pole position. The Caspian car in 5th is very close to the Witchwood car in 4th, only 25 thousandths of a second replacing them, as we have the Gaming Events GT car going faster, and it's very close between the Mellow car, the Scuderia Dinopo car, the Gaming Events GT car, the RSA Protea car, the PRL Logitech car, and the Core Autosports car are all very close, just 2.5 tenths separating all of them. Just a quarter of a second, which can easily be made up in the lap. If you have Mike Bell going faster in the Reelish car, he's still in 14th position. Hopefully he can go faster in this following lap. The Blackhawk car, Broughtigham's gone purple in the first sector. Let's see if he can continue this speed into the second sector and indeed for the rest of this lap. He's just coming up to the second sector split. It's purple again. Fantastic lap here from Broughtigham. It may be one that may not be beaten. We just have to see when he comes across the start-finish line to finish this lap. And it could be the sub 57 that we've been looking for. There's Matthias Grau going faster, but however still staying in 10th place, only 9 thousandths of a second behind the RSA Pertea car in front of him. As we have Broughtigham rounding Sunset Bend to see if he can indeed better his lap time, see if he can go even faster as he comes across the line. To 57.488, a storming lap from the Blackhawk car. An absolutely astounding lap there, putting 6 tenths on the car behind him. That is indeed a fantastic performance from him there. Almost managed the clean sweep there, but didn't quite go quite purple in the final sector. Managed to go purple in the first two, green in the third. As we have Boyd Bryson in the RSA Pertea car, faster, moving up into 6th place. They had a horrid time last time out at Road Atlanta with, I believe they had an accident with a P2 car, or indeed a P2 car had an accident with them. They had a horrific time, lots of repair time. It just wasn't a good time out for them last time round. Let's see if they can make the 6 hours of Sebring even better for them this time. The Mercan in the Caspian car goes across the line but does not improve his time. The David Hart in the Mello car does not improve his time. Davidich in the Denopo car not improving his time. Perhaps we're just seeing a little bit of cam here before the final run to the flag. I say that, but we've got the Blackhawk car again, Broughtigham in the 181 going purple in the middle sector. Can he go even faster this time round? As we have Mike Bell in the Reelish car going 12th overall. Prada in the Gaming Events GT car going 4th, both improving their lap times last time round. There'll be one, obviously everyone's waiting to be pole, but that is currently belonging to Alex Broughtigham in the 181 car. Broughtigham has gone even faster. I believe it looks like he's gone even faster last time round. There's an extraordinary lap again from Broughtigham. I believe it's exactly the same to the 1000th. That's a fantastic consistency from him there. You don't see that sort of thing very often. I believe it is indeed exactly to the 1000th his fastest lap. That is extraordinary consistency there. The Caspian car, Demirkan, coming into Sunset Bend, he appears to be going faster this time round. As we have the Ramada car going purple in the middle sector, 3rd place currently. Can they overtake the No Limits car in front of them, and can Kevin Ryan attack the Blackhawk car and currently on pole? If Kevin Ryan continues this pace, he may be able to certainly overtake Maybach in front of him. Can he challenge Broughtigham in the 181 Blackhawk car? Oh, he goes second, 400ths of a second behind Broughtigham. A bit of a scare there for the Blackhawk car. The Ramada car, Kevin Ryan at the wheel, did very well in that last lap, just not good enough in order to take that provisional GT pole. We have cars going faster. The 197 Team RGPL car appears to be going slightly faster on this lap. The 176 PRL Logitech car appears to be going slightly faster on this lap. The Core Motorsport car has had a very good middle sector, but that first sector is not very good. Arif Ruslan, the Atlantic car, has just gone faster, putting him 12th in the GT field. And he's escaped back to the pits. The 188 No Limits car with Daniel Maybach at the wheel, 169 Witchwood with Nicola D'Agostino at the wheel are both gone faster themselves in the first sectors. Matthias Grau in the PRL Logitech car goes 7th overall. Still very close between the PRL Logitech car, the 176, the RSA 170 and the Mellow Motorsports 180. That's just 7/100ths of a second separating the three of them. That could easily be made up in these dying minutes of this qualifying session. Not so hot sectors for the Witchwood or the No Limits car. And indeed the No Limits car, I believe, has came back to the pits. He's waved off that lap. Obviously he didn't think it was good enough. And Broughtigham's gone even faster in the first sector. Purple sector in the first sector for Broughtigham in the Black Hawk car. Can he go even faster? As we have, I believe that's D'Agostino going faster in the 169 Wishwood car, going faster himself, but not fast enough to be ordered to gain a place in the standings. As we have Alice Plevla in the core car. They were looking very strong in free practice, not so strong in qualifying at the moment. He's gone faster though. Chris Graham in the slide right car, 7 seconds behind the car in front of him. That's not a very good session so far for them. He's going faster personally. And Broughtigham's got a second purple sector. And the slide right car is in the Le Mans section of the track. It doesn't appear to have hindered Broughtigham that much. But Broughtigham has got 2 purple sectors. Can he make it the full sweep and go even faster, try and make that pole position even further out of reach than everyone else? As we have Alice Plevla in the core car jumping up to 5th, a fantastic improvement from the core team. Broughtigham comes across the line, does go even faster. That's a 57.3. An extra 10th ahead of the Ramada car. As you have Demirkan in the Caspian car going faster personally. We have Kevin Ryan going faster personally in the first sector. Mike Bell set a faster lap time. He is now 14th overall. Only 16 thousandths behind the car in front of him, which is the Atlantic car, the 154. Appears the Ramada car, Kevin Ryan's had an okay middle sector. Possibly not as fast as he would have liked it, but it's certainly an okay middle sector. We have Demirkan in the Caspian car and D'Agostino in the Witchwood car, both going faster, but staying in the respective grid positions of 7th and 6th at the moment. With Broughtigham going out on track maybe for one last gasp, trying to increase the lead that he's currently got. Because that Ramada car does indeed look very fast, and they are indeed a class above the rest so far. Maybach, Preda and Pleva in the No Limits, the gaming events and the core car, they're only a 10th separating the three of them. Kevin Ryan's gone pole! A fantastic final sector from Kevin Ryan! Only 9 thousandths of a sector separating the two of them now. It's got 9 thousandths of a second faster in this excellent qualifying session so far. Broughtigham does indeed need to go out again to try and get that extra 100th of a second. That's all he needs, of course, to take pole in this GT session. David Hart in the Mellow Motorsports car has gone even faster. He's in 8th position overall now. That last lap was a 1:58.68. As we have, as we have Mike Bell going faster. He's now in 13th overall. He's managed to overtake that Atlantic car, but he's a 10th behind the Team RGPL car, which is the car in front of him. Can he be able to overtake them in these dying minutes of this qualifying session? Marco Preda in the Gaming Grounds GT car, he's managed to go faster in the first sector. Could be seen improvement from him. Boyd Bryson in the 170 RSA Protea car, the South African team. He's gone faster. He's now 7th overall. Only 2/100ths of a second behind the Witchwood car in front of him. Very, very close. Still in the midfield of this GT team. Alessio Ricci in the Texas Quadricorsa car has gone faster. He's gone faster personally, but not fast enough to improve a lap time. He's still in 16th place. Matthias Grau in the Logitech car. He's gone 9th overall now. Very close between the Mello car and the Logitech car, only 8/1000ths of a second between them as Arif Roslan goes faster, but not fast enough to improve a position. It appears that everything is winding down now. Chris Graham in the slide right car has gone faster, however he's still 4.2 seconds behind the car in front. The slide right car is still struggling for pace as we've seen in the previous 2 races this season. Pleva gone faster in the core team, 3rd place now for Pleva.
GT qualifying is now over, you may finish your lap.
As we have qualification over, it's now the last dying breath for all these cars now. The first car to take the checkered flag is Demirkan in the Caspian car. Can he go faster on his previous laps? Demirkan does not go faster. We now have Brautigam coming round. I'm not sure he's got anything good enough. I'm not sure he's got enough in the tank for Kevin Ryan. We just have to see. And indeed he's waved off that lap, he's came in the pits. Unless we have Matthias Grau going faster, D'Agostino going faster. I don't believe they are at the moment. The Alice Pleva's gone very slow in the first sector, he's not going to improve. Matthias Grau had a very slow first sector, I do not believe he's going to improve. And indeed he has waved this lap off and has gone into the pits. And indeed that does appear to be our qualifying session over. The Ramada car on pole, continuing their excellent form that they've had so far in the 2 races. On pole, yet again, the Black Hawk car, only 9/1000ths of a second behind them. Very close between the 2 of those. The Black Hawk car having 2 4th places so far. Can they get one better onto the podium? Who knows, could even win today. The core team, the 192, Alice Pleva at the wheel, has done very well. 3rd place in the qualifying session, followed by Maybach in the 188 No Limits, Preda in the 177 Gaming GT, D'Agostino is 6th in the Witchwood car, Boyd Bryson 7th in the RSA Protea, Demirkan 8th in the Caspian, Matthias Grau 9th in the PRL Logitech, David Hart 10th in the Mello Motorsport. Then it's Davidic in the Scuderia Denopo, Petrovsky in the RGPL, Bell in the Realist Racing car, Roslan in the Atlantic car, Serra in the R Factor 2 race car, Ricci in the Texas Quadricorsa, then tailing out the GT field and indeed the entire field when it comes to the green, Chris Graham in the slide right car. We now, of course, have the P2s to look forward to, the faster of the two classes that we have here in the virtual Le Mans series. I believe the cars as we have indeed, I do believe that is Joshua Anderson joining us.
It is, hi. It is me, hi, I'm here. Great job by the way, Neil, on the broadcast so far, by the way.
Why, thank you.
Yeah, so, yeah, just if you want to continue, because I'm not actually in game yet, that's fine. Just gotta get my stuff sorted.
Well, I'm not in game either, I'm just going off live racers. It's far easier for the qualifying session.
Oh, well, that...
And indeed, we have the P2 qualifying session now coming up. Cars to look out for here are the Wanaco car, the Texas Quadricorsa car, the Virus car, and I would say the Ghost Motorsport car as well. Those are all good contenders for the pole position here in VLMS for the P2 class.
Yep, all good spawns to log out for indeed, and Wanaco, the winners round last time at Road Atlanta in fact, so do keep an eye on them. Team Virus, of course, always a strong team to look out for in that 129 car as well. Ghost Motorsport have had some strong shows as well. SimTech Motorsport as well, but obviously they didn't score last time at Road Atlanta, so they'll be looking to get into the
LMP2 qualifying, green flag.
And green for quali.
Indeed, the SimTech car does look strong, however, they have many penalties to contend with after last time out at Road Atlanta. They've got 2 stop hold 60s, 2 drive-thrus and 2 driver bans. They're coming in just like the animals into the ark.
2 by 2 indeed, it's all sorts of doubles going on there. A lot of things happened in that last race at Road Atlanta, as we know, a lot of code 80s, so hopefully this race at Sebring will not have as many, but definitely didn't help SimTech having all those.
Indeed, no. They obviously had a real problem with the code 80s last time out, and of course they didn't score last time out because they were disqualified because they had an unregistered driver driving for them during the race.
Just to add insult to injury, I guess that happens as well. I mean, none of that could help their cause, but always one team to balance out on SimTech, and I'm sure that they will be doing that in this race today as well, and during this qualifying session indeed.
Indeed, I believe we have 19 LMP2 cars coming out onto the track, unleashing their horsepower, unleashing their rubber, unleashing their tyres onto this disused airport circuit.
Yeah, and of course, that, obviously we're going to have to keep an eye on who gets where, but, you've got these 19 cars out at once, not quite as demanding qualifying as in the full-on VEC, we've got Prototype 1 and Prototype 2. Just LMP2's on track here, but gives them more of a chance to get a clean lap in if they don't have to contend with faster prototypes as well.
Indeed, but you've got to remember, so it's a fairly long lap here at Sebring, so they're not going to get that many attempts at setting a lap time. As our first car out is Ciriello in the Texas Quadricorsa car, which is very interesting because he was fastest in the free practice just before this race. So that might be someone to look out for, as we have second fastest free practice, Borja Milan in the Wanaco car has gone out way behind the rest of the field, obviously valuing that clean air.
Yeah, and obviously that won't mean that the benefit of clean air, of course, is that you don't lose as much overall grip, because dirty air does not help grip in corners, although it does when you're in the draft, so when you get your, as you might expect, more speed. And there are a couple of very high speed seconds here to bring, so that might come in handy for some people, but if you just prefer clean air, that means you get more grip, and to the faster corners that can be extremely helpful because your tyres don't suffer as much.
Indeed, I worked it out earlier, around Sebring for the P2 cars, the average speed is a touch under 200 kilometers an hour. It's somewhere about 195, so that is very fast. And for the GT cars, it still is fast. It's somewhere about 170 kilometers an hour. So very fast, this circuit, and it really will put a strain on these drivers today.
Yeah, Sebring is a very, difficult circuit. It's a long circuit as well, and the one with a long history. So, there's lots of long and old and things going on with Sebring. Of course, a 6 kilometre course, 3.74 miles, and even in an LMP1 you're talking about, at the best of times, 1:43 to get around here. So it is a long lap these drivers have to contend with in 6 hours in this race as well. They jump up from the usual 4 hours, which we see at the VLMS. So it's more important, I guess, that the drivers just take it a bit easier.
Indeed, because you want to protect that car. We've got 50% longer race here. It's the second longest race that we have the entire season here at VLMS. So you want to protect that car for your later teammates. Because, of course, to finish first you must finish.
Well said, and of course there is only the 12 hours of, I think it's the 12 hours of Le Mans that's only longer than this, so there is an even longer race in the calendar, but this is the second longest, so it's all about, as Neil says, getting it to the end, getting it to the teammates, giving them a chance, and just not really pushing as hard as you would in a 4-hour race. I know this is VEC standard, the 6-hour, but a lot of these drivers won't be used to a 6-hour race.
Indeed, no, as we have our first lap times coming in. Ciriello in the Texas Squadron Corsa car has came across the line. He is currently fastest, still nowhere near his pace. We have Shijosuke going even faster in the Virus car, 146.1 essentially. But we're still a second off what we're expecting to see at the end of this qualifying session.
Yeah, and that may be because it's early going, but again, there will be rubber already put down. Some rubber will already be put down from the GTs when they've been going around, so perhaps a slightly down on expected times then, but I've just got the live turn up myself just until I get into this server, and yeah, I'm just looking at it now. Yeah, at the present moment it is that 146 by Jakubski that goes pole, but again 146 is the current best, but only 2 laps done in this session.
Indeed, the fastest time that we've seen all week was set by Ciriello, who's currently qualifying the Texas Squadron Corsa car, of 44.961, the only sub 45 lap, 145 lap that we've seen all week. Perhaps he can replicate his time.
Jakubski looks to be going even quicker. That's the second purple sector he's done there, and the first looks pretty good as well on the 39.5. This could be another contender for fastest lap.
Indeed, it's going to be very close between the One Acco, the Virus, and the Squadron Corsa car as to who's going to get pole today.
Yeah, it's going to be very close indeed. Looking like it as Jakubski is going to round out this lap. We'll see how quickly he goes. Rickard Norgren improves to P4, as well as Jorge Fernandez goes up to P8, or improves rather. Jane Burke up to second in the Simtech car. I told you that Simtech would be a force this time, and Jakubski does go quicker. He goes quicker by a whole second. A 145 dead.
Indeed, that Simtech car, of course, won at the last dry race that we had at Montreal, so they are indeed a force to be reckoned with.
Yep, and well, Jakubski just done that benchmark up further, but Burke now has to find 1.054 seconds if he wants to put that Simtech on pole.
As we have the Speedy Mike car, Ollie McGowan and the Speedy Mike car going purple in the middle sector.
Yeah, McGowan up as well. Another one to look out for. That Speedy Mike car has looked solid this season and doesn't show any signs of stopping at the moment either, because, well, a second place provisionally there, but they've also had some very good runs so far. Just looking further down the field, we've got Jake Hall in that GNS car, the 122 in P8. Good result from them. They haven't had the best season so far, so an 8th would be nice to get the hopes up and get the race underway. Looking further down the field, I'm actually surprised to see David Young so far down in that EVA Racing by Basilea car. I know he's 2 seconds off, and that's not much, but that's enough to put him down in 14.
Indeed, not a very good qualifying session so far. They have finished 9th and 8th in the past 2 races, but not good so far. Not good for them at all.
Yeah, obviously qualifying isn't, the biggest part of a race, because, the race itself can define lots of things. You have to get to the end of it, but qualifying can be important depending on the circuit, and I'm quite surprised to see Eva quite down there, but maybe they'll improve. Maybe it is early days. There is still a lot of time to go in this session, so there's always that.
It does appear Mazzetti in the Handy Motorsport, as we have the same HQ car, Rickard Nordgren at the wheel, going up into 4th place.
Yeah.
And then Gabriel Russau in the RSA car going up into 8th.
Yeah, so further improvements then. Shirello for Texas Squadron Corsa goes into 2nd, only a 10th out on that Virus time as well. So the lap times are starting to come down. More rubber's getting on the track. Cars getting acclimatized to the surroundings, and Corrado Shirello really threatening that pole position now, going within 0.072 of it. And well, I think if Jakubski thought he had it easy, then may not have it so easy now.
Indeed, Virus tend to be very good. They tend to be one of the dominant forces here in the VLMS, but they may get a shock today.
Yeah, perhaps, and as I said, there was a lot of competition behind, and always the sort of competition there. So they've got to watch out. Tony Miller only 19th of Ghost Motorsport at the moment. Again, there is 10 minutes to go, 11 minutes to go in the session, but that is disappointing to be 19th. 9 seconds off the leaders at the moment. So something must have gone disastrously wrong on one of their laps, and they've either spun or suffered damage. Maybe Tony Miller's just not really acclimatising in this scenario, but I would expect them to get a little bit more time out of this thing, as I think they've actually just left the server.
I've done that.
Indeed,
Tony Miller has left.
Yeah, so perhaps just a disconnection problem. Maybe he'll get back in, but I'm actually on the server now, so I can tell you when he comes in. But yeah, Tchaikovsky currently rounding this corner here, and yeah, still on that 145 there. Tirello not very far off, and then the next closest is Ollie McGowan, 995 behind on Tchaikovsky. So pretty much a whole second between Tchaikovsky and Tirello and McGowan. So Ollie is going to have to find some time if he wants to get this pole position.
And indeed, McGowan has just gone green in the first sector in this lap. He set a personal best. Let's see if you can see if you can keep it up for the rest of this lap, as we have a whole gaggle of cars about to cross the start-finish line.
Yep, there's a couple there. A lot are doing now at the moment.
Parking up into fourth in the Atlantic car.
Yep, parking up to fourth. Very impressive indeed from Kieran, and that is good to see him so far up the order. And boy, Milan improved as well. Although it's P6 for the one Aqua car there. I'm just trying to look and see who's where, and
Milan going faster, yep, the one Aku car up into 6th.
Yeah, Ollie McGowan, I think, just about to complete a lap actually as he comes around the final corner, and then rounds down the start finish. Will this be an improvement for McGowan? We'll see, and it is an improvement, not enough to gain him a place, but he inches closer to that pole position time. He's now 6/7 tenths out instead of 9 tenths out. An improvement to a 1:45.764 from McGowan, but still not close enough to get in pole position just yet. Purple first sector for Tirello as well. That Texas Squadron Corsi car has found the fastest first sector of anybody, and this is looking like a good start to a potential pole run.
It's been looking fast all week. That Texas Squadron Corsa car finished 3rd at the dry race at Montreal that we had. We know it's got pace. We know the drivers are fast. It's just about stringing that entire race together, as we have Shane Burke going faster in 4th place, managed to overtake Parkin in the Atlantic car.
He has done, yes. It's a very good looking second sector as well from Tirello. If this isn't a strong candidate for pole position time, I do not know what will be, because that is a very bright green that's going on there. 28.241 was the sector time, and I would wager this is probably going to be pole or very close to it for Tirello, unless he makes a hash of this last sector, which he doesn't appear to have done so far. Round the final corner, a Texas Squadron Corsi going to assume provisional pole position here at Sebring as he crosses the start finish. Yes, they are. They break into the 44s. It's a 1:44.957 for Tirello. And Erhard Tchaikovsky has now got even more work to do, because that's a 10th he's got to find for Team Virus. And I think he's just went off slightly as well. So he's supporting this lap. He's going to have a better run at the next.
As you say that, McGowan and Speedy Mike cars went purple in the middle sector. Let's see as he runs the final turn, see if he can go even faster this time round.
Yep, round it comes now, exits turn. Is it going to be 2 consecutive pole changes for 2 cars in the top 3? This yellow flag on the start finish. That hasn't, well, no, McGowan doesn't go quicker. He doesn't. After that as well, it was a 30.8.044 on that last sector. Wasn't even enough to improve his time.
Indeed, that doesn't appear to have been a good final sector from McGowan there at all. Something must have gone wrong for him, but it didn't look good at all. As we have Azevedo in the gaming events P2 car setting a personal best in the middle sector. They're currently down in 17th. Not good so far for them. Hopefully they can improve their lap time.
Yeah, hopefully they can, because that is not the best lap time in the world for them. They'll want an improvement on that. But yeah, I'm just looking through again to see if anyone's going quicker still. Purple second sector for Lorenzo Lascini in the 127. Now that is interesting for the Strato car there. A purple second sector from someone down in 19. This could at least be an improvement for them, but they found even more speed than the pole sitters.
The Strato car has not had a good season so far. 16th at Montreal. and 14th last time at Atlanta. Not a good season for them so far. Perhaps this could be the wonder lap that he's looking for.
Perhaps, yes, and this could be a good lap for them if they can get a good last sector out of this. It was a very bad first sector, must be said. Well, actually, it wasn't, actually. It was 39.9. That was the previous lap I think I was looking at. 39.9 isn't terrible, but a second sector that was purple at the time does help their cause, but I should expect an improvement on the lap time for the 19 as they cross the start finish, and it's going to be no improvement, surprisingly. So maybe they did get the last sector wrong.
Indeed, as we have, indeed, Lucidi set a purple final sector, but still no improvement. As we have Borja Milan going faster, but not enough to improve his position on the grid. Parkin going faster as well. Again, not faster enough to improve his position on the grid.
Yeah, it's just getting to that point, I think, where people are starting to improve, but not enough to actually cause position changes to occur.
Maybe everyone's hit their limit. We just need to see, as we've got about 5 minutes to go in this qualifying session.
Yeah, not much to go now, and yeah, that's pretty much going to be it, I guess. So,
Pizzo in the Witchwood car just improved. He's in 11th place for the Witchwood car, 1.7 seconds off the pace, and 2/10 behind the car in front of him.
yeah, just
As
not much
Mella in the
time
Mella
to
in the
really
Go Sports
improve
Sport
now.
car going
To be
7th.
honest, yeah, so just got to get these extra sectors in. Although very good first sectors from cars 3rd and 4th, Milan and McGowan, both getting very good first sectors. Not purple, but very, very light green. So a very bright green. So that insinuates that they're on a very close sector to the optimum or fastest. So
Zhuzhovsky's got his personal fastest in the first sector.
yeah, Tchaikovsky goes personal fastest then. If he's going that quickly, then that's a good sign. But keep an eye on him as well. There's lots of people who we ought to be keeping an eye on, to be honest. I think the fast sectors are starting to come in now as well.
And it's
Yeah, 28
purple middle sector.
Purple medal for Tchaikovsky, so really watch the Team Virus, because this could be a comeback, a little bit of a fight back from them.
He's been really to and fro this qualifying session so far, especially behind Ciriello, because he's been setting being the fastest car since essentially the beginning of this session. Kieran Parkin going faster in 6th place, but again not fast enough to improve his position. Jake Hall in the GNS car set a personal best.
Oh, Tchaikovsky pole! He goes pole with a 44.7. He usurps the time by Tirello by 2/10, and now the fight is back on.
That's a wonderful lap. That's the fastest time we've seen all week here at Sebring. An extremely fast time, and I don't know if that can be beaten.
Well, we'll have to see, because if you have to imagine that someone might just have the pace to do that. There is still 3 minutes left to go in the session. That may mean Tchaikovsky gets another run, Shirello gets another run, Milan gets another, everyone gets another run. It's like Oprah Winfrey, everyone gets another run, but ultimately, who's going to make the most of it?
I think it's going to be very hard for any of the cars to overtake that Virus car. Shirello in the Squadra Corsa car, he may have some time. Milan certainly will have some time to look for. He's a full 3/4 of a second down of Shirello in the Squadra Corsa car. The one Aqua car will spend some time, I assure you of that.
It's going to take some beating that time, that is for certain. With 2 minutes in the session, 2.5 minutes, there's not an awful lot of time left to do that. But, you know, this is qualifying. The unexpected could occur.
And indeed, all cars are out on track now. Unless you're now in the final sector, you're on your second last lap.
Yeah, and it's pretty much this point. As soon as that timer ticks 1:45 or so, 1:46, drivers won't get any more laps if they're not already out. It's about getting out now, getting that one final flying lap in, because this is the final 2 chances you're going to get at it.
Indeed, we have, I believe Yunt went faster. He's into 11th place in the EVA racing car. Jorge Fernandez in the BTV series cars just set a personal fastest middle sector. They're down in 15th at the moment. they can probably improve. As if Vader in the game events P2 car and the personal fastest first sector, they'll be able to improve as well. They're down in 15th and 17th respectively, but obviously wanting to be far higher up on that grid.
Yeah, they'll want to be further up. I mean, it's an improvement from the EVA car to being 11th from 14th before, but a couple of teams perhaps out of place in this qualifying session, and they've not got much time to fix it now. Sebring is a bit of a challenge by my own admission. I've driven it a couple times before. Not the easiest circuit to master, and very, very difficult in places for, you know, cars that want to get through or want to get laps done, but, you know, it's part of the challenge, and very decent looking first sector from Shane Burke in 5th, although I doubt it's going to be enough for fastest lap overall, because he is still about half a second pace-wise off that Tchaikovsky lap there. But Burke is 1.1 seconds off the pace. I think that was a personal best second sector from him as well, to be honest. So, could be on for an improvement, and if he improves even so much as a 10th, he overtakes McGowan, who is not on track anymore.
Indeed, that may be a fateful mistake for McGowan. You want to be on track at this point, because this is theoretically the fastest point the track will be the entire weekend.
Yeah, maybe he just made a mistake on his lap, and there was no point in going out to try another one because the tyres were already not. Well, Shane Burke's going to get another lap, and he actually does not improve enough, if at all, to get the lap improvement into 4th. But he's got one more crack at it if he wants to go 4th or higher, and he's going to have to. Even 2 tenths would probably put him in 3rd place. That's how close this 3rd to 6th battle is. Time as a laps in the sessions, the drivers will finish their laps, and just a case of tiny improvements now for anybody who can.
Indeed, and it was the same case for the GT cars. It's been extremely close in that upper midfield. It's the same for the GT class. Only just a 10th, 2 tenths, 3 tenths could catapult you 2 or 3 rows up the grid.
It could do, yes, and I'm just looking at these times. Burke, I'm not seeing his Sector 1 time yet. Maybe it's not soon enough. It's a sort of bright green. Yep, that is 39.6 through there again. Not the fastest, but it was Sector 2 where he put his personal best, but needs to string a good 3rd together if he wants to improve.
Indeed, I'm not sure how much faster he can go. He's currently in 5th position, I believe. It's going to be very difficult for him to go very higher in the grid because it's such a high caliber in front of him.
Yep, Tirano, I think, is improving a little bit, but not enough to, no, not an improvement. Could not overhaul Tchaikovsky for pole. Very difficult time, as he said, Neil, to overhaul. But I think Shane Burke is, Burke's gone off. That will be his lap over. Davidiot, I think, going to be the final car to complete the lap in this session. So, even then, I don't think any of the car is going very quickly at the moment. So, I think they're coming into the pits, actually. So, looking like it's all Tchaikovsky, to be honest with you. And yep, Azevedo improves, but it is Erhan Tchaikovsky and Team Virus who take the pole.
Very good. One of my picks before this qualifying session began. One of the picks for the entire season, of course. One of the picks for the P2 Championship. And of course, the Championship is what everyone is going for because it does, the winner of the GT class and the winner of the P2 class get an invitation to the VEC 24-hour of Le Mans.
They do, and that you can't really ask for a better prize, could you? Because, well, you're going to compete in the highest league we have to offer, and as a result, you know, it's really a chance that everyone wants to get in this series because, you know, it's a chance that most people, well, you might get, but it gives you a chance to compete as VLMS champions.
Indeed, of course, there's all-important bragging rights as well of being champion. Everyone wants to be a champion, but only a few people here can. Only one of the 18 GT teams, only one of the 19 P2 teams can be champion here.
Yeah, and as we go through the 10-minute warm-up procedure, I'm sure we'll be able to go over this race in a bit more detail then. That might be an actual good time to join you for you to join the server, Neil, because it's warm-up and there's plenty of time.
I already have.
Oh, you're on it. Well, you're on points. That is good. I like commentators who are on points. So, Sebring then, just to look at it a bit more, it's held raceways for a long, long time now. I mean, the original track configuration's been around since 1950, so, you know, it's been around for a while, although that was a little bit shorter than the track that we know today. But yes, the current track, 3.74 miles long, 6.02 kilometers, 17 turns, and about 44.9 P1 for go around here. So it is a long circuit for the drivers to deal with, as we've seen in the qualifying, long lap times as a result. But a lot of interesting corners and turns that have to deal with as well, especially, in my opinion, Sunset Bend, an extremely difficult final corner to negotiate because it gets tighter as you go around it.
It does indeed. It's very difficult to spot the apex as well. You could do a late apex, you could do an early apex, you could do a double apex, and it is so easy to wash out wide on the exit of that turn. It's so easy just to put two wheels on the grass on the outside and proceed to fire it into the wall.
Yep, a very tricky corner indeed, and one that needs to be taken with care. There is actually a variant, I think, of Sebring where you go straight on instead of right, and then it's just a right turn into the exit half of Sunset. So I don't know what that's actually used for, though. I think it might just be club sort of layout. But yeah, multiple variants of this track available. We are using the most commonly well-known one, of course, which is the endurance layout. Coming to very fast sections on here. Coming out of Sunset at turn 1, coming out of Big Bend through down into the hairpin, down through the tower segment, and down the Ullman Straight as well. Several fast sections of this track, but very tricky ones as well, such as the tower at the Le Mans complex as well, 13, 14, 15, 16. Very easy to get wrong.
Indeed, coming into Sunset is our fastest point of the track. The GT cars hitting upwards of 260 kilometers an hour, and the P2 cars hitting upwards of 285 kilometers an hour. Extremely quick, but of course, that is not the prime passing opportunity here. The prime passing opportunity is indeed at the hairpin, a massive braking zone, the biggest braking zone that we've got from this track. The P2 cars somewhere in the vicinity of 255 kilometers an hour. GT cars somewhere in the vicinity of 235 kilometers an hour, braking into a good 70-80 kilometer an hour hairpin. Very, very slow for them. And if you're brave, there are a few more passing opportunities here. Turn 1, one line. There really is only one line. It's very fast. However, you can pass there if you're brave. Cunningham, turn 10, the first major braking zone after the hairpin. You could, if you get a good run on the hairpin compared to your rival ahead of you, you could indeed pass them into Cunningham. Or indeed, Sunset. Could you put a dive bomb into Sunset to win the race? Who knows what we'll see in 6 hours' time?
Well, in the Virtual Endurance Championship last year, we saw a phenomenal move from the Feeder Sport Poland car, where they actually used traffic to their advantage going round Sunset. They went from the outside of the corner, in the middle of the car they were trying to, in the middle of the car they were trying to overtake the lap car on the outside, and got through that way. And it was one of the best moves I've ever seen round any circuit ever. That just using the traffic to their advantage, doing a Mika Hakkinen in that sense, and just perfectly placed throughout.
Indeed, traffic is going to be something that we're going to see today. The GT cars are good. 12, 13 seconds slower than the P2 car, so we're going to see traffic certainly within the first 6, 7, 8 laps, and then the stewards are going to be tired afterwards because they're just going to be waving blue flags for the next 5 hours, 45 minutes.
Well, there are a lot of blue flags going on. I mean, Sebring, not the easiest track to be lapped at by my own experience, but it's just one of those tracks where you have to take care while doing it. Can't be too aggressive because it could go very catastrophically wrong, so it's just going to be about taking it nice and easy, not pushing too hard, and making sure you get through rather than crashing while trying to get through.
Indeed, and looking at our fuel strategy for today, it appears that GT cars, they may have to do a 5-stop, then a splash and dash at some point during the race, or if there is enough code 80, they could just make it a 5-stop. If you can make it the 5-stop, not need that splash and dash, that's going to save you a good 20-25 seconds. That could be the story of this race. For the P2 cars, you will need 8 stops, but again, if there's enough code 80s, you may only need 7. If you can save that pit stop, that's going to put you a whole lot higher in the standings.
Yeah, and because pit stops do take quite a while in these cars, sometimes with the amount of fuel that has to go in, if there's damage to be done. And so you can use the code 80s if there are any to your advantage, and if not, then you just have to worry more about trying to conserve the fuel, conserve the tyres. And of course, these cars, the GTs at least, have different fuel mixtures they can rely on. So during a code 80, I don't know what the prototypes have them, I think they do actually. But the GTs at least can rely on fuel mixers doing code 80s that can turn it right down to the specific code 80 setting and save a lot of fuel that way.
Indeed, if this
Guys,
entire
it's
race...
the race director speaking right now.
Oh, and Ben
Just
Twitch is
for
giving
your
an adjust the
information,
drivers.
The formation map is Stingify under pit speed limiter. Watch out the white line, especially the pit exit line. Don't cross it. So let's have a good race. Remember, it's 6 hours. It's the longest race so far in the season. I wish all of you good luck and have fun, guys.
I'm never sure whether Ben Schmidt Ben Schmidt was on the broadcast there. I'm never sure whether we can actually hear him on the broadcast, but we can. So that was why you didn't hear us. We were just letting Bernd speak because it's very difficult to talk over him and to understand and concentrate on what we're saying at the same time.
Indeed, looking back at your pit strategy, GT cars, if the entire race went green, you'd be getting about 180 laps. For the P2 cars, if the entire race went green, you'd be expecting about 200. But with code 80s, I'm estimating that you may see roughly about 172, 173, 174 laps for the GT cars, and you're going to see somewhere about the 190 mark for all the P2 cars. So this may be very interesting. We just have to see what is going to happen over the course of the next 6 hours.
Yeah, we will do, and we'll have to see what goes on. Who's your personal pick for class wins in each P2 and GT then, Neil? Because it's going to be interesting to see who wins this, because yes, Kevin Ryan and Erhan Jakobski are on pole, but this is a 6 hour race. This is the longest we've had so far this season and the second longest in the VLOS season.
Indeed, having a look at what so far over the times over the past week, the qualifying times today, and having a look at all the penalties that people have got today, I'm going to say it's going to be very hard to look past the virus car for the P2 win. If you want a little bit of an outside chance, I'd say possibly have a look at the Speedy Mike car. They may provide an upset today. In the GT car class, looking back, very hard to see past the Ramada car. They're going to be very difficult to beat. The Game Events GT car, I think they may be very good. If you're looking for a little outsider, the core team might be a very good shout for today's race.
Yeah, and to go through the penalties, because there are quite a few to be done. And, well, let's just look through here. This is your penalty rundown. There are quite a lot to do with, and some of these might be duplicated. As a rundown for each team, you see the 150 has a couple. 123 team, 118, 102, 106, 128, 121.
Far easier to say who hasn't got a penalty.
It's probably easy to say who doesn't have one. Indeed.
The Speedy Mike car doesn't have a penalty. The Strata Racing P2 car, the Virus car doesn't have a penalty. As long as the Reborn Racers, they don't have penalties in the P2 class. And in the GT class, the R Factor 2 Race, the Caspian car, the Black Hawk car, the West Competition car is sadly not with us this weekend. But those are the only 3 GT cars and only 4 P2 cars with no penalties to serve in the opening minutes of this race.
Yep, and I guess that explains why I feel like Team Virus might be a good job. They don't have a penalty, they're on pole. It looks like a gimme that they'll get it, but nothing's a gimme in endurance racing, especially not a 6 hour race. So you can never really tell until the end, but it's a good point to say that it might win this one.
Indeed, it's going to be looking very hard looking past them. Looking at the SimTech car, Shane Burke did very well in qualifying P5. However, they've got 2 drive-throughs and 2 stop-hold 60s, so that's essentially going to be them 2.5 laps down before the race has even started, and it's going to be virtually impossible for them to get back into the lead from that position.
Yep, indeed. So the warm-up has ended, and I'm sure we'll be getting to the race promptly. Now might be a good time as any to crack open the orange juice, because this is going to be a nice race, I am sure. And, well, Sebring is going to be 6 hours, and, well, this is VLMS, and I reckon this is going to be an interesting one for not just the race distance, but because Sebring. It's just a good track.
Indeed, Sebring is one of the most fun tracks. It's certainly one of the most interesting tracks that we have here in the calendar. Of course, after this, we're heading to Imola, then Estoril, then the Red Bull Ring, then our season finale at Le Mans. So this is certainly one of the more historic tracks, one of the most historic tracks that we've got. And one of the features of Sebring is that each manufacturer of the winner of the 12 hours of Le Mans go above each pit garage. So that's one of the unique features that we have here at Sebring.
Yep, as the lights illuminate here, or de-illuminate here at Sebring, or do whatever they do, we go green on our formation lap, and it will be Erhan Tchaikovsky leading the field away in the LMP2s in the 129 Team Virus car. Then it is the Texas Squadron Corsairs 102 in second place. Wanaco will start third in the 121, and directly behind them is the Speedy Mate Orica on the 113 car being driven by Ollie McGowan. Semtex number 150 will start in P5 with the Atlantic Motorsport car directly behind the 132 in P6. Then it's the CMHQ Motorsports car, the 128 in 7th, followed by the Ghost Motorsport car, the 115 in P7. And then it's the 122, actually, is that? Yep, sorry about that. Yep, it's P8 for him. And then the GNS Endurance car, a 9th place start for them. Hopefully they'll have a good run of luck here in the 122. And then the Team RGPL P2, the 107 directly behind. Then it's the Evo Racing by Basilia car, the 111 in 11th. So lots of ones going on there. Then the number 124 Handy Racing team starts in 12th. Daniel Pizza will drive the Witchwood car, the 118 P2 and 13th, and then it is SimRace South Africa in the 108 in P14. Then Jorg Fernandez in P15 driving the 117 car. Then it's the 106 car of Tom Knoll for Black Hawk Racing in 16th, followed by Lorenzo Lucidi in 17th for Strata Racing's 127. Then it's the 123 Gaming Events Orica in 18th, and the final car, well, the second to last car, the 139 Drake Racing car, Fanatic Drake Racing in 19th, and then the finally the Sicario Endurance 120 in 20th place. Would you like to do the GT field, Neil?
Indeed, on pole in GT class, we have Kevin Ryan in the 151 car, that's the Ramada Motorsport. Then we have Alex Brautigam, then Alice Pleva, Daniel Maybach, and Preda is in 5th place in class in the Gaming Events GT. In 6th place, Nicola D'Agostino in the Witchwood car. 7th is Bryson in the RSA Protea Sim Sports car. And then we have Demir Khan in the Caspian Motorsport car, Matthias Grau in the PRL Logitech Racing car, and ringing at the top 10 is David Hart in the Miller Motorsports car. 11th in class we have Davidic in the Scuderia Denopo car, Petrovsky in the RGPL car, Mike Bell in the Realish Racing car is 13th, Raslan in the Atlantic car is 14th, Sarah in the R Factor 2 race car is 15th, Alessia Ricci in the Texas Squadron Corsa car, 16th in class, of course, almost exactly opposite to what happened to their P2 counterparts in 2nd in P2. Texas Squadron Corsa car is 2nd last in GT, and then rounding out the field is Chris Graham in the Slide Right Motorsport car.
Yeah, and we've still got time because Tchaikovsky just going around there, not even nearly done. It's such a long lap on the formation that we're still not finished.
Indeed, in Code 80s, there's going to be something to look forward out of the race. For every 3 minutes under Code 80, the P2 cars will need to do one less green flag lap, and for every 4 minutes under Code 80, the GT cars will need to do one less green flag lap. So this is something to look forward to in the race. Just see this strategy, see how far you can stretch fuel, whether Code 80 will play into the hands of cars to make sure that they need one less stop.
Yep. And, of course, Ben Schmidt, our race director, will call the green flag whenever it drops. I'm assuming it will drop out of the exit of Sunset, which is the final turn. And Bert will call that in when it happens, and we'll be able to go racing here in Sebring. And, well, going to be a crucial start for Tchaikovsky, Shirello, Milan, these top few. But also for the GT cars, Casino and they might find themselves being lapped. Tchaikovsky now comes round Sunset Bend, around the first part, round the tightening part, finds the outside, and we're ready to go racing here at Sebring, just waiting for the command to go. Tchaikovsky moves straight to the right, trying to go defensive here perhaps, and we're just waiting for the green to drop.
Green flag.
And we'll go here at Sebring. Tchaikovsky then leads the field away. Everyone has the penalties already assigned, or a good portion of them, and anyone who has to serve them will serve them immediately, though Jakovsky gets a good start. Cars piling into turn 1. McGowan seems to have taken place to Burke in all this. Parkin trying to challenge McGowan as well. Further down the order, Yunt's trying to battle it out with Hall. The JNS car dropping 2 positions immediately, and now nearly another one as well has already dropped in place to Smarter. Now Yunt's challenging the JNS car back in 11th place, trying to go 4/10. Meanwhile, Milan and Berger now embroiled in a battle for P3. The Monaco car right in the clutches of the Simtech. It's Ireland versus, well, I think Spain, but I'm not sure. And then look at this trade for first now. Jakovsky not getting the start he wanted because Cirello is right there, Neil.
Indeed, and back in the GT class, Kevin Ryan has just held on to his lead. And Broughtigam is very close to behind him. Very difficult to between the two, but it's even closer between Preva and Maybach for 3rd and 4th in class. Maybach maybe having a look up the inside into Cunningham, one of the places that I said before. He just shows his nose there, just shows Preva that he's there, just to make sure that he knows that he's still there. Looking back in the pack, it's still very nose to tail, very close between everyone, and there really isn't that much of a gap between people.
Yeah, not too much of a gap between anyone at the moment. Parkin versus McGowan have done a big battle here with the Atlantic car chasing the speedy bike. Parkin is not really, I don't think, in line for an overtake at the moment. But that could change because he's quite close on the straight. Might get some sort of speed advantage, so it doesn't look to be happening. It's not very much if there is one. So he'll probably have to wait until a better point in the second until McGowan trips up before attempting a major overtake. But Parkin, a solid start for him and Atlantic Motorsport. In fact, that is probably good enough exit to at least threaten McGowan into turn 1, but not really put up too much of a fight at the same time because there's not that much in it. Very difficult to overtake at Sebring at points of this track, but still a solid start. But it's even more solid start from Jakovsky, who holds his lead.
Indeed, we have a whole raft of cars coming into their pits designed to serve the first of their penalties for some, the entirety of their penalties for other at the moment, just trying to get it out of the way as early as possible. We had some people taking them on the green flag before the race had even started, so that is a very interesting strategy from some of the cars so far.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of prototypes in there, mostly GTs going through, like Grau, like Tom Knoll, like Monaco Breda, cars like that. So GT's getting out of the way before the prototypes perhaps. And in Jakovsky's case, I think he needs to capitalise on all these because Virus don't have a penalty at all.
Indeed they don't. That is something that they excelled at in Road Atlanta, was just stick to the rules. That's all you need to do in these races. All you need to do is stick to the rules, and that is something that they did very well from last time at Road Atlanta. As we have a look, Kevin Ryan and Broughtigam are still very close for the lead of the GT class. Not much separating them at all, about half a second at the moment. Maybach is there in the background just waiting to pick up the pieces if anything does happen with these two cars.
Yeah, Broughtigam with that Black Hawk car chasing down the car ahead of Kevin Ryan in the Romana Motorsport car. Romana have been a strong team this season. I think it's their debut season in SimRacing.Club. They've already picked up 25 and 18 points from the first 2 races. That's a proud third and first and a third they've got. So 43 points. But Black Hawk's 181 is not far behind. So all important is that they get as many points as they can during this race. As I think Tony Mellor's coming to save his penalty. This might be the start of the prototypes coming in actually.
Indeed, Ramada Motorsport is the only car in the entire field, P2s and GTs, to have got 2 podiums this season so far. We've had 12 podiums so far, and 11 cars take them, so it's been very competitive within the entire field. But obviously Montreal and Road Atlanta were polar opposite races. One was bone dry, the other was as wet as an otter's pocket.
Oh,
There was nothing
look at that! Shane Berg almost going from Milan into that into the hairpin for turn 7 for third there. And Berg is really giving this Monaco car strife at the moment. The Irish team chasing down Monaco with a passion here. And Boyo Milan is going to have to seriously watch himself if he doesn't want Berg to go through, because Berg is on his back like a madman.
Indeed, the opening moments of the race is the easiest time to gain positions because everyone is so close together. However, you don't want to break your car at this moment of a race, especially in a 6-hour race like we've got at the moment. You've still got another 5 hours, 50 minutes to go.
Yeah, but Berg always been a bit of he is a very hard charger, I think, Shane Berg. Knows that he can overtake a lot of people. He is very quick, but needs to perhaps pace himself, maybe look for the right opportunity. I'm not saying 10-7 wasn't. It would have been fantastic if he pulled it off, but he really needs to take care, especially at a track like Sebring. Because that SimTech car didn't score any points last time round, and they need to start closing the deficit to the teams ahead.
Indeed, just looking back in the GT class, Bruticum has came off the back bumper of Kevin Ryan, perhaps knowing that Ryan has to serve a penalty, he has to serve a stop and hold 30-second penalty soon. And of course the Black Hawk Racing GT car does not have a penalty at all. So maybe he's just laid off the back bumper because he knows, hey, the car in front of me has to serve that penalty, I'm going to be in the lead by myself.
Yeah, speaking of prototypes, Berg into the service drive-through and does so, and Chirello in as well. So all these prototypes probably coming in now to serve their penalties, which has just helped Tchaikovsky, to be honest. I mean, look, now he's 2.8 seconds ahead.
Indeed, that's all they've got, and of course the one Akko has a stop hold 30 to serve at some point. He's going to drop a good 45-50 seconds back behind this field. So again, that's something else that Tchaikovsky just has to relax. He does not need to worry about the car directly behind him. But the Speedy Mike, the Ollie McGowan, the Speedy Mike car, third overall at the moment, he has to worry about him because the Speedy Mike car does not have a penalty either. Then there's only 5 seconds between those two at the moment, even though we're only about 7 minutes, about 10 minutes into this race.
You know, the funny thing is, with all these penalties, Alex Brownick is 10th overall now.
Indeed, it could be something like, well at the moment it's like Road Atlanta, you know, having a GT car in the overall top 10, but in this case it's on penalties as opposed to outright speed as it was last time out at Road Atlanta. Demirkan and the Caspian car is now second overall on GTs after they've all the GT cars have started serving their penalties. David Serra in the R Factor 2 race car is third overall. Marco Prado in the Game Events GT, and Gabriel Russo is he's behind Sport GT at the moment, and David Hart in Miller Motorsports car is 5th in GT class at the moment.
Yeah, and well, David Young's taking advantage of the fact that everyone else was coming late. He's now up to 5th for the EVA car, but that is a lot of penalties they've got to serve, remember. Lorenzo Lasidi looking to take advantage of a couple of people in the pits here. Well past Yunt at least. In fact, Lasidi has got up to 3rd overall. So for the straddle car, which Syndham was going to qualify at the start, they're now up to 3rd.
Indeed, the Strato car is another one of those cars that did not have a penalty. He's just been able to just stay there, know that he doesn't have to attack in these opening laps because all the vast majority of the cars ahead of him have to come in and serve penalties.
Yeah, and that is an advantage because even now, Lasidi is about a good few seconds ahead of Shane Berg. I'd estimate 4 or 5 seconds as Berg has not long come out of the pits, maybe even 7 seconds in it, to be honest. But Shane Berg, one of the drivers we're going to have to watch here, and that's Syntax.
Lasidi's gone off the track at the hairpin. He overcooked the hairpin. He had to cut the grass on the inside, but it appears to have no lasting damage on that car. He managed to keep it in a straight line. A few seconds lost to McGowan in front of him, but nothing so bad so far.
Yeah, more crucially though, it's allowed Burke to start reining in on him. I think the gap's now 3 seconds from 7. So quite a few seconds lost to Burke behind, and Shane is going to really think now that he can have this. He's going to start chasing with a bit more ferocity.
They still have many penalties to serve. They still have another drive-through and another 2 stop hold 60s to serve. That SimTech, the 150 car, is not going to be there for much longer.
Yep, and now it's Broughton got 6th overall now. He's just going up the order because these penalties taking the advantage.
Indeed, a fantastic showing so far, but of course Broughton in that Black Hawk GT car it does not have a penalty. He's now in the lead along with the Mercan behind him in the Caspian Motorsport. They do not have penalties. Rassau in the that's the P2 cars. Of course, everyone is very close together at the moment. Sarah in the R Factor 2 racing did not race last time out at Road Atlanta, so of course they're not going to have penalties. So it's pretty much as you're going to be in the GT class for the moment. Those are your actual top 3 on the road at the moment.
Yeah, indeed, and that's the top 3 at the moment. Just watching out for this whole CD Burke battle at the moment. I think we're the CD Burke battle at the moment on track is going on, but I've just seen a penalty applied there. I think or something happened. That's why on the stream. But hey, well. Right, back to Berg then, because I got a little bit sidetracked there. Yeah, Lorenzo Lasidi now having to overtake Miroslav Davidovic in that GT, so the lapping is beginning now, and the GT cars just pretty much just having to hold that line and make sure the P2s can get around safely.
Indeed, that's going to be something very difficult in this opening part. You've got P2 cars wanting to regain lost time from their penalties lap time out, and of course these GT cars now have served most of their penalties. Most of them don't actually have any penalties anymore, so that's going to be very difficult for the GT cars to work with. But of course, it is a partnership here. The P2 cars also have to work with the GT cars in order to be able to pass safely.
Yeah, indeed, it's not an easy thing to do, but when done correctly, it works out. And well, I'm looking at this gap between Nasidi and Burke now. I'm just using something as a reference point. I have reason to believe it's within a second now between these two.
Indeed, it's a Lasidi got balked badly by a GT car.
Now he's getting held up a bit by Bryson. I mean, boy, Bryson can't do too much. Sunset is not really the best place to overtake, but now Burke is down the inside, and well, now he's just getting even more time. The gap down to within a second. I'd say 7/10 actually.
Indeed, across the line last time round it was indeed. It's about 8/10 across the line last time round, but it looks far closer now. Burke is certainly closing in at a vast rate of knots.
Yeah, look at this. Burke has just closed right in, and this is really a battle on for third now between Shane Burke and Lorenzo Lasidi here. I think we're looking at David Hart on the stream at this present moment, but Shane Burke within touching distance of Lorenzo Lasidi here at the moment. P4 versus P3 this is, and Lorenzo, now that Strato car's third place doesn't seem nearly as certain.
Indeed, he just has to hold him off, and Sebring is one of the easier tracks to hold people off at. There aren't, as you were saying earlier, there are not that many overtaking points here, so it's going to be very interesting to see if Burke does make a passing opportunity. Where does he do it?
Yeah, that's the question. Where does he do it? Burke's got to find his opportunity, but the opportunities aren't going to come very easily. And well, he's going to find one. Looks like he might be trying and catch up even more so he can get one. I reckon the back straight might be his best chance.
Indeed, going into Sunset, that was one of the points that I said earlier, one of the key points of this track for overtaking. But you are going to need to be very brave in order to overtake into Sunset. Of course, we're in the twilight state, as is very close coming out of Le Mans along the Almond Straight. We may indeed have the slipstream coming down the Almond Straight into Sunset Bend. You just need to see what his speed like is, but he seems to be too far back to make an impact on Lasidi there. And here we go for another lap.
Oh, Burke in!
Burke comes in to serve another one of the SimTech Motorsports penalties.
Well, now is as good as time as any if you're almost close, but this is going to give Kieran Parkin that place. And Parkin now going to be one of the challenges in CD for third, if he can catch up.
Indeed, Burke is serving one of his stop hold 60s at the moment, so that is going to severely hamper him, and that's going to put him the best part of 5/6 of a lap down.
Yeah, it is, and yeah, Lasidi having a decent run so far on that Stratocar. Now he avoided disaster. Now he's got 4 GTs to overtake though. This is Roslin, D'Agostino, Bell's in there as well as Hart. So this is 4 GTs going to have to be done. And yeah.
Indeed, having a look, Russo, Yunt and Fernandez are nose to tail in this P2 class. This is for somewhere along the lines of let's have a look, there's 2 GTs, so that's for 10th overall and 10th in class. It's very close between the 3 of them, and we've got Mazzetti just in the background looking to see if anything goes wrong. He'll be available. Then Milan is directly behind Zhuzowski, so he's already gone a lap down that Monaco car.
Yep, 1 lap down already, and that is not good news by any stretch of the imagination. Just looking further, I'm just looking around here now, just been messaged actually. Oh, apparently a penalty was removed from the SimTech car because they got 2 instead of 1. Oh, sorry, Shirello. No, that was the Texas Squadron Corse. That's why the penalty was removed from them, because they actually got 2 penalties mistakenly.
Sarah has left. Sarah is no longer in the race.
David Serra is out with suspension problems, and well, I'll tell you exactly what that is. It looked like he had a crash because that thing has no front bonnet. The RF2R car, the the 155 Ferrari. He's been in the pits for quite a while, but maybe he just thought the repair time wasn't worth it. But this early in the race, why do that?
And we have our
code
first
80.
code 80 of the day.
Code 80 of the day now. Why is this? I'm looking around.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh.
Code 80 in fourth.
Well, we have a code 80. I'm just scrolling through the field, see if I can find any damage to cars.
I'm seeing. Oh, Sarah,
Tom
Sarah
Knoll!
went.
Tom Knoll has damage.
Sarah went wide at the Sunset Bend. He went very wide at Sunset, and it looks like he came back into the track and perhaps collected Fernandez, the P2 car. Fernandez may have a little bit of damage, but that is what happened to David Serra in the R Factor 2 race car. He went too wide at Sunset and went into the tyre barriers halfway around the corner.
I see Tom Knoll actually in the Blackhawk car is crabbing and has no front bumper. Has that suspension damage and no front bumper. That will probably be why, because that car is not safe to drive at racing speed. So code 80 has been called till Knoll can get back to the pits, and this is going to help because Knoll is, I think, coming out the hairpin down the complex now. This is going to be at least 2 or 3 minutes and a race lap less for the prototypes.
Indeed, he is just coming into Tower, I believe that is. So it is indeed Tower. So he's still got about half the track to go. He's at the furthest point of the track from the pits at the moment.
Yeah, so quite a far way to go. As you'll see the nice little banner on the broadcast feed telling you we're in the middle of a code 80. Very nicely designed. So you know when we've got a code 80 going on. You'll know who's where, how much time's to go. Only the best for you. And yep, Noel is missing the entire front end at Nori's bumper. It's like the front end of the car has ceased existing.
Indeed, I am just looking back through to see what indeed happened to Tim Knoll in that car.
Yep, you go ahead and do that. I'll keep an eye on affairs that are going on as relates to code 80s. So, yeah. Looking at things and doing stuff and keeping an eye on things, yeah. So, yeah, Brodigam in the pits now. I think deciding now is the time to come into the pits during the code 80. He won't lose nearly as much. Still 8th overall is Brodigam. Surprisingly, I mean, he will come out 8th as well because Devakan is further behind. So, in fact, 7th even. Well, you can't say Brownigam's not had a good start in this race, can you?
Indeed, no. Just looking back, Tim Knoll, he went too wide at turn 1, got 2 wheels on the grass, and it shot him into the barriers on the inside between turn 1 and 2.
Oh.
It's just a slight miscalculation, just slightly too much speed into turn 1. And this track is very punishing. There's grass either side. There is no AstroTurf. The only part of AstroTurf there is, I believe, is on the exit of Le Mans on the entrance to the back straight. I believe that's the only part of AstroTurf we have on this entire track.
Yep.
So it's a very punishing track here at Sebring.
Nolan's made it back into the pits now, and I assume this will be the end of the code 80 because he is back in the pit lane. And I don't know if this is for a penalty or actually
Hey
pit.
guys, get ready to
Yep,
come back
going
to
back to green.
10 seconds.
He does make it back into the pit lane. We're going to go green flag racing once again.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
And we'll go at Sebring once more. And well, this code 80 will have been a godsend for the prototypes. It gets them a little bit extra fuel at the start of this race, which you can use for a bit more. And well, 23 minutes in, and we are still going here. And well, it's going to be interesting to see who makes the most of this code 80.
Indeed, if you're close enough to the pits that last time round, you could have came in for a splash and dash. You could have done that. That's one of the legitimate strategies, especially for the P2 cars at the moment. Sorry, the GT cars, because they can maybe do somewhere around the vicinity of 58 minutes to an hour on fuel. So these code 80s are really a godsend to them.
This gets them a little bit extra time and a bit extra fuel, which they could probably do with in the long run indeed. And well, it's all come down to the lapping business now. I think a lot of cars trying to get past others. Brownigam's been 7th still overall. Ben Willis in that Drake car up to 6th from what I think was near the back.
Mike Bell is being under attack from Irish Rosland in the Atlantic car. Shane Burke is trying to lap the two of them. We have David Hart right behind them, just looking, just waiting to pick up the pieces. If indeed there are pieces, all 3 of them are nose to tail at the moment, and that is for, I believe, somewhere in the vicinity of 6th or 7th in class at the moment. It's very close between the three of them. Ruslan is having a look into tower. There's no room at the end there.
Yeah, this is a
coming down.
Oh, sorry, I was going to say this is a moderately important battle then, if it's the 6th or 7th battle on that coming through now. Just going to come to the next couple, and Ruslan really starting, I think, to try and charge on Bell, but it's not working out. It's the come round Bishop into what I believe is Lamont now. Yep, and round onto the Omen straight.
Indeed, and we've got Hall right behind them, looking to lap all three of them along the straight. I'm not sure if that's a viable strategy at the moment, but indeed Ruslan is having a look up the inside of Bell. We're 3 wide going into Sunset Bend. Ruslan has the inside line Sunset Bend. Bell has to go wide. We're side by side all the way around Sunset. Bell, can he hang on to the outside? It appears no, Ruslan has got ahead of him, but because Bell took the wider line, he may have a greater run into turn 1, but Bell has the end-wheel position of attacking and defending at the same time as David Hart looks up the inside of turn 1. And Bell has indeed lost 2 positions in 2 corners. A disaster for Mike Bell in that Realish racing car. And they are still side by side, in fact. Side by side coming in to turn 3. Bell on the outside, Hart on the inside. It looks like Hart may indeed have this position once and for all. And it does look like he does at the moment. However, we have the massive braking zone of the hairpin. Looking up, can Bell have another attack into Hart coming into the hairpin? We're just going to have to see as they come round Big Bend. Hart right under the gearbox, right under the rear wing, as he looks to the inside, he looks to the outside, and will he look to the inside again? The outside, Hart managed to position his car in the middle of the road, nowhere for Bell to go, and that could be the end of the attack for Bell as Hart starts to slightly move away from him.
I've noticed in all this that David Young's overtaking Jorge Fernandez for 9th overall. I think probably going to be 9th in class as well for that EVA car. So they are making inroads, and that happened a while ago, but Rousseau Norgren again a potential overtake to watch out for. Boy Milan further down the under as well, but that overtake from Ruslan was very well done on Bell there, and just got what he needed to do.
Indeed, just got the job done quickly, because that is all you need to do at this moment of the race. You just need to play a cope and try not damage your car.
That's what it's all about, just trying to keep it nice and tidy towards the beginning of this. And mind you, Fernandez is not dropping that much time off Young, so potentially sticking with the EVA car here. That is not too much time between the two at the moment if we look at Fernandez in P10. He is not that far behind, so if Young slips up or Fernandez can speed up, we could see a potential rebattle for 9th.
Indeed, and I believe it is time to bring out my pen of death and score out the R Factor 2 race car, because it looks like that they are not coming back.
Oh yeah, and they are pretty much out of the race. I mean, suspension problems you can't really recover from anyway if you retire because of the suspension problem. If you escape off track, then is your race done either way. Just disconnects if he just directly disconnects you, then he can get away with it and come back. But yeah, Tom Knoll has just been in the pits as well. Knoll is now the final running car, 3 laps down on everyone else, and there are actually 2 prototypes in the final places.
David Hart's being forced wide by Mel in the P2 car. This is like Bell to get past, and possibly Maybach as well, or Maybach coming to lap them all.
Maybach is actually a lap down.
He's a lap down, wow. He's a lap down, so indeed, Hart being forced off by Tony Mel in the P2 car has allowed Mike Bell to get past David Hart. We've got Tim Knoll right behind Hart now in the, of course, Hart in the RSA Protea car. Yeah,
if Hart catches up enough, then Maybach will have to go. That blue flags will be short to Maybach. He'll have to let him through again. But Maybach not really giving up. He's trying to run up himself on Bell as well as Daniel Maybach. And he's in 33rd overall. Very far down in the GT class, trying to overtake Bell.
Indeed, this could be a massive distraction for Bell. I've been in the position many times. We've got faster guys trying to unlap themselves, and it is a massive distraction for you if you are driving.
I'd say the Bell just let him through, but he's got David Hart to worry about behind. I don't think he can afford to. And there's a prototype as well. In fact, that prototype just so happens to be Tom Knoll, who's still the last running car.
Indeed, the last running car in that unfortunate incident. Just a little bit of just a little bit of a lack of concentration there. As Maybach goes to the inside of Bell into Sunset, and Bell has left him the room on the inside and just slots back into Maybach halfway through Sunset Bend.
Yeah, and I guess in a track like this, the Viper and its giant 8.2 litre V10 will help with the straight line speed here. I mean, that car had been given dispensation to compete with the engine it did in the actual WBC season, didn't it? I mean, 8.2 litres is bigger than the maximum allowed, so dispensation given. And, well, I imagine with an engine as big as that, you're going to have more torque, which is going to help with the exits of corners, it's going to help with your straight line speed, and it comes at the cost of some handling and weight, perhaps, but that Viper should look strong here.
Indeed, these straight lines are what's important. So if it's about the straight lines, should look very good at Red Bull Ring, should look very strong at Imola, and it will look very strong at Le Mans, the ultimate high-speed circuit for these cars.
Yeah, and it's good that we have a lot of car variety in the BLMS as well. I mean, the VEC a lot less, I find, varied, at least Room 1, in terms of GT car choice, but nice to see we have Vipers and the like, and all these other cars we don't usually see in this VLMS race.
Indeed, it's very nice to see us. We have Parkin, and Parkin has indeed passed Lucidi in Sunset Bend, so Parkin in that Atlantic car up to 3rd overall.
Yeah, a good move by Parkin to get into 3rd, and that puts Atlantic 3rd, and with with only this so far in the race gone, this might be a good race for them.
Indeed, they got a technical issue at Montreal, forced them out of the race. They managed to get 4th last time out in the rain at Road Atlanta, 3rd this.
Yep, 3rd this time out, and 3rd running so far in Sebring. It's definitely a good start for the team, and they'll be hoping to continue on with this because it's a very good, solid start they've had. And, well, Atlantic not doing that bad at all. I don't know if we've lost Neil Heatley there, unfortunately, but...
oh no, it's fine, I'm back again.
Oh, good. He scared a bit there.
No problem. Lucidi is falling back from the back of Parkin, so I'm not sure if there's a problem with the Strato racing car or the fact that just Parkin is just faster than Lucidi.
Well, it might just be, but perhaps we'll see what's going on later in the race. I'm just looking down the order at the moment to see if there's any battles going on. And to go back to Bell, Hart, Bryson,
and
Davidovich,
is
yeah,
right behind there as well.
That's
Davidovich 4 cars in a row for, I believe that is for 7th in class.
Yeah, Bell in that realist car, not giving up by any means or means. He is still trying to hold off David Hart. Boy, Bryson though, and Miroslav Davidovich getting involved for Revolution Racing, SimRacing South Africa Proteer, and David Hart in the Mallow car as well, trying to chase down Bell. Hart is very close here, mind, and this could be
They're
a move
all
done.
very close.
Well, he was quite close, and Bell now trying to hold up still. The Ullman straight will be the real test for Hart to see if he can get through. But it's
And
going
you've
to be
got 2 P2s behind them trying to lap themselves, trying to pass them, Willis and Azevedo.
Yeah, and Willis in 6th overall, so it's crucial he gets through.
Indeed, there's no way through. Willis has managed to get past Davidovich. He's managed to get past Bryson.
Oh, Willis!
He's spun him. That's gone terribly wrong. Willis has gone wrong immediately. Goodness gracious! Willis tried to get up the inside of Bryson, and there was just no room at Le Mans. Le Mans is not one of the cars. I don't know why he just didn't wait for 5 more seconds and pass him on the Ullman Straight, where the prototypes have a good 30 km/h speed advantage. I have no idea why Willis did that.
Well, looking at the replay of that, Bryson, I think Willis went for it. Yeah, Willis went for it, but Bryson continued to turn towards the apex of that corner. I guess you understand why he did it, but Bryson kind of Bryson turned in on Willis, but you can argue Willis shouldn't have gone for it there.
It's 3 wide coming up into turn 2. It's almost gone horrifically. There's contact. Hart's gone round. Hart's been pushed down by Russell, which is his teammate, and it's collected Davidovich. There's a wheel off one of the cars. David Hart's down. That's a terrible race for the RSA Pradea.
Well, I think as Neil Heatley loses his sanity, we're going to have a coordinator here. Just to calm things down again, indeed, we are back in the Code 80. You're going to have to tell me what's happening, because I haven't got the slightest. I just see David Hart in a wrecked Viper.
Indeed, they tried to go, it was, as I go back here a second, hang on. They tried to go 3 wide right into turn 3. It was two prototypes. It was Russell, which is Hart's teammate, I believe, in the other RSA Protea car, and it was indeed Norgren. They tried to go 3 wide into turn 3, and there's not room for 3 wide at turn 3. The inside car, Norgren, got tipped up onto the curb. That pushed Norgren into Russell. Russell got pushed into Hart. It just spun Hart round. Russell then T-boned Hart, and then poor Davidovich had nowhere to go. And I believe there's a wheel of one of the cars. I believe the bonnet has came off Hart's car, the RSA car, and there's indeed no front left wheel on Hart's car.
Oh, well, looking at Russo, he had an incident with Norgren. They came together. That may have spun him, but Norgren got away. That is a complex one, and I'm sure the race team will look at it after the race, but absolute madness going on here. I mean, three in the one corner they were going, and that is never going to work in a track like Sebring. I mean, Russo now, as a result, I think Russo's fine, actually, to be honest. He's got away scot-free there, and Rickard Norgren's really benefited from that. He's not really had much damage, but the GTs in that really got hurt.
Indeed, Hart's race in that sorry, it's the Mellon Motorsports part, Mellon Motorsports that David Hart is in. Again, that is terrible luck for the Mellon Motorsports car. That's the 3rd race in a row that they've been taken out by GTs.
Yeah, that is unfortunate for them. David Hart is pretty much driving a crippled Viper at this point. No front bumper. Oh, front left wheel missing on Hart's car.
No front left
that
either.
Could be terminal, actually, for Mello, if they can't get it repaired.
Indeed, if they do get back, I believe it may be a 20-minute repair for that car. That's going to put them 8, 9, 10 laps down, which is not good at all. But of course, it's more Code 80. It's more time for fuel saving for everyone else. We're half an hour into this. Sorry, we're 36 minutes into this race, and it's more time for fuel saving. We could get all the fuel saving in fairly early in this race.
Yeah, I mean they've got to completely reattach the suspension on that car if that's the case. So that will be a 20-minute job for sure. And yeah, that is absolutely big for Hart, because that might just put their chances of winning this race down the drain.
Indeed, and I'm not sure Russell's coming through, coming in the RSA cars, coming through Sunset. I'm not sure if we'll be coming into the pits. I'm not sure if we'll be coming into the pits for any repairs.
No, Russell isn't, but
it
it's
appears
Hart.
no. But however, those 3 cars, Russell, Fernandez and Milan, are all battling for 8th overall. That's going to be a very interesting battle when we come back to green. Those 3 are nose to tail.
Yeah, David Hart, I think the only car really with damage that needs to come in that crippled Mellon Motorsports Viper now, will be turning in, or trying to turn in to get into the pits. With no front left, right turns will be easy, left turns a lot less so. But Hart will come into the pits now, and we should be going green again.
Should be going green soon, but of course, there's no need to drive like this. There's still another 5.5 hours. There's still another 5 hours 25. There's no need to be driving like this at this point in the race.
Hart in the pits now, and I think that's pretty much it, unless there are other cars, but I'm not sure. I don't see any other cars with damage, so we should be fine now. I don't know what the hold-up's about, though.
Willis is in the pits.
Here we go.
Back to green.
We are going back to green indeed.
Cody in green seconds. I do admit, our race director Benjamin is also cameraman, so has a lot to do.
3.
Indeed, does have a lot to do.
1, green flag.
And back
And
to
we're
green
back
flag.
to green.
Yep, back to green flag racing immediately, and well, problems thus gotten out of the way. I think there should be a good rest of the race now.
Oh, Fernandez has gone straight onto the hairpin.
Well, that is not good for him, but he's going to get going again, problem-free, or at least I think he is. Yeah, he is. He's back on the track. That is good news, and he can continue racing. And Shane Burke here, just trying to get past round Kevin Ryan, but looking further up the field, or at least I would look further up the field. the status quo is the same.
Indeed, there's not many. I've got Parkin and Lucidio still very close together. There's only about 1.5 to 2 seconds between them at the moment. That's for third position overall, of course, and that may be a very interesting battle to look at, possibly in 5 or 10 minutes' time, as we have Russo coming up behind the realist racing car of Mike Bell. Oh, and it's very close. He's got balked in that in the section just before Le Mans, and Milan is right on the tail of Russo now. There could be an opportunity for Milan to pass coming into the Sunset Bend.
Perhaps so, and Brian Milan, of course, in P9, trying to get past Gabriel Russo in P8, that is. So these two fighting for position. Milan gets big time gain through Sunset, and in fact, that is so much time gained that not only do I start choking on my own words, but Milan is a lot closer now.
Indeed, coming through turn 1, Milan's going to lose out big time through turn 1 because it's one of the fastest corners on this track. It's very close. It's one of the fastest corners on this track, and of course the turbulent air will not help at all. But he seems to have gained in the braking zone for turn 3, and in the 4-5 complex, coming round Big Bend for turn 6, as we've got a GT car. As we've got a GT car, that's Arf Razlan in the Atlantic car, I believe. But Russo seems to have pulled away slightly, coming through Big Bend, and that seems to be the panic over for now for the RSA car.
But now, yes, Ruslan there as well. I mean, gonna have to try and let Milan through in a safe manner, and does so. Very well done to Arif there. Now gets back onto the racing line as soon as he safely can. Now Boya has got to gain that time back to Russo. I guess it's about 2 seconds in that now, so lots of time to work for the Monaco car.
Indeed, it's about 2 seconds, but of course we know the Monaco is quick. We know the Monaco is extremely quick. Of course, they won last time out at Atlanta in the wet, and they came 5th at Montreal in the last dry race, so we know they've got pace. We just need to see if this RSA car with Russ out the wheel can withstand it.
Yeah, and if that SimRacing.Club Protein car can withstand the pace of the Monaco, then it will be a very well fought P8 for them indeed. But of course, that Monaco car, as we know, very quick, so got to watch out for them. Mind you, if I must point out a couple of cars that have gone up well since the starting positions, the CD still well to be 4th, Norgren alright in 6th, Yun brilliant in 7th for EVA Racing.
Indeed, a very good start. Of course, Parkin as well qualified extremely well in either 5th or 6th, I believe, but managed to hold up there in 3rd. Very good showing from this Atlantic P2 car.
Yeah, well, apparently the Russell, Norgren and others incident were reviewed after the race, and because there's just not enough time now to penalise the right one. That's coming from Ben Schmidt, race director himself. And I agree, with all the action going on, there's just not enough time to review who was at fault there at this moment. It'll be looked at after the race and the relevant penalties applied.
Indeed, I imagine there certainly won't be a penalty to the Mellon Motorsports car. They were a completely innocent party in that incident. But there may be a penalty for there may be something in line for Russo in the RSA car. But again, I'm not sure they were completely. I'm not sure they were seemed to be largely scot-free. But it was Norgren in that SimHQ car seemed to push the issue and cause that accident.
Yeah, perhaps so, but yeah, a couple of drivers possibly down on where they'd like to be. Shane Burke, 12th overall in that Synsec, not really where they want to be as well. And yep, the GNS car as well, having started 9th, is now down to 15th with Jake Hall at the wheel at the moment. But yeah, a couple of drivers potentially down on where they'd like to be. But in the GTs, because we haven't done a GT update in a while, Browningham still leading dominantly from Demacan. And then it's Marco Preda, then Matthias Grau, Nicola D'Agostino, both on the back straight actually, so potential battle between those two, but still dominant stuff from Team Virus at the moment.
Indeed, and we've got Russo and Milan. They've started to close back up again with Fernandez in the background, of course, recovering from that off just after the green that we had last time out at the hairpin. He's managed to recover quite well. He's starting to latch onto the back of this battle again. And it's going to be very interesting to see if Russo can indeed hold off, as they've got a GT car
closing in big time.
Petrovsky.
Look at this, Milan going straight for it into
Milan going up the inside.
Oh, contact!
Oh, he's touched him.
Yeah, he hasn't.
But Russo's managed to keep it in a straight line, but Milan has indeed passed him.
Well, Boy Milan touched Gabriel Russo there and didn't wait for him. Surprisingly, he's gone straight on and continued. That might be a bit of a tricky manoeuvre there. That wasn't the cleanest of overtakes from Boy, to be honest. I'm going to have a look at it myself. So Russo comes into the corner, and is he turning in? Oh, yes, Gabriel turned in. Gabriel turned in, didn't really leave Boyer adequate space. But then again, Boyer started turning a little bit late. But yeah, it's a tricky one because Gabriel didn't really leave much space for Boyer to try and make a move there.
Indeed, it was very interesting. It appears that there was just a tiniest bit of overlap between Milan and Russo. Could Milan have backed out? Perhaps. Could Russo have left room? Perhaps. It appears to be a little bit of a racing incident.
Well, perhaps so, and I guess that's why Boyer didn't wait, but Gabriel's now going to do the hard work all over again to get back through. No damage to either car, luckily, but the question is, can he now get past everyone else? He's got to get past the Matthias Grau as the next closest GT car, but...
And indeed, Mella and Jake Hall have just zunted a GT car for 15th overall in 15th in P2 class, and it appears that Mella has got ahead of Hall.
Yep, that GNS Endurance car being bumped down to 1-2-2 being bumped down to 16th now, and Jake Hall has got to try and get this position back if he can, but not the best starts from the GNS team to be down in 16th already. But I think, given the fact that they haven't finished the last two races, I think 16th and a finish is better than not finishing.
Indeed, that GNS car has had a terrible beginning to the season. 2 DNFs yet to score. They are dead last in the point standings for the P2 class at the moment, and they're just wanting to get points. And of course, I do believe you get a singular point for 16th, if I remember correctly. So at least it will be a point.
Yep, that's all they're going to do, ultimately, and, yeah, well, we'll see how this rest of this battle pans out between Mella and Horn. It is ongoing at the moment. I think Mella are starting to end said battle, though, by pulling away. But Norgren Junt is not as far away as you'd like it to believe. Norgren, I would estimate, about 2.5 seconds ahead of David Junt at the moment, so the Swiss very much within the chance if he can start catching up to Norgren of a potential position here.
Indeed, it's good. That's good, obviously for 6th overall, and that's all important points in the race for the championship for everyone here. But Chujovsky in the virus car is now 26 seconds ahead of Ollie McGowan, the Speedy Mike car at 2nd. So that's a sizable lead that they've got. They don't need to. He doesn't need to push anymore, really, as long as he just keeps it on the tarmac. He doesn't really need to push. Ollie McGowan, the Speedy Mike car, is 9 seconds ahead of Parkin in the Atlantic car, who in turn is 2.5 seconds in front of Lucidi. That gap between Parkin and Lucidi seems to have been pretty constant over the past 15 minutes or so.
It does seem to have, yes, and nothing really much going on there. So Parkin with a solid 3rd at the moment, a very solid driver, Kieran Parkin, and in fact, there is an in-joke that I'm aware of that he finishes 3rd more often than not, so maybe he'll finish his stint in 3rd.
Indeed, he does finish 3rd the entire time. 3rd or busted tends to be for Kieran Parkin. So that's if he just finishes 3rd, and of course he has a tendency to spin it in the pit lane as well, or indeed run out of fuel. So hopefully he doesn't do either of those two, but he does manage to bring the car in 3rd.
Yes, hopefully he doesn't do either of those, but yeah, just into the comments, some luck for GNS would be nice. I mean, you know, send them all your 4-leaf clovers. You know, let's get them to the end of this race at least.
And indeed, it looks Grau is very close to D'Agostino. There's about a second in between the two of them at the moment, and that is for 4th in class. So it's a very important position, and we have. Yep, it's very close between the two, and they've got a nice gap to the car behind, which is Mike Bell. There's 26 seconds to the car behind, so these two cars can battle out a little bit and not really worry about the cars behind them.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see who's closest to who at the moment, and well, I can't really see a lot going on because like the live race live time is a bit behind the race, so that is not too much used to it. So I'm not very good at picking out direct battles at the moment. But I can keep looking, see if there's anyone close to anyone else, and update accordingly. But so far, the first 50 minutes of this race, Neil, have been quite interesting, or at least the first 48.
Indeed, we've had a bit of it all now. We've had a couple of incidents. We've had a massive accident involving the unfortunate Mellow Motorsports car cannot get any luck at all this season. This could indeed be the third non-finish for them, which would be terrible to see. Indeed, David Hart is still sitting in the pits. He's now 8 laps down, 4 laps down ahead of the car, 4 laps down of the car ahead of him, which is indeed Chris Graham in the slide rate car. And Tom Knoll is still in 34th, 4th last overall, last in P2's just trying.
Oh, Code 80! Code 80 now! As a point of interest, our Frostland's in the pits, but he's been there for a while now, but...
David Yunt has no front. There's no front in the car, David Yunt.
Oh, that's a disaster for the Eva Racing Van Basility team. What's happened there? I'm going to go find out, because this could be...
It's just gone straight on at turn 1. It's stopped turning halfway through the corner. Oh no, it's hit the inside wall of turn 1 and it's sent him straight on into the tyres on the outside.
Well, that is not good for Yunt. Yeah, oh wow, yeah, turn 1, he just, too far inside on turn 1.
Yeah, he's hit the wall on the inside of turn 1.
Oh yes, loses the bumper straight away. That is a disaster for Yunt. That is a rare mistake. I have not seen him do that, and... Well, that is rare. No suspension damage, luckily. It's just aero. But, wow, that is unfortunate for Yunt. That is a very rare mistake. Not many people make that, but it's easy to do if you go too far inside. But I'm surprised the entire front came off of that.
Indeed, turn 1 is a very difficult corner. It's extremely fast, it's blind. And the apex is really late. It's far later than you think. And it seems to have been far later than David Yunt thunk on that lap, as he just smashed the inside wall, then just went straight on to the outside.
Well, with no front bumper, he's always going to get understeer and go straight on the outside, but that is a strange incident, that, and Fernandez is going to be right there to benefit, because he's right behind Yunt.
Indeed, this is going to be wonderful for Fernandez. It's going to be wonderful for Russo, Mazzetti, Shane Burke, Tony Mella, and Hall. They may all gain positions from this.
Perhaps so. And well, speaking of a couple of those drivers, I just noticed Cirello was in the pits. Corrado Cirello was pitted in all this. Okay, I've just been messaged by someone on Steam. Yeah, a couple of cars might really come out well from this Code 80, but yeah, this could end up being quite good for them, but definitely not good for the Eva Racing by Basilea team and David Yunt. That message was actually from Neil Heatley. He says he's going to be 2 minutes. That's fine. I'll just cover until then. Yunt's just coming down the back straight now, and will pit, and we should go green flag racing again. But yes, what an unfortunate incident for them. A very strong race for that team in 8th place as well. So,
Danke.
It's good on David Hart as well, because the Code 80 means he doesn't have to lose much time in the pits. Although that front left wheel is not attached to that Viper yet, so hopefully it will do, but I'm hoping that Mellow Motorsports car can get going again.
Okay guys, get ready, we'll come back to green in 10 seconds.
Let's go back to green flag racing once again. David Yunt in the pits now, so we should get going.
3, 2, 1, green.
And I'll tell you this, Erhan Jakobski is taking advantage by going into the pits. He is there now. Boy, when I just exiting, David Yunt just entering. And Ollie McGowan possibly within range and taking race lead here. I think he might just do, actually, as he crosses the start finish. Oh, he's going to get close. Yes, he does. We have a race lead change, and it's now Ollie McGowan leading the race. Erhan Jakobski has come out, though. He's used this to his advantage, and he's come out in second. So all to be done still for McGowan if he wants to hold this lead. And Jakobski, as we know, is very quick, so might even catch him. Lorenzo Lassini's benefited by going to the third park and just in the pits now. Girello out in fifth might benefit. Fernandez has definitely benefited. He's up to 6, Milan 7, so quite a couple of beneficiaries from this Code 80. And we have Neil Heatley back with us. We've just witnessed a lead change because Jakobski came into the pits during the Code 80 and Ollie McGowan has taken race lead.
Indeed, in these P2 cars, you've been looking at somewhere by 45 to 50 minutes for a full tank. So Jakobski coming in is seems to be consistent with a fuel run. Perhaps McGowan has been able to save more during these go days and just uses less fuel overall. We may see him in within the next couple of laps and see how much time he's taken out of Shizusuke, or indeed if Shizusuke has taken more time into the lead.
Yeah, I'm just hearing actually that the EVA Racing 5 has the air cars about 800 seconds of damage repair as well, all from hitting those two walls.
Indeed, it's absolutely treacherous, that turn 1, and that is the sort of damage. So that's 800 seconds is somewhere about, my maths is correct, somewhere about 13 minutes. So in these P2 cars, that's going to be somewhere in the about 7-8 laps. So they're losing about 7 or 8 laps.
Wow, that is massive, and it's going to mean that they're about, yeah, that is going to be huge for them. It's probably going to put them near the back of the order unless they get out sharpish. But as we say, with 800 seconds of damage, that's not as likely as one might hope as well. The gap between McGowan and Jajowski now 5.2 seconds, so it could be that Erhan challenges only for race lead here.
Indeed, and of course, if Erhan does challenge McGowan for this race lead, that means that the Team Virus car has got a full pit stop ahead of everyone else, and that is slightly scary to think that we're less than an hour into this race and they've already got a full pit stop over everyone else.
That is a very scary thought. Indeed, puts them in a huge advantage because that means that they've got that pit stop done.
Indeed, so that means if they have that pit stop, pit stop in hand. If they need an extra pit stop at the end, they can take it. It doesn't matter to them. They can just take that extra stop at the end and not really worry about anything.
Shane Burke is just, I think, exiting the pit lane now in that SimTech car. He's all the way down to 14th, though not be a good race for SimTech by any manner of means. So, really got to try and watch it and see if they can get positions back. Although there's a battle developing for P5 because Kieran Parkin and Jorge Fernandez are not far from each other.
Indeed, and looking further down the pack, Smarda in the RGBL car and Jake Hall in the GNS Endurance car. Hall is under attack as they come into the hairpin. It's very close between those two as well.
Yeah, Fernandez just passing by Kevin Ryan in the Romana car. Now going to try and chase down Kieran Parkin, and there's been a strong race so far from that 117 car, and see them go into P5 would be interesting.
Indeed, and having a look as well, Mazzetti and Rossau are very close together for 8th position overall as McGowan comes into the pits. The leader is now in the pits, and that allows Erhan Shizusuke in the Virus car to retake the lead.
Yep, so Jajowski retakes the lead, McGowan pits. I guess that was expected.
And Lucidi's in the pits as well.
Yep, Lucidi in too. So Lorenzo in all this, and oh, hang on, I appear to have lost my oh, hang on, because I've muted it, that's why. But yeah, Tirello, P4 and all this, and then Park and Fernandez potentially going to brew up.
Indeed, it appears, just having a look at the previous laps for Parkin, they've been a little bit all over the place, but of course that will be along with the code 80s. But it appears that I think that Parkin has already taken his pit stop, so that's something that you've got to look for the Atlantic car. And Fernandez, oh no, sorry, I've been looking at it the wrong way around. Parkin, oh no, Parkin I believe has taken his pit stop, so that is something to look for.
Something to look for indeed, and well, Kieran Parkin and all this, having already taken his pit stop, may have been an advantage in that sense, but the gap only 1.5 seconds between these two at the last split, so not an awful lot in it between Parkin and Fernandez, although there's even less in it between Gabriel Russo and Marco Mazzetti, half a second as they come down the back straight.
Indeed, extremely close, and we have a look at Smarda and the Hall as well. They're coming into the hairpin now. And they've got about half a second between those two. Either a couple of battles are really nicely brewing now.
Oh, look at this, Mazzetti really closing in on Russo through Sunset, although I guess Gabriel's going to have the better exit. And, well, not much overall gain there, but Marco Mazzetti, like, really charging towards Russo in the SimRacing South Africa Proteer car. It's the Handy Racing team of Mazzetti chasing down in all this. And, well,
Smarda has just made a wonderful move on Hall in that GNS car round the outside of Tower. That is a fantastic move by the RGPL car.
Yep, just made it work. I don't know whether there was contact between the two or not. It doesn't look
I
like there was.
don't believe there was.
No, so very well done for Smart to get through like that. Jake Hall going down in position as a result. But yeah, great move from Smart to get through. Mazzetti looking to line up Russo here as well.
Indeed, very close between these two as well. We've got a couple of battles brewing, of course, for 4th overall with Parkin and Fernandez, and 9th overall with Mazzetti. 8th overall with Russo and Mazzetti as they come through Cunningham in the run towards Tower, which is the second of these 90-degree right-handers at the back end of the circuit.
What
Then coming down towards.
Oh no, sorry. Go ahead.
Then coming down towards Bishop, the fast left-hander. Then the the right complex that ends in Le Mans, which allows you to come on the Omen straight as Mazzetti is flashing his lights at Russell. That's a little bit cheeky as they come through Le Mans onto the back straight, and Russell just put a wheel out on the dirt on the outside of the curb. Does that allow Mazzetti to have a chance coming to sunset? It appears not at the moment, and the lights do have to start coming on as it's starting to get into twilight. As Fernandez in 5th place overall has came into the pits, that will allow Milan, Lucidi, Rousseau, Mazzetti, possibly Nordgren to all gain places on him.
Yeah, do you know what makes this battle even better as well? The fact that it's all down to driver skill, because these LMP2 cars are all the same car, all Orica 05s, all Nissan V8 engines in the middle, and all drivers in the front of differing ability and speed and setup, of course. So it's a lot of it's down to setup and drivability, and that's what makes LMP2 so good.
Indeed, it makes it, as we've got them behind Mike Bell in the Winners
this
Racing
could be
car.
brilliant if Mazzetti can pull it off.
And it appears that Hart in the Mellow Motorsports car is moving again. He's got out of the pit lane. He's now 12 laps down in the leader, 7 laps down in Arif Razlan ahead of him, and 8 laps down on Chris Graham in the Slide Right car. So there's still maybe positions to be gained by that Mellow Motorsports car, but it's been terrible luck for them the entire season. Yeah,
but look at this, Mazzetti, yep, he is, I think, what is up with this? Mazzetti's lights are going on and off.
Mazzetti's slow. Mazzetti's almost pulled off to let
Zhizovsky through.
Let Zhizovsky. Oh, it's Zhizovsky. He's in blue flags, obviously.
Yeah.
That's why it seems to be slightly slower as we have Jake Hall in the GNS car in the pits as well.
Oh, driver change!
And there's been a driver change.
Yep, that is Ivan Rico in the 117 car getting in there. He will take over from Jorge Fernandez. So that is him in now. And Jachovsky obviously still leading, but we have a first driver change of the race, I believe.
I do believe that. No, I believe there has been a driver change beforehand. There's Sark in the core team. He definitely didn't qualify the car.
Well, in that case, there's already been one. I didn't notice.
Zhizovsky's left the race.
What? Oh yes, he has. What's happened there? That might have been a disconnect.
Oh, terribly wrong again for the virus car. What on earth is going wrong?
Oh yes, it was. It was just
connection problems again for Zhizovsky. This may hand the race to the Speedy Mike car with McGowan in it.
It was just chasing down and then he disconnected, I believe. So this could help Ollie McGowan big time. This could help him gain back that minute that he has lost. It may just be a couple of seconds. But Erhan Jakovsky has left the race, possibly because of a straight disconnect for the virus team. This is going to help Speedy Mite a lot.
Indeed, that's going to help everyone a lot because this virus car seems to be so fast around Sebring. This is going to help absolutely everyone.
Yep, he's still not back as we come down the back straight. Chin, Berg and all this going to get lapped as well as Prada and McGowan. I think just wants to get past Berg here. Not really Berg is not doing much to help that, unfortunately. But Jakovsky is not back. Ollie McGowan is taking the lead of the race. And that's going to hurt Team Virus big time.
Indeed, and Shirel, who's in the second squad, Corsa, is now in second on track. That is going absolutely terribly for the virus car. Of course, something similar, I believe, happened last time at Road Atlanta. And did not something similar happen in the VEC race? I believe it may have. It's gone horrifically wrong for the virus car yet again.
I remember a similar thing did happen, but they managed to get it back because they had a lot of gap anyway. But Parkin back into his usual third position. Then Boyer Milan is going to go into fourth as well. Marco Mazzetti may full well find himself within the top 5 if this keeps up. I think he will do.
Indeed, that's going to be a fantastic result for Mazzetti so far. Indeed, Mazzetti isn't top 5. Lucini's passed him as Mazzetti comes into the pits just now. He comes in fourth, and Borja Milan in fourth is in the pits as well in the one Akko car. Mazzetti is in the car, and Zhuzhovsky is still not here.
Well, he's back now, but he's lost an
rejoined the race.
entire lap. Almost. He's lost a good portion of the lap to McGowan. He's on lap 28 to McGowan's 29. McGowan has just had a bit of a squiggle there, and he's coming around what I believe is probably Tower, maybe into Bishop now. And yeah,
Indeed,
that is
Zhuzhovsky coming back out.
That is Team Virus big time having to come through there as well. Mazzetti is ahead. Milan is ahead.
Mela is ahead, I believe. Perhaps.
Wow. You couldn't ask for a more harmful mistake or problem if you tried.
Indeed, it's been, again, it's gone absolutely horrifically for the Virus cars. It just seems to be connection problem after connection problem that of course, they didn't take the last lap, so this lap isn't counting. They're only going to be rescored when they cross the start-finish line the next time round.
That's even worse for them. Now they're a whole lap down. And falling. Well, talk about a turn of events, and you know what? Corrado Cirello is only 5.7 seconds behind Ollie McGowan. So this may have inadvertently given him a battle for the lead.
Indeed, it does appear the Virus car is all but out of the race now. I'm sure there's no way that they can get about, what, 1.5, 1 2/3 laps on everyone now. It seems to be very bad position, but of course, it's a 6-hour race. You've got more time than you would normally in a VLMS race to gain that back.
Well, you never know. It could happen. It could quite do it. Apparently, he never lost connection on the TeamSpeak, so that has happened to me before, where I've lost connection in game, but not in TeamSpeak. So perhaps just a client-side problem for Zhuzhovsky, but still, that has not helped Team Virus.
I do remember in the VEC race last week there was a couple of incidents with people just getting ported back to the pit, so it could well have been that, but I'm not sure it would give that sort of indication in the game, because it definitely said he left.
Yeah, he left the race because he disconnected. Apparently came up with connection lost in game. Yeah, I think that was client side.
Indeed, that's gone terribly for him. I'm just trying to see where he is now.
Yeah, so he just lost connection straight up, and that's what happened. But
oh, he's 23rd overall. He's behind many of the GT cars. He's behind Breitigam, our current leader. He's behind Hall. Hall is of course P2 cars. Behind Demirkan. He's behind Freda. He's behind D'Agostino. He's behind Grau. He's behind Bryson.
He has two.
That's
full
going
laps
terribly
down
for them.
That is a big deficit to catch up, and I don't know when he's going to be able to do it fully. Might get up to about 3rd or 4th. Don't count that out, but possibly not the race win now.
Indeed, it does appear to be out of grasp, but it does allow the Speedy Mike car to possibly get a surprise win here. I know it said it was one of my ones to look out for, but they may get a very good result here. Texas Quadricorsa 6 seconds behind, a fantastic result. They were third in Montreal. Got a DNF last time out. We know they've got pace in the dry. Perhaps we're showing them again. Atlantic parking there's 55 seconds behind the leader at the moment. He may just be sitting there waiting for perhaps the 2 cars in front of him having it's 32 seconds. I was reading wrong. He's only half a minute behind. That could easily be one mistake by either McGowan or Cirello could cause him to be in the lead.
It could. Kieran Parkin all of a sudden in 3rd, his usual position, but could find himself in the lead if mistakes happen or people pit. So this, inadvertently, as unfortunate as it was, this has opened the race right up.
Indeed, we just need to see what the fight back is from Zhuzhovsky. He's already passed D'Agostino. He's already passed Bryson as well. Demirkan in the Caspian Motorsport cars is next target. Then it'll be Grau in the PR Logitech car. then Parade in the game against GT cars. So he's still got to pass a good. He's still got to pass another 5 GT cars before he starts making before he starts racing his own class.
Yeah, he does, and that's not going to help him. But to use a sporting analogy, it's like the best player ever in any sport. And then, oh wow, okay, sorry, I'm not going to do that. I mentioned Licini, he's had a big off there. He's sliding all over the track. He's had to do there, and that is not good. No front bumper for him, and he has had a wild off there. No front bumper on that car anymore. Doesn't look to be any suspension damage on it. I'm just going to check and make sure, actually. Yeah, I think he's going to make it back to the pit safely. But that was a bit of a crazy off for Licini. Let's see what happened.
He got contact with Petrovsky. Contact with Petrovsky in the Dinopo car while trying to lap him. That seems very interesting. I'm going to have to look back there myself to see exactly what happened. And we've got a caution at the moment.
Oh yes, I don't think Licini was actually turning into Petrovsky there.
No, see, Petrovsky turned into Licini, thought Licini had him cleared, but he didn't quite and just tagged the left rear of the car.
Oh
Then spun Licini around.
Straight is clear again.
Petrovsky was actually turning left the whole time, so maybe a misjudgment from Licini. That is an interesting one though, and that has hurt him big time.
Indeed, that's a very, very strange accident.
I think both were trying to give each other enough space, but it just wasn't a very good play to overtake him. I mean, Rickard Norgren and all this is fourth, trying to get past Ben Willis. Probably he's going to do it into the hairpin. In fact, outbreaks Willis by a mile. Willis, I think, broke a bit early to let him through there. In fact, good play from Willis to do that. But yeah,
just having back, Licini was also turning left the entire time as well, so it just appeared to be a coming together of lines as Licini was lapping the Dinopo car.
Yeah, quite possibly. I think that. Don't really think you could do much to avoid that, except for choosing a different place to overtake. Mazzetti's had it off. Where was that? What happened there? Mazzetti, I think, just may have went off by... Oh, no, he tapped Smarter in the entrance to turn 2, but nothing really came of it. Though he has lost time to Shane Burke now.
Oh, indeed, Mazzetti went for a lunge up the inside of Samarna into turn 3. There wasn't really the room there. It was a very late move, so... I think Mazzetti may just have himself to blame for that one.
Perhaps so, but that's not going to help affairs for him. It's not really cost him many positions, though, to be honest. So he was going for a Smarter anyway, so it's not cost him anything. Although it's cost Type of Berg, which might cost him something.
Indeed,
and apparently Erhan just set fastest lap of the race as well. So he is a determined man, Jadowski.
On a mission is Jadowski. What is that? It wasn't quite the fastest lap of the race. It's only 34 thousandths of the fastest lap of the race, but Jadowski has indeed done a 47.3.
Dale, got a big battle on for 9th and 10th here between Pizzo and Russo. Russo in the SimRacing South Africa versus Pizzo in the Whitwood car. Very close looking battle of points here. Trying to pass a GT of Graham there, and it's not worked out for Pizzo, who's lost time. Perhaps slightly difficult positioning of Graham there, although I do know how it feels to be overtaken by multiple prototypes at once. It's difficult to get out of the way as a GT in that scenario because they just want straight through. So I feel for him, but that's cost Pizzo some time.
Indeed, second and third in the GT class have pitted. Parade and Grau have pitted as well. So that's going to allow Roughtingham to just have a little bit more of a gap. But of course, we're 72 minutes into the race. That may be them hitting their fuel target. They may not need that splash and dash at the end of the race now. This could be them all set.
Well, I actually started to calm down after about 75 minutes of an endurance race, but I don't think I'm doing that today. There's been that much action. I'm definitely as weak as I'm going to get at the moment, so don't think for a minute I'll be going to get anything to get anything.
A massive gaggle of cars around where Russo is, where D'Agostino is, where Pizzo is. There's a massive gaggle of cars.
He's going for. He can't make this work. Please don't. No, he sees sense. He's behind his own teammates.
D'Agostino as a pick. Oh, they're too. This is. They've Zonta and Pizza.
Oh, now he's going for it. He's going for it, but he can't make it work.
Wow, that was that was so close. There's just a massive gaggle of GT cars that none of them could really do anything about. I've got Shirello in the second place right ahead of them, and they appear to be catching him in the Texas Quadricorsa car.
Yeah, the Richmond GT car involved in that scrap as well. Pito almost used his own teammate. As he
Lucidi
got
hasn't got a front bumper. He's in the pits and he hasn't got a front bumper.
Yeah, that was from the incident from before. He must still be getting it fixed. But Pizzo still trying to catch Russ out here. Nominal stuff from these two to be battling over P9. I know it's only for P9, but it's still a very interesting battle. And Corrado Shirano has managed to get through on them also in this.
Indeed, but it seems to have, they've seemed to have cleared the giant gaggle of cars for the moment, at least for the time being. But just having a look, that is D'Agostino with Kevin Ryan right behind him. So that is indeed for position with D'Agostino. That is for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th overall in GT. This battle between D'Agostino and Ryan as they come down into the Le Mans section. That is Grau just ahead of them. So this is indeed for 5th overall in GT.
It is a good little battle going on here. I tell you this, Craig Woodlawn in the chat says this is absolutely bonkers. He's right, it is a mad race. We've had the whole lot now, and it's only been 75 minutes in. There's Ryan going for D'Agostino with the third one. There was a big time gap. Ricci gets a time penalty. Stop go on it. Kevin Ryan into turn one gets through. D'Agostino, though, great move from him.
A fantastic move from them. A very textbook move from Ryan there. Exactly what you want in turn one.
Exactly, and that Romana car was up a place now, and apparently that was a penalty that was missing for Ricci, and that's from last race, so not going to get away with it, of course. Apparently, not getting away, rather. Very honest sportsmanship of the team, because they told Bernschmidt it was missing.
Indeed, then, that's what we like here in the VLMS, very gentlemanly conduct.
Yep, they know a penalty's missing, so they go ahead and tell Berg so they can serve it, and that is the right thing to do in such a situation, so hats off to them for that. They are going to take a penalty, but it's one they've effectively imposed upon themselves by reminding Bernschmidt that it wasn't actually ever imposed in the first place. Where is Ricci, actually? Ricci should be...
Texas Squadron Course cars actually quite a far way down. They are in 31st overall.
Yeah, Alessio Ricci, 31st overall. They're going to come in and serve that stop goal. Presumably now it's been applied. In fact, he is steering very right. Yeah, they're going to come in and serve that very honestly and nicely done from them. Fair play to them.
He is indeed 12th in GTs at the moment, Ricci, in the Texas Squadron Corsa GT car. Of course, another one of these teams with two cars trying to get double with the P2s and GTs.
Yeah, that's what they're trying to do in all this. And, well... Interestingly, we have a battle for P8 as well as P9. Just ahead, Shane Burke versus Marco Mazzetti.
Indeed, Mazzetti is trying to hold off Burke. Burke seems to be on charge after he had a terrible start to this race.
Ja, der hat sich gedreht. Na egal.
Had a terrible, well, of course, got disqualified last time out in Rosalanta, but indeed, they won Montreal, so we know they've got pace, it's just can they get better?
Andrea Royden muss vorletzte Kurve,
That's what seems to be,
vor einer Runde genau.
no, they seem to be in 8th place, which is certainly not where they want to be.
Yeah, Burke is breaking a lot into the Mazzetti to try and get through
and right
here.
outside of Cunningham, not quite though, as they've got Cirque in the Circus. Mazzetti is very wise coming through there. And that's contact!
Clings onto that, and Burke's going to get a chance through here. Nothing Mazzetti can do about that, but what happened? Burke goes through.
Burke does indeed go through as they come down into Bishop, but will Mazzetti have another go into the south as Mazzetti is flashing his lights at Burke?
Oh, wow, I've just seen the incident between Radek Cirque and, Cirque. I was watching Cirque. Oh, wow. It almost looked like Cirque turned in, but he didn't. I think he was tapped and lost it. And then the weight of that GT, he was tapped by Mazzetti, lost it. The weight went back into Mazzetti of that Porsche. Nothing really Radek could have done, I think, in that.
Whoa! Burke just had a massive moment with De Filippi's. That was very close, and that has allowed Mazzetti to get up.
Oh, Mazzetti!
Mazzetti tries to pass it into
turn one. Oh, well, you see, Burke just has the braking advantage, and that's what
he's got wide on the exit.
But off, indeed, is this Mazzetti going back through? It is! And
indeed,
just steady squeezes him out. Contact, and round goes Mazzetti. Half spins it. Well, this is getting a little bit silly now, I think. Mazzetti, well, he went through on Burke. He went through, and after Burke went off, and then Mazzetti was turning as left as he could. What about Shane Burke? And
indeed,
then Burke, But maybe...
Trucks seem to be very aggressive on that defence there.
Yeah, I think Shane, obviously quite an aggressive driver in his own right, maybe just needs to calm down a bit after, you know, it can unsettle you after you go off, so he just needs to try and find his focus again.
And indeed, these two, even though they're battling so hard, that's McGowan right behind them, the race leader, so they're going to have to obey blue flags at some point as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's still 4.5 hours to go in this race, you know? It's not like it's the final 4.5 minutes, but we're seeing some very interesting racing going on. You know, it's good to see these manoeuvres, just not when it ends in disaster.
Indeed, and of course that's not what you want, especially in this race. Even though it is a longer race, you're still getting standard points for this one, so it is slightly more of an endurance test. You don't want to crash your car too much, you don't want to get too much damage, but of course you are only get single points. The only time we get double points here in this series is for the 12-hour race at Le Mans, at our finale.
I'll tell you this. The gap between McGowan and Tirello appears to be going down. It's come down to 4.7 seconds. Corrado and Tirello, slowly but surely, taking bite-sized jumps at that speed he might lead.
No, it was 6.5 seconds a couple of seconds ago. I think McGowan's had a little bit of an instant somewhere. It may be that he slowed down by lapping.
It's gone up to 6.6 again, so yeah, ignore that.
Indeed, it may have been that he was slowed down slightly by lapping Burke and Mazzetti.
Yeah, indeed, there was a good load of battles going on here, and Kieran Parkin and all, they're still a solid third. Let's not forget, he's doing a great job so far. Pizzo Russell has obviously gone through, but not still that much between them. Rickard Norgren up in 4th still, and Daniele Pizzo down in 9th, still going for it. Jake Hall, top 15 for GNS. This is a good result for them so far.
Indeed, after the horrific start to the season that they've had, they just want to finish a race for once, and that is exactly what they are doing at the moment. 15th place overall, I believe that is 2 points if my memory serves me correctly, and that is much needed points just to give them a little bit of a boost into the next race at Imola.
Yeah, another big boost. Always good to have a boost in confidence and hope, and it's always good to have that. And yeah, I'm just looking again. I think the field started to spread out with the exception of these couple of battles. So then again, it is the time in the race where they expect that to happen.
Indeed, we're just about just over a quarter of the way through this race now, and it's starting to calm down a little bit. It's starting to, well, I say calm down a little bit. We've seen what's happened over the past few minutes. It's just starting to be a little bit slower. Everyone's just starting to take this time as we move from twilight, and we're now thoroughly into dusk as we move into night time, as we will be in about half an hour, 45 minutes.
Yep, and yeah, so, you know, as dusk rolls in, it's harder to race at night than it is day because you can't really see as much anymore. So that's when it's going to get a little bit spicy here, and it's only 80 minutes in the race, and it's getting dark already.
Indeed, the majority of this race will be at night, and that will be even more difficult for these GT cars, at least trying to spot what the headlights are, where the headlights are, and what direction they're going as the P2s thunder down on them.
Yeah, and it can just get a little bit disorienting sometimes, but hopefully the drivers will be able to deal with it as it comes along this night time. And yeah, nice, relatively calm things going on the track at the moment then, so good to know that things are still under control. David Judd has been out for a while now, but he's down to 35th after that incident he had before, so that has really hurt the Basilea team.
Indeed, it was that 800 second damage. Luckily they had a bit of a code 80, I believe, to help impact that, but that has certainly not helped that either racing team.
I'm just looking down the GT order as well, but again, even then there's nothing. It's much to report.
Davidovich is about a second and a half behind Grau at this time. It may be worth having a look, see how that battle is getting on.
Perhaps so. I mean, Ben Willis is just coming as well for Drake Racing. He's in 14th. Jake Hall, probably not going to gain a position from this, to be honest, but he might do if he's quick enough. So, potential thing on there. Mostly, it's just people getting lapped on track in a moment, to be honest with you. So, not an awful lot in terms of actual physical on-track battles for position. which is unfortunate, but we can just keep watching this McGowan-Cirello thing, because if Corrado starts catching up, that could be a battle, although, well, he's took a second out of McGowan.
Has indeed, that McGowan must have had a little bit of a moment in that previous lap, and if he just has a couple more moments, Cirello will be right on the back bumper of him.
Perhaps indeed, and Jake Hall is going to get past Ben Willis for position there, so that's the GNS car up another place. Keep watching the Cirello McGowan gap, because I think it's going to come down if it's going to become a battle, because it's 5.202 at the moment. Don't know what it's going to be at the end of this sector, but could be less, could be more.
4.9 now, so he's taken 3/10 out of him in that last sector.
Is the comeback on from Cirello?
Indeed, this will be something that we have to look on over the next few laps. It will take a few laps to develop, to see a trend, to see if he is indeed going towards or coming away, as D'Agostino is quite close to ground now. The two very close as they come out of Sunset Bend onto the start-finish straight, and it appears that D'Agostino has taken a little bit of time out of ground that last lap.
Well, I just get informed by Ben Smith we have an upcoming battle in P20 and P21. Grau and D'Agostino, and there is an upcoming battle between these two. Two Corvettes tuning in out for positions in GT, I believe. This is actually 5th in class they're battling for, 4th in class.
Isn't he for 4th in class a very important position? Because of course, it takes you one step to go through. And Grau goes wide, D'Agostino's through.
Wow,
Grau
that ends that.
Grau went wide at the exit of turn 4 and has allowed D'Agostino through. So it was a fairly easy pass over what was going to look like a fairly good battle.
Well, that's disappointing. I mean, it always is when battles end that quickly, but yeah, nothing much can be done, I guess, at all. My offensive 2's crashed.
Oh no. Just ask D'Agostino to, let Grau pass so we can have a nice battle again. And Cirello is taking the 10th out of McGowan in the last sector, so it does appear to be coming down slowly, little by little, for this battle for the lead. Kieran Parkin is losing time a little steadily to the lead as well, maybe losing about half a second or so a lap. He's now 37 seconds behind the leader. Norgren is in 4th place overall. A very good race for that SimHQ car so far. He's a minute 4 off the pace. Borja Milan in the One Aqua car, of course, that won last time out in Road Atlanta, is 5th, a minute 27 off the pace. Smardan 6th place overall in the Team RGPL cars, 1 minute 38 off the pace. Then Shane Burke in the Simtech cars, 1 minute 46 off the pace. So you've still got 7 cars on the lead lap, almost an hour and a half into this race.
Yeah, we do, and that's still quite an impressive stat to have. Apparently, there's a battle coming up between 23rd and 24th. I'm going to leave you to take care of that, Neil, while I get a snap and I wait for my R52 to reconnect to the server.
Indeed, 23rd and 24th is Boyd Bryson in the RSA car and Davidovich in the Demopo cars. They come along the back straight. They've got Pizza behind them, wanting to overtake both of them in one go. Yes, indeed, as Davidovich goes after Pizza and uses the inside line, uses slipstream to take the inside line. Davidovich is done very well to overtake Bryson round the outside of the Sunset Bend, which is an excellent move there by Davidovich. And the question is now, could Bryson gain on Davidovich to try and get that position back? Because of course that is for about 6th in class, if I remember correctly. So that is again a very important position. Just looking through, having a look at this Cirello, the gap between Cirello and McGowan seems to have stabilised a little bit. The gap between Parkin and McGowan seems to have stabilised a bit. So that's gone. So it seems like McGowan may have slightly let off the gas now, knowing that he's got a nice buffer to the car behind him, just trying to keep the gap rather than trying to accelerate ahead and possibly damaging the car. Looking through, Burke has now pulled away from Mazzetti quite a bit now. That's going to be about, Burke is now down Le Mans section, Mazzetti is just through Towers, so that's a good 10 seconds between the two of them now. Pizzo is within sight of Mazet. You can just see him in the distance. The question is, can he pull him in? That can't pull him in, as we have a yellow in the middle sector somewhere, I believe. I can't quite see, and that's gone green again. Anyway, just have a look. Willis is just behind Zhuzhovsky, but of course, Zhuzhovsky on a charge in the virus car after that disconnect earlier. Well, we say it's a disconnect, we don't know what it is. So Zhuzhovsky on a charge is now starting to overtake just P2 cars, and they are now now 15th overall. We've got Mike Bell just behind him in the Realist Racing car with Demirkan, and they're being he's got two blue flags at once on Demirkan and Azevedo. It's a very enviable position for him to be in. It's very difficult to try and be overtaken by two different classes of car at once. Just looking through the field, see if there's any close battles. Bryson and Davidovich is still within, and Bell seems to have had an incident with Azevedo. They were both off at Tower. Just going back to see what happened between the two of them. It appears Azevedo lagged backwards into Bell. Azevedo just had a massive lag backwards into Bell, it appears from my screen. And Bell had nowhere to go and just punted him hard in Tower. And as a result, Demirkan right behind him is gone. So it appears that Azevedo may have lag issues, connection issues. And that is terrible for the Realist Racing car. No luck at all again after... I know they had a 15-minute repair last time out in Atlanta after being taken off by a P2 car at the top of the S's. And then Craig Goulard having an incident with the engine at turn 1. So not the best of races last time out, and possibly bad luck this time out as well. And it appears that the Realist Racing car has slight suspension damage from that lagging car that was Azevedo. That's not gone very well for them at all. Of course, Azevedo is currently 13th overall in the gaming events P2 car. So that is terrible. McGowan has... And Shirello started to pull in McGowan again. Shirello's only 3.7 seconds behind McGowan. So perhaps Shirello's just faster at this point in the race. This could be it might just be faster at this point in the race, and that is something to keep an eye on, as we've been saying throughout the race so far. Kieran Parkin is trying to, in third place overall, trying to lap De Felipe's, and he's going to be able to do that on the front straight as we're about to go 3 wide, possibly 4 wide on the front straight. Bryson is squeezing Parkin, but of course Bryson and Davidovich are right beside each other, and they're trying to battle as well. It's a fantastic battle at the moment between the two of them. Davidovich seems to have kept the place at the moment over Bryson. He's managed to keep it in that little gaggle of cars and that lapping incident that there was just a couple of seconds ago, and he seems to have kept the same gap as he did before. Of course, De Felipe's, there was no blue flags for him because he's coming back from an incident beforehand in the 120 Scania endurance car. There's no blue flags for him. He was fighting for place, but obviously because he's a P2 car, he has passed them rather easily. And do my eyes to see me, Shirello very close to McGowan now. Is that lead gap came down? Indeed it has. McGowan must have had a mistake somewhere. McGowan's last lap was a 52.8 as opposed to Shirello's, which was, just having a look, was a 50.0. So Shirello taking 3 seconds out of McGowan on that last lap. That is extraordinary. McGowan must have had a little bit of a mistake on that last lap. But Shirello appears to have given the time back somewhere. Shirello's gone wide at turn 3 and had to take a trip across the grass into turn 4. That is a little bit of a mistake there from Shirello. It might have lost him a second or two. And that's allowed the gap to go back up to McGowan. So we're back to roughly where we were. We have Smarda coming out of the pits, and he's slotting back into 12th, just ahead of Azevedo, and just behind Rika in the BTB Series car. 12th overall, of course, for that RGPL car. The RGPL car has gotten 8th last time out, 8th at Montreal, I should say. Did very well with a podium finish, 2nd in the rain at Road Atlanta. Perhaps that rain allowed them to be faster, because of course the rain did play havoc with all of the P2 cars at Road Atlanta, and Smarda and his RGPL team managed to just keep it on the road. Looking back, it's just kind of a bit... there's nothing really now. There's no really battles brewing on track at the moment. It's just a little bit of relaxation, a little bit of a little bit slower after the hectic first 90 minutes that we've had here. But indeed, Brzozowski is still charging on. Is still putting solid laps in the 147, 148 range. They go around the outside of Bryson, coming into Tower, and he's got Davidovich next to have a lap, as we have Shirello second place in the pits. He is making a pit stop. Has he made his pit stop? He has indeed. So Shirello is in the pits. Indeed, Pizzo is in the pits as well. So you've got to see where Parkin is. Will Parkin be able to take second place momentarily while Shirello's in the pits? Parkin does indeed miss the pits. He is going straight on, and Shirello does appear to be still stationary. So Shirello is now down to 3rd. And as Shirello is in the pit lane, we do have Josh Anderson back.
Yes, we do. Welcome back, me, and yeah, just loading into the game now. So yeah, I assume that a lot has gone on since I've been away, Neil, because that generally tends to happen.
Indeed, of course, we've had Shirello pitting from 2nd place. We've had we've now got Nordgren pitting from 4th place at the moment as well. So starting to get through the second phase of stops for the P2 cars. We're about that's about 95 minutes in, which is what you would expect from a tank in these P2 cars.
Well, the fuel consumption's going as expected. That's good news for the teams, and especially with the Code 80s. That's better because they'll have used less fuel, so must be going to plan for them at least.
Indeed, and Borja Milan in the 1ACO cars moves up into 3rd with the 2 cars pitting, and that is indeed Shirello coming back out. So not a driver change yet for the Scorcher Corsa car. As we have Shane Burke coming in as well from 6th place in the SimHQ car.
Oh, Burke, yes.
And he has just went a lap down. Obviously, McGowan coming through the start-finish straight. So that is Burke pitting as well. Will they make a driver change in the SimTech car? Of course, they have 2 driver bans from last time out at Montreal. Last time out at Road Atlanta. So they don't have that many choices for drivers at the moment.
Yeah, slightly further down than they would like in terms of available drivers. So gonna have to do something special, you think, to either draft more in or make the most of what they have.
Indeed, and just something. Nordgren is still in the pits. He's dropped down from 4th as he was when he pit. He's now down into 10th after being passed. And there has been a change for that car. Per Ockfist is now in the SimHQ car. That's been a driver change for the SimHQ car. Dovsky's in the pits as well. He's making his next pit stop, trying to fight back up the pack after his disconnection earlier on.
It's going to be key for him to gain as many places as he possibly can here because of that aforementioned disconnection, and Team Virus themselves will need to make the most of said chances that are given to them, and good to see that he's fighting still up, obviously, because it's not an easy thing to do, but you know, we'll see how this goes for.
Indeed, it's very difficult, and they're down to 16th after being passed by Ben Willis. They're now 16th out of 20 prototypes, and it's very difficult. I'm not sure how much it's going to be difficult if they even get into the top 10 from this point. If I am brutally honest, I'm not sure they're even going to get top 10 from this race.
Yeah, and well, we'll see, but it's not going to be an easy job. If they are going to get a top 10, it's not going to be easy because of the past the likes of Per Rockfist, the Chick Lineneck, Ivan Chiarini, Zenedic Smarty, Ivan Rico, Tony Mella. You know, people are in the top 10. They've got to do that. Parking
Indeed.
slow. Parking is slow. Apparently, what's up with this? Oh yes, Parkin is Kieran Parkin is in 6th gear and coasting. Is he slowing down?
Has he run out of fuel again?
No, he's still got the engine going, but he's well slow. What is this about?
Is it absolute fuel saving? Has he misjudged his fuel numbers?
I don't know, but I'm gonna have to have a look at this. What is going on here? Yeah, this is not good for him, but yeah, he's put the throttle back on a bit. May just have misjudged the fuel, but he's slowed down. This is going to help Tirello, but Parkin and Milan behind. Here in Parkin, I assume this will be a pit stop. In fact,
Indeed,
it
he
is.
is coming in.
May just have misjudged the fuel a bit, but it's not a disaster.
Indeed, it's not, and Parkin won't like me saying, but he is also known for running out of fuel and not being able to calculate numbers as well. So
Perhaps it's just a trick of fate, going to put him back into 3rd.
Indeed, Wanako is now up into 2nd.
Yeah, Monaco going to 2nd. Milan takes the place there as well, Kieran Parkin in the pits. Nicky Jakovic now in the Team Virus car. Team Virus need business to have put Jakovic in. Arguably their best no driver and one of the quickest is Nicky, and I'm sure we'll see them go. But Kieran Parkin down into 4th now as Tirello indeed goes through. And now out again. He's revving the engine, and Parkin makes a move as McGowan in.
It doesn't. That is equal to a fuel stop, I believe, in this P2 car. Don't believe he changed tyres, otherwise it would have been a far longer pit stop for them. But it appears to be just fuel. He may have miscalculated the fuel numbers, and he falls just behind Mazzetti in 5th place overall.
May well have done, yes, and yeah, down he goes, and McGowan probably not going to lose the lead here, but Milan going to get closer.
Indeed, we just have to see, because it was a little bit of certainly Tirello and McGowan, there was a little bit of elasticity between the gap in the previous stint. It went from 2 seconds all the way up to 6, down to 4, and then stabilised kind of at 5. So we just got to see what the gap is between Tirello and McGowan when he comes out.
We're just going to have to see indeed what the gap is, and McGowan still there. Boy, Milan coming down the back straight. Ollie should leave soon, to be honest. Because Boyer is just coming into sunset now, and well, this could be a lead change if he doesn't get out soon.
Indeed, as Boria comes into sunset, does he come into the pits?
Oh no, it is going to be a lead change by the looks of it.
Milan will lead Wanako's first lap of the race. Well, he doesn't lap it now, he will do it next time round as McGowan is moving again in the pit lane and comes out of the pits.
There wasn't much in it anyway, but Ollie McGowan leaves now. Going to be a decent battle between him and Milan for the lead in this race. Tirello though, look at this. Look how close he is to McGowan within a couple of seconds.
Indeed, Tirello is just coming through. Tirello is very close between them, actually.
Oh, off! Has been a
Tirello has made another mistake at turn 3. He's done that a couple of times already today. He is obviously starting to get harder and harder to see in the dark, but he's already done that a couple of times.
Yeah, really needs to watch what he's doing unless he's going to win it or he's going to make a fatal mistake here, you think, Tirello. But he's chasing down McGowan. Now we have a real battle for second on.
Indeed, of course it is second, but it will turn into first, I believe, once Milan pits, because he has quite a while. Let's have a look at the last time Milan pitted. I would believe it's somewhere around the lap 30 mark is the last time that he pitted. He's still got a few laps to go, actually.
Yeah, well, perhaps so. This battle though is starting to brew between Tirello and McGowan. If Corrado can get through, it's going to put that Texas Squadron Corsi car in second. A very good showing from Texas Squadron Corsi this race, must be said.
Indeed. Indeed, it's been very interesting for them so far.
A very good showing indeed. Very impressive as Corrado chases down Ollie. Still down the Ullman Straight. I would expect that he will get through at some point if he keeps this pace up, but not through sunset perhaps. Or maybe through sunset, maybe not. No, I don't think he has the traction, but he's got a good exit. But so does McGowan.
Maybe he's snaking all over the track to try and break that draft, and Shirel looks like he's close enough for a look at turn 1, and he is just swinging to the inside, let him know he's there. He's got for a move, and he's passed. That is effective lead of the race to Texas Quadricorsa.
Wow, what a move in Tirello! If you're going to make a move on Ollie McGowan, do it in style, and what they have done, straight down the inside of turn 1, barrels through. Ollie McGowan helped us to stop it. Great move from them.
Indeed, a textbook move into turn 1. Of course, it's a little bit of cooperation because McGowan did indeed leave him enough room on the inside, and that is what has happened. And Shirello is now an effective lead, but of course, has Milan, has the one Aqua car, saved enough fuel to do one less stop? Because of course it appears that they stopped 5 laps later than last time. So are they on a fuel saving mode to try and be one stop less?
Yeah, could be.
You have Rika into the pits in the BTB ES car.
Yeah, and that's sorry, I'm too busy trying to enjoy my breadsticks and oil here that I completely forgot where you were going with that, Neil.
Rico is coming to the pits, and Jake Hall in the GNS car is also in the pits now. So we have 50 laps now here at a nice round number here at the VLMS at the 6 hours of Sebring.
Perhaps so, yeah, but we do have a nice round 50 indeed, and that is a certainty. We will do 100 laps in this race, therefore might even do 180 laps. But who knows? Who knows? We will see where this goes. And Ben Schmidt is back with us, the race director. He did have to go take care of something briefly for a minute or two, but he's back now. Nothing happened in that minute or two anyway, so it's all good.
It would have been quite enjoyable if all hell went down in the 2 minutes that he went away, then he just came back to absolute chaos and like 3 cars upside down in the middle of the hairpin.
Yep, so, yeah, there we go, and so, let's just keep an eye on proceedings then. I mean, Tirello McGowan is still a very close battle. This has not gone anywhere quickly, and they are battling each other for this place. For second place, effective late race lead if Milan really hasn't pitted recently.
Indeed, there's only about a second or so in between the two, so it's still very close between them.
Yeah, there's not much in it between these two. I would keep a beady eye on this battle because it's looking to be a very interesting one. There's a lot of battles in the LMSR. Well, look at this, McGowan starting to make a comeback on Tirello. Starting to mount a comeback.
Coming through this section of the track, coming up to the tower, you've got Matthias Ground halfway through, and you obviously can't pass him coming into tower, so you're going to have to pass him on the run down towards Bishops, and he has done that well. Coming into the Le Mans section, right, left, right, and of course Le Mans is such an important corner because it leads into the back straight, the fastest point of the circuit.
It does, yes, so crucial that it's gotten right, and looks like Corona Tirello starting to pull the gap out now. Unfortunately, McGowan not really close enough to mount attack anymore.
Indeed, it appears that Shirello has pulled away a bit, has managed to pull away from McGowan, and it could just be the fact that in the dark, in these conditions, the Squadron Course car is faster than the Speedy Mite one.
In fact, Milan in, so this will be automatic lead of the race for Tirello.
Indeed, the one Aqua car managed to, again, that's about 5 laps, isn't it? So it's about 5 laps off that Shirello is in the one Aqua car. That could be all important at the end of the race, because 5 laps in these P2 cars is somewhere in the region of 9 minutes. What if it comes down to those 9 minutes at the end of the race? We could see the one Aqua car taking the second consecutive victory.
We could, and it would be a great thing to see. Great show of dominance from them as Ollie McGowan still trying to chase down Tirello now for the lead, but the gap has increased to 2.0 seconds.
Indeed, and apparently Tirello is on softs and now McGowan is on mediums, so that's why Tirello is pulling away slightly. But that's an interesting tyre choice. Does that mean Tirello has to take tyres at the next stop? Does that mean McGowan can double stint them? This is going to be something very interesting as we come into the next segment of the race.
It's going to be very interesting indeed to see who goes where.
Just having a look down the field, is there any other battles? Mike Bell has fallen away slightly from the back of my back. There doesn't really appear to be anywhere at the moment. Again, it's sort of quieting down a little bit.
Yeah, it does this in VLMS races. Sometimes it just it's a bit quiet, and then there's not as much to talk about. But then again, there is always Mela versus Milan, maybe. Says sorry, Ben Smith, but yeah, this is the closest battle between Milan and Mela.
Indeed, they just went through Cunningham. They're coming up towards Tower, towards the end of the second sector of this lap. Mellor then taking the right-hander, and it's okay, but it's close at the moment. There's only about 8 tenths between the two at the moment. Between 7 and 8 tenths between the two at the moment. It could just be a slight mistake from Milan, and Mel will be right there behind him.
Yeah, and that is always something to be positive about. By the way, update for Young Team Virus, Nicky Jakovic up to 15th now and charging.
Indeed, Nicky Jakovic was in 15th when he took over the car, if I remember correctly. And as we have Mazzetti in the pits now, Mazzetti pitting from 3rd place, and Parkin is now past him. Zappi's Parkin is back up into 3rd place, it appears, from his very strange incident at the end of his stint. There appears to be no harm from it.
Yeah,
and indeed, Parkin is only 37 seconds behind the lead, so it appears that he's not actually lost any time to the lead either.
Well, that's good. Good if he's not lost any time, which is a good positive. But you're thinking, how close could he be had he not had that incident?
Indeed, that probably, I would just have to look through the lap times. When was his pit? I would say it would be about lap 49 he pitted. Which means on
look
lap...
at this! Nicky Jakovic is trying to overtake Sergio Azevedo, who's a lap ahead of him, he's trying to unlap himself effectively and go ahead to start the lap that he needs to gain back to get 13th. And he's gotten through his Jakovic, so the beginning perhaps of the comeback.
Indeed, Jakovic is one of our fastest drivers here in the VLMS, so if he's going to make a comeback, it's going to be him.
He could full well make a comeback, yeah, keep an eye on him.
Yeah, that must have been his... I'm just trying to see... Parkin, what happened? This is when he pitted. He lost about 15 seconds or so in the final sector from that strange incident that he had. So he could have been within 20 seconds of the lead at the moment, but instead he's now 37 behind.
We have a driver change. Andrea Crespi in the Handy Racing Team 124 now. He's gone into that car.
Indeed, 9th place overall for that Handy Racing Team car. 10th place now. That Handy car has finished 11th and 9th in the past 2 races. So in 10th place, this is where they've been over the past couple of races. So they're performing in expectations, I would say, at the moment. But of course, you always want to increase that position in order to be able to exceed your expectations.
Well, Gabriel Russos has actually gone through on them, so now they're down to 11th in all this. Andrea Crespi down into 11th now, but still roughly where they're expecting themselves to be, maybe. So, yeah, nice solid results. Can't already argue with it, but I tell you this, what could be argued with is how long Kieran Parkin is going to be in 3rd place for. Do you want to know why that is? Boy Milan is only 3 seconds behind.
It does appear that Kieran had to do the extra lap on fumes because the pit entry was blocked by a GT car on the lap that he wanted to come in. So that's what caused him. It was fuel. My inkling was correct. But it appears that it was a fuel problem, a mix between fuel and lapping problem for the Atlantic Motorsports P2.
And that's not going to help him, is it? Because that's going to lose him time, and that's time that's obviously been lost to Milan now.
Indeed, having a look, they are just coming out of Tower, coming down to Bishops, I believe. Parkin is, and he seems to have got a little bit of a gap between Milan. Yes, Milan has indeed dropped back 8 tenths or so in that last sector. He's got that GT car of Grouse, a little bit of a pick between the two of them at the moment.
Well, Milan not getting that corner right. Mella's gone through.
So Mella has indeed gone through. So this is a very close battle for the podium, for the last step on the podium at the moment.
Yeah, Parkin there coming around the sunset. Mella coming around the sunset now, and Milan now, so there's really not in it. Not much in it.
Indeed, there's only about 3. Oh, that Chris Graham in the slide right car. It's a massive moment coming out of sunset right ahead of
Mella in the pits, so that puts him out of it, but he's decided to take his stop now. Now it's Milan versus Parkin again. And now here's the
going
slide
back
right
to what it
car.
was before.
Yeah, gets through.
Indeed, that slide right car had a massive slide right in front of Parkin coming out of Sunset, and it was a very. I didn't know which way it was going to go, but unfortunately, Graham and the slide right car managed to catch it on the inside, so it didn't impede Parkin that much.
The slide right car had a slide right in front of Parkin, and well, put aside, Parkin is now probably going to want to increase the gap to Milan here as much as he can.
Indeed, Parkin has is now, that's about a 4-second gap between the two of them at the moment, so he's got a nice bit of a gap. Fernandez is right behind Milan after obviously being lapped by him, so that's helpful because all the traffic seems to be falling for Parkin in the correct places. It seems to be falling for Milan in the wrong places.
Yeah, it's not helping Boy at all this traffic, and he's going to have to do some work now to get back into that potential third. He is now 5 seconds down on Parkin, which is not going to help him at all. Tony Miller down in 8th now, still in the pits. Ivan Chirini might actually get out ahead in all this. That might put him 9th.
Indeed, Chirini is just coming through the front straight, so that is indeed as Mella pulls out of his pit. Oh no, he hasn't pulled out yet. Russell's got past as well, and Crespi has got past as well, so Mella is now down into 11th. Just trying to see where Fernandez is. Fernandez is just coming into Sunset Bend. It's just exited Sunset Bend, so you've got to see where Mella exits the pits.
Oh, hang on, I'm just looking at here. Where is David Yunt? Because where is David Yunt? Oh, apparently, oh yes, he's out of the car, that's why. He's just pokers. Yunus Raivio in that Neva car, now down in 30 seconds. Yeah, you're probably not very happy about the fact he made a mistake on his stint, but in all fairness, it happens to everyone.
Indeed, and Mel is down in 13th now. He's starting tumbling down the order due to this pit stop. It could be that he's changing tyres this pit stop. To Razlan in the Atlantic GT car just passing by him.
Yeah, not the best race for the EVA team, but Raivio in that car at the moment, hopefully to do as good a job as he can. Morgan Zoom has gotten into that Ghost car. That is why it took so long. There was a driver change and all that. So Morgan Zoom in the car now.
Indeed, and Milan seems to have gained a little bit of time back on Parkin for third place overall. It's no longer 5 seconds, it's now more to the order of 3 seconds.
Yeah, and I've just seen Radek Cirque has gotten out of his car, which will be the core team car. That's because Alice Plavo is in it, down in 28th. There's been a driver change there. I also see that Roberto De Felippis is in the pits. So, yeah, that might be a driver change for Sicania.
Indeed, the Zicania car is it's down there. Not exactly sure what caused it to be down there to begin with. Just having a look, did they have any penalties? Yes, they had 2 stop hold 60s and a stop hold 30, and they have a driver ban for this race. So Zicania did not have the best start to this race, and that is shown in their position at the moment.
Yeah, hopefully they can recover a bit from there. But at the moment, this McGowan-Chiarello battle, 4 seconds between the McGowan starting to make inroads. So the fight on again if he can maintain this. Park and Milan about 3 seconds between those. So a couple of really interesting battles going on at the front of this race.
Indeed, Petrovsky in the Dinopo car is still going on. I don't believe he is close to anyone at the moment. He's 7 seconds behind Pleva, which is the car in front of him. And in turn, Pleva is 46 seconds behind Mike Bell in the Realist Racing car. So Dinopo car is going well so far. They finished 16th and a DNF so far. So they're just wanting to get points from this race.
I think McGowan's just pulled out a bit more of a gap. He's gone from 3.2 to 3.1 in the second sector. Maybe Chiarello made a slight mistake, but McGowan is definitely there.
Indeed, just stalking him in the background. No doubt Chiarello can see McGowan's headlights behind him, just following him through the entire lap.
I don't think the gap is as big as it was. Well, I think it's in the 2 point something. It's 2.9 seconds.
2.9,
He's reining them in, you know. We have a battle for P9 as well. Ivan Chirini versus Gabriel Russell. Russell and Chirini both finding out. Crespi a bit further behind, but Gabriel. Oh, Ivan's not as good as the exit if he wants. He's being squeezed to the inside here, choosing to go to the outside. It's Gabriel versus Ivan. It's sunset, and Gabriel has the wide line and makes perfect advantage of it to take the place.
A fantastic move through turn 1 there by Russo, round the outside. Carini was held up by a little bit by Pleva. Pleva had a little bit of a squirrely moment coming out of sunset, and that just balked Carini a little bit, and that allowed Russo to get the run through.
Yep, great move from Gabriel. I don't know whether Ivan's going to be able to have a shot back in the near future, but McGowan has just taken another half second out of Chivello. The comeback is on from Speedy Mite.
Indeed, it's starting to get faster and faster. Just having a look through the last few laps. The last few laps from McGowan have been a 48-1 and a 49.4 2 laps ago, and a 48-1 last lap, compared to a, just having a look, compared to a 49.3 and a 49.3 the past 2 laps for Shirello. So certainly a not so hot lap from Shirello last time round.
Yeah, Andy McGowan is negotiating the traffic really well as well. That's going to help him out massively. And I can just see, looking at this, I'm going to try and estimate, see if it's gone up or down the time after the traffic. I think McGowan may have actually lost a couple of tenths there, in all honesty, to Shirello.
Now 2.2 between the two.
Yeah, I think with the amount of pace he's got, he should make it back. Even if he has lost a couple of tenths because of the traffic, I'm expecting this to go up this lap from 2.2. No, it's gone down to 1.9!
1.9, wow. And Milan is closing in on parking as well. There's only 1.6 between the two cars now, so that's another battle for third place. So we may have a battle for first and third going on at the same time.
McGowan is just making perfect dealing in this traffic at the moment. He's not losing any time, but Chris Graham there in the slide right car maybe posing a little bit of a problem. Might lose a couple of tenths therefore, but I don't expect it to be many. I mean, he proved me wrong last time, might prove me wrong again, and I'm just going to time it again. Yeah, I think the gap has gone up a considerable amount actually this time between McGowan and Chivello, to be honest. I think that first sector is not helped.
It does appear to have, it does appear just by eye to have gone up a
little
bit.
3.9! Wow, he's lost a lot of time in traffic
there. A horrific sector there from McGowan, but mainly due to traffic, as you say. Parking is getting balked by Davidovich in the GT car through turns 3, 4, 5. No way past for parking. This is allowing Milan to close in a little bit.
It is. It's going to allow a potential fight between Milan and Parkin. I think they're within a second of each other now, to be honest with you. They definitely look like within a second of each other. And this could be David Hart out, but it could also be via Milan. Milan trying to get through and gain a gap back. McGowan starting to reel this time. He's lost him, but he's going to do all the hard work all over again. Boyer and Kieran not far behind each other now. A second in it.
Indeed, it appears like from our screens, Campbell Wallace may well be coming in next for the Realish Racing car.
Yeah, that's looking likely that he will be. I know Campbell quite well. I'm sure he'll be looking forward to getting into that Reader's car and getting it to drive round, although not being in the dark conditions. Parkin and Milan are just getting closer and closer. There's now, I reckon, by eye, still a second in it, but I think Boyer might be onto something here.
Indeed, I'm just seeing what happened to the Mellow Motorsports car, caused it to perhaps come into the pits and retire. But it appears that nothing has really happened. It may have the damage from earlier on from that incident with Russo and I can't remember what the other P2 car is. It may appear to have just got too much for David Hart.
And it would be a shame if it had. They were running at the back almost after that incident, but still trying. And with that being the cause, not a DNF, I think he has just called it a day as David Hart. Unfortunately that that's happened. McGowan has actually dropped the 4.3 behind now, Chivello now.
Indeed, my pen of death will come out for the Mellow Motorsports car. Horrid season for them so far. Taking out 3 races in a row by P2 cars, none of them of their fault really. All innocent bystanders. Just if they had no bad luck, they'd have no luck at all.
Yeah, and yeah, it's not really good for Mello. That's 3 DNFs from 3 races now, is it? Or
it is indeed 3 DNFs from 3 races for the Mellow car. Sorry, they finished 13th at Montreal.
Oh right,
and
2
DNF'd last time out.
I'm looking at 23rd and 24th, Tyson and Ryan, battling it out here in GTs, and there's prototypes going through as well, but Bryson and Ryan both giving it a go here. Kevin Ryan! Oh, well, he got a bit of flying, hit Crespi, and then he's lost that, so it's over as soon as it started, honestly. This is the commentator's curse for you.
Indeed, and Parkin and Milan are getting very close together now. There's less than a second separating two of them now, only about 6 or 7
Oh yes, this is really close. I'd watch this if I were you. Boy, Milan right close to Kieran Parkin, who's been third for good portion in this race. Perhaps the third being typical of Kieran. Ain't going to be typical much longer if Boy Milan has anything to say about it. He wants one go back in the top 3, and he wants one go back in the top 3 right now.
Indeed, coming through Sunset at the end of the lap. Can Milan get a nice little run through here? It's very unlikely that he's going to be able to make a move into turn 1. I say that, but he's closed up quite a lot through Sunset. His best chance through this lap may well be at the hairpin as he turns left through the Super Turn 1. We've got a GT car coming out of the pits there. We've got a GT car after a driver change, I believe, for one of the cars. Anyway, nose to tail, Parkin and Milan as they got Graham in the slide right car. In the grass on the right hand side coming through there. And indeed, Milan, is he close enough for a lunge up the inside of Parkin coming into the hairpin? Just having a look coming under the bridge.
Yeah, the driver change was really Chuck Marty for Caspian Motorsports in the 23. That was the driver change. But this Milan Parkin battle really starting to heat up now between these two. One Maybach has apparently spun in the GTs, but Milan and Parkin, and that was just on the replay. But yeah, Milan and Parkin giving it a real good battle between the two. Look how close Boyer is now in between all this traffic. This could be seriously good battling going on here. Parkin struggling to get past his own teammate's GT car, I believe. Trying to get through. Oh yeah, Ruslan couldn't quite get through there. But I hope that it won't be as difficult for Boyer because we don't really want battles being impeded. Fernandez goes through. Fernandez has actually unlapped himself on Milan, so is Jakovic. It's not being made easy for Boyer Milan.
Indeed, no, just look, Maybach got on the power a little bit too early at Le Mans, then spun towards the inside. Didn't hit the inside. Didn't hit any walls, so that has been fine for that car. Just a little bit of a scary moment there for Maybach in the no limit car. But very close, of course, between all these cars now. So close, but of course, Milan has fallen back.
Yeah, now he's going to get past Fernandez and Jakovic, and this is going to be difficult. He's flashing these lights at Fernandez, and he knows he's going to get through, but Fernandez not really aiding this affair here. Milan's getting more and more annoyed by the fact that the blue flags are being waved in Fernandez's face, and he's not acting on them. I think Fernandez may think he's faster, but in this instance, maybe it's just best to let Boyer through.
Indeed,
and he goes through there, probably just wait for a safe opportunity.
McGowan's fallen back from Shirello. It's now 6.8 seconds. It's growing about 2 or 3 tenths a sector for Shirello. So maybe McGowan's tyres are starting to fall off a little bit because we know he was on mediums as opposed to Shirello on the softs. Perhaps McGowan's tyres has been double stinted them and it's getting towards the end of their life.
Well, speaking of double stint, and I've just been told that Boyer Milan is catching Kieran Parkin on triple stinted tyres. This is the third stint that they're doing on those mediums.
I do believe, if I remember correctly, that Atlantic Motorsport car is doing something similar at the moment. I believe they may be doing a triple stinting as well at the moment.
Wow. Talk about tyre conservation.
Indeed, these P2 cars are very, very light on their tyres. They don't really put much load through them as opposed to the GT cars who really need to swap tyres at every stop.
Yeah, and we'll see if this Milan Parkin battle gets any closer. I think it's probably looking at it, probably about a second or so when Jakovic is actually flashing his lights at Parkin, and he's the one trying to overtake and unlap himself.
That was very close. Jakovic with a look up the inside of Sunset Bend, but that isn't what you want to do. You don't want to get involved in the battle for the podium. Even though you feel you should be in the podium, you really should be interfering in this battle.
Yeah, Jakovic, I think, feels like he could get ahead, pass through Bell here. Jakovic is now going to try and go down the inside. Out breaks Parkin and through he goes with the slide on contact, I believe, between the two. And really, Jakovic through, but not without a bit of contact.
Indeed, Milan was being balked by Mike Bell in the Realish Racing car, perhaps a part of Realish Racing conspiracy between the two cars there. And Milan is now being unlapped by Fernandez. Not sure if Fernandez just had a look on the inside, but is not unlapping himself at this moment in time.
Yeah, I think about Jack, a bit strange that he decided to flash his lights to Parker of all people. Parker was ahead of him on track. I mean, technically, by the rules of the law, by the rules of the road, Parker had no obligation to move over for Jakovic because he's ahead. But
Indeed,
Nicky kind of forced it into happening. So fair play to him for getting through, but could have been done a bit cleaner.
Indeed, I believe for forcing another car off, that is a penalty that Slide Right got for doing on the Realish Racing car in the dying seconds of Montreal. I do believe that happened, if I remember correct.
Well, well, we'll see how this goes. But either way, Jakovic starting to move up the order. Still 2 laps down on the race leader, though. Let's not delude ourselves.
Indeed, it's very slow going for that. Very slow going for the Virus car at the moment. They've really not taken any positions. The last time they moved position was in lap 50, 12 laps ago. That was the last time they passed someone. And indeed, they have passed someone now. They're up into 14th place. Just past Jake Hall, I believe, or perhaps Ben Russell. But they're up into 14th now. But they're only gaining position possibly 1 every 12 laps or so.
Yeah, and yeah, I do believe we might actually have a guest in soon if he wants to. So that's a good thing to have along. But yeah, just keeping an eye. I think Ollie McGowan may have lost any chance of the lead now. He's dropping back further and further back. May have given up on this one. But Park and Milan is certainly not given up. It's right back to what it was before.
Indeed, very close between the two. There's only about a second between the two at the moment as they come to that split. It's 9 tenths, 8.5 tenths actually, between the two of them. This battle for the podium is still hotting up as you've got Fernandez just stalking Milan still.
He wants through as well, doesn't he? Although he's not taking the Jakovic route, he's perhaps waiting his time.
Indeed, just waiting his time and not perhaps seeing what happened with Jakovic and Park and deciding not to take that route.
Well, we'll see how Fernandez reacts in all this, although the main battle is Milan v Parkin, and I think maybe Jorg is thinking just stay behind until this is passed over, then go for it.
Indeed, but it appears that Fernandez is possibly approximately the same pace as Milan and Parkin actually. It doesn't appear that he's all over the rear wing of Milan at all.
Yeah, so, you know, that might play into it, but Kieran and Boyer are just trying to have a go at each other at the moment, not really worried about Jorg. But
they come across the start-finish line. The gap between the two of them was only half a second as they came across the start-finish line.
Yeah, it's all about waiting to gain the time the most, and Boyer is really gaining it in these, well, slowing down sections. Look at that, that's it, there's only a couple of tenths now. Look at this is probably close, but they come upon GTs. Ramada in the Ramada Motorsport car. And then I think that's Maybach or the No Limit car as well.
Indeed, going round the outside of the two of them coming down to the hairpin, they both managed to overtake both of them coming to the hairpin, as I believe we now have a guest, Josh.
We do. Hello to David Yunt.
Hello, guys.
Oh, well, hello to you, David. I think your microphone's actually clipping a little bit, so you might want to turn that down a couple of decibels. But great to have you with us either way, David. Of course, you drive for the Evo Racing by Basilia team, currently stuck down in 31st place with Eunice Rivio at the wheel, but definitely showing a lot of promise during that stint.
You mean Evo Racing? It sounds a bit strange to call it like that, but
Oh, well, just one of them. Yeah, whatever. It's part of it. I should know I'm part of the team, supposedly.
Yes, you still are.
Oh, thanks, I haven't been fired. That's good.
Oh, well, anyway, I was a bit upset about not getting top 10 in qualifying with like 14 thousandths out. And then, well, the race start was great, and in the end we managed to get up to like 7th, and I was trying to hang on with Norgren since the top 5 were like out of the picture. for me. But then I did what I was kind of worried about. I turned in too early for turn 1, as I had done early in the race, but got away with it. Then I tapped it, lost my nose, and also tapped the other side and had a blown tire. So we got like 854 seconds of damage repair, which like Chris Williamson told me about, like, whoa, that's nearly a quarter of an hour. Nice. And I was so devastated because I was just trying to get top 10 like always, and then easily thrown away, and I'm feeling so shit for Eunice and Osvaldo who joined us new to the team. So yeah, I'm really sorry.
Well, ultimately I guess it's about finishing the race now, and I'm sure that you'll come back for the next race stronger still. I'm looking forward to the 12-hour race as well. I suppose you'll probably need me to drive the car for that instead of just being the team mascot. But I guess looking forward to the longer races as well. It's going to be crucial to have as many people and just finishing the race there.
Yes, exactly. I mean, most I think races are 4 hours and so on, but we've got Osvaldo's a really fast guy. I mean, we're all quite okay-ish, I would say. So I'm hoping for another good chance at Imola there, and then probably looking forward to Le Mans 12 hours. Maybe we can get some better luck there. And yeah, Josh, be careful. We're gonna paint you as mascot on the front of the car.
Oh well, I'm very sure that'll look very pretty on the front of the car. Then, any questions from you, Neil?
Indeed, going through, is your strategy seems on course? Are you going to have to do perhaps a splash and dash at the end of the race? Do you know that yet?
We're actually mostly about like going 40 minutes, which would be going in and out of car for the drive. Would probably be right at the end of the race, but after the getting the penalty and of course having to stop for 60 seconds, I also decided to fill up the car. So we got like 15 liters back in the car, and that means when we're like coming back in P7 at that stage, we would have probably gone longer than at least the car ahead of us. So we could have, with less fuel, tried to pass and get like P6, but I'm not sure what the strategy behind this was. But at least from that kind of point of view, we would have been like top 6 at that stage, and then we could have seen if we needed a splash and dash later at the end of the race. But we weren't looking that much at the end of the race, so that's just now I can speculate how our strategy would have worked out. But yeah, too bad.
Well, on this Boyer Milan Kieran Parkin battle, still raging on for P3 here, and Parkin and Milan chasing each other down here, still very close to each other, and interesting looking battle that we have between these two at the moment. David, you might know a thing or two about battles. In an LMP2, what's the mentality you need to have when you close in on somebody? Like, how close do you need to be to go for an overtake?
You mean P2 on P2 or on a cheeky car?
Yeah, P2 on P2. How close do you really need to be, realistically?
I would say really close. Sebring is very difficult if you want to pass somebody, because in most of the turns they are following in a kind of sequence where you really need to be like very obvious trying to get alongside them. But
Parkin's in the pits.
Parkin in.
Just came in.
Yes, Parkin in.
Well, that's one thing. I mean, you need to be really close on the back, and at one stage I was, for example, close at Norgren, but not really in the way. Even with like half a second, I didn't feel like that's a good idea to then try to get a pass on. So I was sitting there, then lost again 2 seconds. I was back from him again from the battle. So I would say it also depends where you catch somebody. So if you get like a draft on when somebody is getting a slow exit, you can then make a move to the inside. But it's more obvious spots on the back straight if you're well alongside into the last sunset bend, I think. But otherwise, I would say it's really tough. You should really be very close, like 3/10 probably, or even as close as you can, because I'm not gonna advertise it for like, oh, go for the dive bomb, because that's what I really don't like, and what people shouldn't do.
Oh, Girello has crashed. Yes, I heard something about that. But yeah, Girello was at a crash, no front bumper, no rear bumper, and no front right wheel. I'm honestly surprised there's been no code 80 called yet. but Ben Schmidt might have just been a bit preoccupied. Shirello was pulled off the track, in fact, just there getting cars on. I mean, this has to be a code 80. There's just absolute damage on that car there between these two. And apparently team...
Oh, Jesus Christ, that's a massive accident.
Apparently he called one, but nobody heard him.
Whoa, someone lagged into him. Lutty lagged into him.
Apparently, Ben Schmidt called the code 80, but he wasn't heard by everyone else. Shirello is still quite away from the bar. I think he might just have to do it. Something's got to happen here because Ben Schmidt is trying to call the code 80.
Code 80 in 10 seconds.
And here we go. Here is the code 80. Finally from Ben Schmidt getting through there.
3, 2, 1. Code 80 in fourth.
And Shirello hasn't heard it. He's slowing down now, but he crashed and he was speeding right until the end of the 80, and now he's in.
It appears that Lutty, I'm not exactly sure what car he's in, he lagged backwards, came into Shirello, like physically inside Shirello, then Shirello has landed on top of Vermuska. That's the most extraordinary accident.
Wow, that is a mental incident. Yeah, I mean, where is Lutty in all this? Because I can't see.
Lutty is in 35th place overall. That's the Black Hawk car. So the Black Hawk car lagged back into Shirello. Then Shirello went airborne at the tires at the bridge under Big Bend. Then landed on top of. I'm just trying to see what car he landed on top of, because it was Verduska in the RGPL car, in the RGPL GT car.
Yeah, I'm still trying to find out. Was it Lutty who? Thomas Lutty, and yeah, he's got no front bumper either. So perhaps it's I'm crabbing massively. So it's a good thing that the code 80 was called, because it wasn't just for Shirello, it's for Lutty, who has got insane damage on that car.
Indeed, it was another lagging incident, just like happened to. Oh, I can't remember who it happened to earlier, but it's another lagging incident. Nothing at all Shirello could have done there.
Yeah, as Thomas Lutty gets into the pits now as well. Shirello was obviously in the pits already. Thomas Lutty gets into the pits and looking at the rest of the cars now. I mean, this is probably going to help Rival.
Indeed, and we've got Nico Barkley is now in the car. Nico Barkley is now in the One Aqua car. That's been a driver change. So Borja Milan has got out of the car, and now Barkley is in it.
Yeah, this is going to be crucial for McGowan, though, taking the lead in all this. Just looking to see, I think...
McGowan has come into the pits. He's at the pit lane. It's perfectly timed code 80 for McGowan.
You guys will come back to green in 10 seconds.
Except no longer, because it's ending. So he might have just pitted it aside. He won't gain much from this.
3, 2, 1, green.
Resuming the race then, McGowan and Barkley's time to get the best out of this, you'd think. Nico Barkley in the One Aqua got 1 minute 10 seconds to gain, and he's got the chance to do it now. And also, I've just seen I spy Ali Ferry in an Atlantic Motorsport prototype. She's gotten in the car, and there's been a driver change there.
Indeed, Parkins came out of the car after his wonderful stint. That's about an hour. Well, that's about 2 hours 20 he's driven in the car. So that's an awesome stint there from Parkins, allowed Ferry to get into the car now.
Oh, and Russo spun at the green flag apparently on the replay. He tipped it on the replay, and that wasn't very good from Gabriel. Yes, he went straight into the barrier and lost his front. That's why.
Oh, that's gone terribly wrong for the RSA car. After being involved in that incident earlier with Norgren and with Hart, he's now lost in this front end.
Well, I'd like to say hello to Kieran Parkin and all this. Apologies for neglecting you in the booth there, Kieran. Great to have you with us. You've just gotten out of the Atlantic Motorsports car in the 132. Ali Ferry currently piloting that, and 4th place is not bad.
It's all right. Before I say, I literally just clicked on the waiting booth, so you haven't been neglecting me. Don't worry.
Oh, okay.
I was in there for all of about 4 seconds. So good job. Well observed. Yeah, 4th. That's going okay. I had a little issue earlier in my stint. I missed the pit entry going around the outside of a GT in Sunset and had to crawl for a lap, so that kind of...
Oh, that's why?
Yeah. I managed to get it back though, which is the important thing.
Wow.
But we were on for second place at that point in the race, because we were going to double stint that set.
Well, either way, Ali Ferry not too far behind Per Rockfist at the moment, or she was about 6 seconds at the Cordania, I believe, and now the gap isn't too much. I think she's about 7 seconds down.
7 seconds down.
7 seconds. So if Rockfist makes a mistake, he could be back on for third.
Yeah, they came into the pits after us, so I don't really know how they jumped us, but I don't know, faster stop maybe, who knows.
Could have been.
They might have fueled less, they might have had more fuel than we did when we stopped. Because I pitted slightly earlier than planned, anticipating a code 80 for an absolutely massive accident, but it just never came.
And then it did, because there was a massive accident.
Left the pit lane, which is just typical.
Typical luck. Any questions from you, Neil?
Obviously, driving from the daylight starting into the nighttime now, how do you adapt with the change in lighting conditions?
Not too bad. The session we did last night, we were in the server long enough for the transition to take place, so I was pretty ready for it. Plus, having done the VEC 6 hours of Suzuka last weekend, that had a similar transition, so I knew exactly what to expect. Didn't really trouble me too much.
I should add, Chirello has retired. Not just in the pits, they are out. They are out of the race now. Texas Squadron Core 6 is that accident. Good night to them.
Rip in dead. Never mind.
Get the pen of death out, Neil. We'll get another one.
Indeed, the first P2 pen of death for today.
The pen of death.
Pen of death.
Well, I'll tell you who else.
And then yet another person.
Yes, I know. We're going to Ben Willis with her.
Hello.
So the guest room getting pretty full now. Ben, great to have you with her here, driving for drag racing, of course. There were a couple of moments, I think, during this race, but at the moment, Ben Russell in that car, P13, not terrible, especially if you consider starting at 19.
Yeah, it could be worse. So we came into this knowing we had no pace at all around here. We're trying something different compared to most of the other prototypes, trying a bit more wing, seeing how that does for us. Then it was an alright start. Tried to serve our penalty as quickly as possible. That gave us a lot of clean air, and then got up to 6, and unfortunately had trying to pass the GT, and he sort of cut across my nose and spun us round. So it was doing a lot of the work again. Hand it over to Ben. He's the first racer us here at Drake. I know him from DR over in VC. So he's doing well, just keeping it on the track and just trying to push through.
That's just got to be the strategy sometimes, and Heat 13's not bad, on the same lap as Nicky Jakovic is in 12th and climbing. So yeah, strategy for me will just be that, but some good, solid result in this race at least. Oh, well, Ben has actually just gone off, unbelievably. But we've got a battle on from 12th and 14th, Zoom versus, from Jakovic, yeah. Apparently there is a battle somewhere where Ben is, so he's battling Morgan Zoom, who went off, and this could be a battle on from Russell and Zoom here, so got to keep an eye on this. But what's your strategy, you think, going to be for the later part of this season, when we have the longer races coming along, like 12 hours of Le Mans?
It's hard to tell without, we don't know how much fuel we're going to need for stints and stuff like that. I think having Ben on board, we now have 4 drivers. We've got Greg and Roy. Greg couldn't race today, but that's why we got Ben in. But having those 4 drivers just gives us a bit more flexibility, really, about how we sort of organise driver stints and stuff. So, I think we'll just take each race as it comes. At the end of the day, we're here for fun, really. We know we're not going to be competing at the front and going for every race win. We just sort of turn up and just have some fun and do our best.
Well, we've got 2 battles going on. We've got Russell Zoom, but we've also got a battle going on between Nicky Jakovic and Jason Holden-Jones in the SimRacing South Africa Pro TA car. Jakovic, Holden-Jones, an interesting further up battle, but as well as this, Russell Zoom also going on. I think Jakovic actually got a little bit undone there. Neil, if you could keep an eye on Morgan Zoom, I'll keep an eye on Nicky Jakovic.
Milniak is right behind Crespi as well for 5th overall.
Yep, and look at this, Jakovic now really putting the hammer down on Holden Jones here. going to the inside. He's flashing these lights on him. That's not what you do, Nicky. He's not going to move over that easily. This is for position. But it appears that he has done, strangely, so maybe it worked.
Indeed, a little bit of psychological warfare from the virus car. Something, flashing your lights is something that we've seen quite a lot today, isn't it?
It's a bit unnecessary, to be honest. I think flashing your lights if you're on the same lap.
Oh well, we've got a big battle going on here. Sorry to interrupt. 5th, 6th, and 7th, Crespi, Fernandez, Linek, all battling each other.
Indeed, very close. They're coming up towards Tower, and Milniak is in the very enviable position of having to attack and defend at the same time. It's a very difficult position to be in, and you're never quite sure what to do. Crespi, of course, is leading this train, but as they come down into the section with Le Mans along the Allman Straight, could we see a move at Sunset?
Potentially, and well, no light flashing going on here between Linek and Crespi, luckily. I mean, personally, from my point of view, unless you're trying to get through on a lap, you shouldn't do it. But I don't think there's anything in the rules to state that you can't do it when you're trying to pass people. But obviously, I may not have looked at that, but still. Oh, here goes Linek through Sunset! Tries to get it done, and he's pushing the limits of that grip on that car there. Maciej Majek, I don't even know how to pronounce his first name anymore. But Crespi versus Linek. I've just remembered actually, it's Machi. So Machi trying to go around the outside. Is he going to make it work this time versus Andrea? Yes, he is. Machi and Linek into, and look, Fernandez going through as well. This is bonkers, this battle.
And there's a car on the inside there. There's a car span off on the inside of turn 3 there. I'll just go back and see who it was.
Oh, I think it was Ilaria Finn. It was Ilaria Finn.
Yeah, it was Finn, yep.
Well, that is Ilaria Finn round, but Fernandez got through past, I think Crespi's gone back through. This is a brilliant battle from 5th to 7th.
Indeed, 3 cars, no steal. This is what we want to see, and of course Crespi is now the man in the middle trying to decide what he wants to do. Of course, he wants to get back ahead of Milniak, so he has to do the defense and attack as well, but Fernandez is just there trying to pick up pieces if anything goes wrong, but it seems that Milniak has pulled away slightly from Crespi.
Yep, indeed, Fernandez right behind them, staring at Crespi, who's the man in the middle, hoping he's going to change his speed in 6th this way so that Fernandez can be in 6th. And if that wasn't enough of a blooming Michael Jackson reference for you, I don't know what is. But either way, Jorge Fernandez really chasing down here, trying to make a smooth move on Crespi.
It doesn't help that they've got McGowan right behind them as well, wanting to lap them all.
Yep, right behind them is indeed McGowan coming up to lap the lot of them. Got to be very careful how to proceed.
Wide at Sunset.
Got to be careful how to proceed here. Fernandez trying to catch up on Crespi. Crespi not made it easy. Fernandez in the pits. Tries now. Guesses now is the best time with McGowan behind them. But Crespi's going to keep going on Linek.
Indeed, he has to do whatever you just said. As Crespi is, I'd say, somewhere about a region of a second or so behind Milniak now. So he's following back a little bit. Perhaps the car in 5th place, the SimTech car, has the pace advantage at this moment.
Perhaps Maciej Linek does have the advantage here, but Crespi in that other car is really chasing, and I don't expect him to give up this fight easily, Crespi. Not from 6th place for Handy Racing Team. Buggers behind 7th, doing a great job for Team RGPL, don't forget. Ali Farry having a solid 4th place for as well, which will please you, Kieran.
Indeed.
And of course we've got Ben Russell in 14th, still chasing down Morgan Soom. One that Ben Willis has got a bit of an interest in, but still that's a battle going on, and Fernandez, as we said, pitted. Celso Gomez starting to close time in, but I don't think close enough to do anything yet, on Fernandez at least.
Indeed, Crespi had a little bit of an interesting moment with Bachmann in the GT car. It seemed a little bit close when Crespi pulled in front of Bachmann, but no fellas, Milniak is flashing his lights at the GT car. I believe it's a GT car in front of him. I can't quite see which one it is, but is obviously trying to get his notice there. It's actually Gomez in the P2, and he's went off and he's came back on at a horrific position for Milniak, and he's had to take avoiding action.
Okay, we come to code 80.
Code 80!
Seconds,
What's
no
this move?
overtaking.
Well, I'm going to look through it. Oh, it's a Luti again! Yes, Thomas Luti has had another incident!
5, 4,
No front end to that car. It's going to take some time to repair.
1. Code 18 4.
Code 80 and force, and well,
Where's he done
Luti,
that?
yep, that's suspension, serious suspension damage. Not just
That-
suspension damage, it's serious suspension damage.
He's hit the bridge at Big Bend.
How
He's
has
hit
he
the
done
bridge
that?
He's hit the bridge coming down to the hairpin.
Well, let me have a look at this. Yeah, Thomas Luti had a bit of a do there. Went round.
He's went off in a straight. He's put two wheels on the grass in a straight, lost control, and hit the supports to the bridge.
Wow, that is a rare mistake. I've never seen that happen. Wow, okay, that is rare. In fact, on the stream now, the replay, you'll probably see. Oh, well, I'm seeing on the stream now where it happened, but yeah, you will probably already seen that a while ago. That's what happened to Thomas Luti there. But yeah, he
It was
just
like a
lost
lapse
it
of
in the
concentration. He's put two wheels off in the straight, lost control, and hit the supports to the bridge.
That is that's a rare mistake. Don't know what. I'm clueless.
I wonder if he had some lag or something. And
Well,
he's-
he lagged into the car
Well,
before. His peak
yeah,
is 205 in all fairness, so
that'll be why then.
might
Yeah,
need to
Lucy
come in and do
was-
something about that. And Benjamin
Lucy
is
was the
resurrected.
one that lagged into Shirello, which caused Shirello to retire from second in the race.
Well, Benjamin as race director and someone who drives for Black Hawk Racing might be able to do something about this. Maybe get Thomas into the pits. But yeah, I hope that something can be done about this.
Indeed, it appears that that car's possibly not the safest at this moment in time.
Perhaps not, but still, unfortunate incident for Luti. Things like that can happen. This is why it's racing. Things like this can happen.
Indeed, and that's one of the perils of online racing as well.
Yeah, I mean, we have our own little sets of things that happen that don't happen in real life. I mean, disconnections.
Indeed, and where is Luty on the track? He's about to come into Le Mans, so he's still got to do the entirety of the back straight and Sunset Bend before he gets into the pits. So it appears this Code 80 will be on for a little longer, and of course, the longer the Code 80s go for, the less distance these cars have to cover in this race. So it may be a godsend to some of these cars.
Bert Smith saying Thomas Luty do a driver swap this lap. Not like he wouldn't know anyway because he's part of Black Hawk Racing.
Got Barclay in the pits as well in the one Acco car from second place, and he's just came out the pits.
Yeah, so yeah, that it's happened in Barclay out. Luty will surely be coming into the pits and doing a driver swap. I don't know whether any Black Hawk drivers will be able to drive the car though. That's the thing. But I mean, you're right. Yep, Luty still there, but his ping is going up. And Ben Willis leaves us to go join his own team channel, as one may expect during a time like this. Ben Russell is, yeah, I think Luty must be going slightly slower to allow people to go through here. But yeah, he will come in here, and I think we've lost Kieran Parkin as well. Has gone back to the one down as well. David Young's still with her though, which is good news. And Thomas Luty slowing down, potentially to buy time for a Black Hawk car driver to get there, but not really a sensible thing to do during a Code 80. He's extending it longer than it needs to be.
He's essentially stopped in the middle. He's stopped in the middle of Sunset Bend.
Well, we've seen people do this before, stop in the pit lane or before the pit lane while drivers get to the car, but not in the middle of the track in a Code 80.
Of course not. That's just.
And then he stopped again.
He stopped in the middle. That's.
I
That
get that
is
you need
not
to wait for a driver, but do it in the pit lane, please.
Indeed, do it in the middle of the track. I mean, you've got all that damage to repair as well. You might as well do that while you're waiting for the new driver.
This is just a bit silly from Thomas. Come on, get a move on, man. You're extending the Code 80 for longer than it has to be.
If it's damaged somewhere along the lines of what David had before, it's going to be, what, a quarter of an hour? He's still got 15 minutes to get another Black Hawk car, a Black Hawk's driver in there. There's no need
Well,
for him
he
to be
has to come
stopping
in the
there.
Car
pits.
number 106, please move into the pit lane, don't hold on the track.
Yep, and Bert Smith now telling Luty to get a move on. Thank goodness for that. Just holding it up longer than it needs to be honest, as well. He's now going to move into the pit lane as Luty.
Oh, he's hit the wall on the inside of Sunset Bend at about 30 kilometers
Well,
an
he
hour.
needs to get into the pit lane or stop in the pit lane, really, to be honest with you. To get this Code 80 out of the way, it's going to hurt them more, but it's the rules of the road. In fact, he is back in the pits now.
He is.
Guys, come back to green in 10 seconds.
Back to green, finally.
3, 2, 1, green flag.
We have a green flag back, and I'd love to welcome into the broadcast booth at this very point none other than Black Hawk Racing driver. We go from one Black Hawk topic to another Black Hawk driver, Alex Browningham.
Hey guys.
Great to have you with us, Alex. Of course, your Black Hawk Racing car team number 181 leading affairs in DTs at the moment with Harold Bachman at the wheel. And, well, must have been the dizzy heights of 6th place for you earlier in this race with all the penalties that were being doled out.
Yeah, hopefully everything went fine because Harold has a lot of issues with frames, so he's struggling nearly 2 or 3 seconds per lap slower, so hopefully it will work.
Yeah, I mean, your car at the moment is still leading that GT class by quite a way, it must be said, over the next GT, so you've got quite a hefty lead over the Caspian Motorsport car in P2. But of course, I mean, with less than a lap in it, you can never really relax, can you? Because until you've got a lap over another team, you know, there's always the chance they could get you in the pits.
That's right. And endurance, you know, some mistake, a crash, and everything is gone. So we are still fighting for the win, but well, let's see. But yeah, I'm happy about my stint. I love Sebring, so it was fun to drive.
Yeah, and well, that's what it's about in the end, enjoying yourself, because if you can't enjoy it, I've always held if you can't enjoy yourself, you can't really succeed. So as long as you're enjoying yourself, that's the first step to success. And I'm sure that Black Hawk Racing enjoying this current GT lead that they have. Been quite a good season for Black Hawk, actually. A third in the standings coming into this race, set to take 25 class points. That's going to put you on, all things going well, you're going to be on 57 points out of this race. And with Romana Motorsport quite further down and No Limits, well, could be a potential lead in the championship.
Yeah, but still a long way to go. For this point now, it's right, but well, we have to wait till the finish, and then let's see.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, taking it as it comes and waiting until the end. And of course, it would be the dream though to win the championship at LNGT, because that gets you an invite into the 24 Hours of Le Mans with the actual VEC, and you've got cars in the VEC, so get another one in.
Yeah, would be nice. As you maybe know, I already drive at the VC room too. But
Yeah.
to have 3 cars in this room would be nice.
Yeah, I know. I've watched you drive and commentated on Jump before, and well, some very good results coming out of that Black Hawk car. So to have 3 cars in the team would be a very big achievement. And well, I'm sure it's achievable if you can get the championship win. But of course, as you rightfully say, all about getting to the end first. Any questions from you, Neil?
Indeed, you're the first GT driver that we've had in here, so how have the P2s been treating you so far this race?
Honestly, not bad. I did not drop the first 2 rounds of the WLMS, and yeah, the track is longer. It's not so narrow, and the LMP cars are quite good, quite fair. Nothing to worry about.
Yeah, it has always been the case that GT cars are a bit more welcoming to the less experienced drivers at VEC and SimRacing.Club. So it's a good place to start, but even you can get some seriously talented drivers in competition in the GT class, with people who might not just be as good as or want to drive the prototype. But it just goes to show, really, I mean, you can find people wind up and all sorts of cars, and perhaps for you, being a GT driver, you know, you're doing a very good job of it. Have you ever considered driving an LMP2?
Honestly, I'm a GT guy.
Yeah, I know, I understand. I'm a GT guy as well.
Yeah, but well, don't know. Never say no. So maybe next season.
Maybe. I mean, sometimes it's interesting to push your boundaries, but happy in a GT, then you know you don't have to move from that if you're happy where you are. And yeah, a very down-to-earth and sensible approach to things, to stick to what you know you're good at.
Yeah, especially when you consider that I have some teammates and they have also moved to P2, and yeah, for example David, who is also here. Hello David.
Hi.
Alright. But well, yeah, LMP2 is nice. LMP1 would be nicer, but let's see. GT is still nice, and yeah, a lot of fun.
Yeah, and again, that's what it's all about, enjoying yourself ultimately, isn't it?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, well, speaking of which, David, have you got any questions for Alex Browningham, since you've had a nice little exchange there?
Well, how's been your race
Come
so
on.
far? I saw your great nearly pole up. So was it a bit disheartening to see you lose the pole by like 9 thousandths of a second?
Yeah, sometimes, but I think it was a nice battle with Kevin. It was a nice quali battle, and yeah, well, he deserved the 9,000 of a second, and yeah. A little
Ah.
bit frustrated to be on P5, and yeah, if it's a small gap, but P2 is still okay.
Yeah, right. It was nice to watch and see like the first few people. I was so quick, much so far ahead of the guys in class and qualifying. But in the end, qualifying is just one part of an endurance race, and you mostly just focus on the rest of the race, of course. So everything after the race was also going well for you when I saw correctly, because I saw you lead and the Michan or someone was in second, and you had quite of a gap, I think, right?
Yeah, honestly, we have a little bit luck because a lot of GTs had penalties, so we had nothing. But I could build a gap, and yeah, let's see. It will be hard for Harald to finish this, but yeah. Long race.
Yeah,
Till
there's
3 hours and some minutes, I think.
yeah, there's still a lot of time to go. I think we're only coming about halfway soon, so still a good 3 hours left.
It's like Murray Walker saying everything can happen, and it usually does. Not just in Formula 1.
But in endurance racing as well, evidently.
Yep.
Remember, David, last year, VC Sebring.
No, please go.
Well, we all remember certain things sometimes, and well, last year had a lot of good. There was a lot of highlights from last year. I mean, the Free Sport Poland overtake was just one of them, but there's a lot of good things that happened last year in Big EC.
Well, we already spoke about this, and I don't think that Harty wants to hear it again.
No.
Yeah, well, perhaps best not. Then, thank you very much for joining us, Alex Bradicom. It's been an absolute pleasure having you in the booth with us.
Yeah, thanks for having me here, and yeah, big comments for you, Josh. It's great to hear you commentating.
Oh, well, it's lovely to be here. Thank you very much, Alex.
So, see you later. Bye.
Yeah, and Alex Bradicom then, thank you very much for joining us. And wasn't that just a lovely interview?
Indeed, it was. Lovely interview.
I know, he's so nice, Alex. Yeah, well, indeed.
Look on track now, we've got Djakovic right in the back of Holden Jones for 11th place overall, and of course 11th place in P2 as Djakovic continues his run. Virus continue the run, and it appears that the move may already be done. No, they're nose to tail coming on the Almond Straight. Will Djakovic have a look into Sunset Bend? Not yet, no. Not a door open to Sunset Bend. Holden Jones managed to cover the inside very
Holden
well
Jones
there.
wide. Now Djakovic is going to ride Lord. Oh, what's he thinking? Going around the inside, and then there was loads more space to the outside. But Djakovic somehow makes it right down the inside with barely no room left. Well, flashing lights or no flashing lights, you got to commend his bravery on that one.
Indeed, he almost forced Holden Jones' hands there because, of course, if Holden Jones didn't give him room, it would have put them both in the wall. So, of course, it gave him a little bit of room just to make sure that pass could be done successfully.
I tell you this, I would not have made that move. Well, I'd like to see that again if it were just me, to be honest, because that was so close to disaster it wasn't even funny. Djakovic, on the outside of Sunset, comes down, you choose the inside, millimetres away from the inside wall, and Holden Jones forced to yield. Wow! I mean, I would not have picked that route. It takes a special kind of talented to do that. Say what you like about Nicky Djakovic, but it takes something special to pull that off.
Indeed, it was very, very brave move. Let's just say that.
Wow, that is, wow. I'm stunned. That was a big battle. We got Linehead versus Ferry as well for P5 ahead, but well, that move by Nicky Djakovic, that is bravery right there. I mean, it's not the route I would pick. I would have gone for a much safer one myself, but if you can go for it.
Fine. No, it's fine. It's just went away. Fine.
I mean, if you can go for it, then as long as it's not reckless, go for it. I mean, Nicky must have saw it moving. It was a clever play indeed. Perhaps not the most ethical, but it got the job done. It was pretty stunning.
Indeed. Indeed, it's certainly, as Milnieks went over the inside
Oh,
of the
right
curb to
there,
Cunningham
yeah.
and has allowed
Through goes
Ferry to
Ferry.
get through.
Ferry into fourth.
Milniek appeared to just turn in far too early for Cunningham, bounced over the curbs, and that's allowed Ferry through.
Wow. Wow, that is... Yeah, Ferry through. Mlynek now has the chasing to do. I'm actually hoping he can get through. Because Ali is a very talented driver in that prototype. Got a bit of a challenge on.
Indeed, a very difficult challenge. These two cars seem to be about the same pace at the moment.
Oh, well, here comes Matchy now. Think he's going to use the open straight. He's going to have the draft on Ali now. And she's got a bit of a problem in the form of Matchy Mlynek. He's all over the back of Ferry now, really trying. But again, it's not enough. The open straight is not proving enough.
Indeed, it appeared that Ferry managed to block the inside there, so there wasn't any room for Milniek, but he's had a fantastic run up Sunset Bend. Can he set up one into turn one?
Yeah, and well, let's just see here. Matchy is not going to get a shot into turn one. May have to wait now, but yeah, Ferry, good defensive driving.
Indeed, the hairpin is going to be the next major opportunity for the car in 5th place there. Ferry has to defend the inside coming into this hairpin.
Yeah, defensive driving must be done, and being done it is, but what about Mlynek? Mlynek's really chasing. Look how close Mlynek is. I mean, if he's going to make
He
a move...
showed to the inside.
No,
But
braked
not
a bit too
going for
early.
it. Just showed his nose, just showed Danley that, you know, he's there. Just to make sure that she knows he's there, despite the fact that he's been in the back mirror for the past lap or so.
Yeah, Mlynek not letting his presence evade Ali for a minute there, and she will know that Matchy is right there behind her all the time.
Indeed, just try to psych her out, perhaps. Just try to psychologically put her psychologically spook her to make a mistake.
Oh, well, no, here we go, Mlynek! He can't do it, though. Honest play was
That's it,
there.
the GT car is there. That was a wonderful strategic move there by Ali Ferry. You know, just using the GT car as a pick, knowing that the SimTech car could not go there.
Yeah, and well, we'll have to see just how this goes, because the open straight beckons again, and this time Matty Mlynek got an even better tool. Will it be enough, though? You know what it is? Ferry is pulling away while Mlynek has the draft. That has to be less wing on that Atlantic car.
Indeed, the Atlantic car does seem extremely quick in the straight lines, and perhaps that is indeed what they've done, just to try and, as Milniek's definitely closer this time round, will he move into turn one again?
Perhaps. He knows now, I think, Matty Mlynek, his main chances are in the corners. If Ferry's losing out in the end, no, it's got to be 2, got to be 3 from Mlynek. Got to outbrake Ferry down the inside. Is it going to be the position for the SimTech car? No, it's not yet.
The outside, but that
And now a bit of a slide on from Mlynek. Felt the pressure, lost the time in position.
Indeed, Ferry just kept her cool there, just knew that if she kept in that line, it was going to turn to the inside, which then turned to the outside again, and just kept that line to keep that position.
Well done on that. I mean, fair play to him for getting through on that one, but well, Ali is doing a great job, isn't she, defending on Mlynek, but Matchy is going to try harder if he wants to get through. I mean, good job to try, but it's not so good a job to make the mistake, as now getting stuck behind the Caspian BMW gets through.
Indeed, we just need to see how long it takes for the SimTech car to come back to the back of the Atlantic car, but it seems to be doing that already.
Yeah, I think we are going to lose David Young, unfortunately, because he has to go get some food for himself. Thank you for joining us, though, David.
Thanks, no problem. See you guys later, and have fun, everyone.
Yeah, have fun too, David, and well, hopefully we will see you again later. And well, Mlynek, again, look at this. He has the draft.
Extremely close along the Almond Straight, but of course, the Atlantic car very close in the straight, very fast in the straight line. So
Oh, traffic here. Traffic in the form of Gert James for SimRacing South Africa. Well, this help Mlynek, he's better in the corners. Down the outside, sunset! Matty Mlynek, what a move on Ali Ferry. That's reminiscent of the Free Sport Moulin move from 2 years from VEC, but it's not done yet. Wow, Matty Mlynek. If you're going to make a move round Sunset Bend, do it in style. You get applause from me for that.
Indeed, that required a lot of cooperation from the GT car though. Gert James was going to outside line the two to go down the inside, but then suddenly found that Mielnik was right behind him, so suddenly came to the middle of the road, allowed the P2s to be either side, but that required a lot of cooperation from the GT car, but a fantastic move there from SimTech.
Well, that's candidate for move of the year, surely. We've had 2 in 1 race.
Indeed, fantastic moves from both of them.
Well, Djokovic first and now Mlinek. I mean, how? Come on, please, just... I don't understand. How did they do it? How did they do it? That was a phenomenal move. And as I say, so reminiscent of the Free Sport Poland move. It just came later in the corner.
Indeed, just even later in the corner, and it's just been... that was just a fantastic strategic move there.
Is it just a Sebring thing? I don't know. Must just be a Sebring thing.
Must just be a Sebring thing.
Has to just be this track, doesn't it? Why can't we have a 24 hours of this? Oh, well. I think we'll have to ask Jimmy Ellison if we can have that for next season of BEC.
Santos is right behind Hadlock for position here.
Oh, yes.
That is for 3rd place in GTs.
Yes, I think I best stop congratulating Mlinek and start congratulating the potential winner of this battle to this thing. Wow. Well, let's see how this pans out. Santos and Hadlock are battling each other quite well. And just to have a look at any of the battles as well. But yeah, this is the battle going on. Oh, well, Andrea Crespi and Ivan Chirini aren't far away from each other.
No, indeed, not at the moment. They're quite close. They're about a second and a half apart at the moment.
Yeah, there's not too much in it between these two, to be honest, but Chirini not having time with his life getting past Flavor here, but he has done, or will do in this corner. Yeah, Chirini through. The gap between him and Crespi, I would imagine, is about 1 or 2 seconds, so if Ivan can get a shift on, then he might be able to catch up. There's Ilaria Finn in the wall! Ilaria Finn is in the wall, directly ahead of them, and that is no front bumper for Finn. And is the car crabbing? That's the question. Is the car crabbing?
Was...
Oh yeah, that's big damage. This will be a code 80. Indeed, it is a code 80. And Berg Smith pulls that in for us.
Finn's got together with Kamaki, second in place in GT class. They came together.
Code 80 in fourth.
Well, let's see. Ilaria was slow anyway. Ilaria had actually lost the front bumper. Wow, Ilaria had lost it. Coming into 2, into the hairpin. He just went off by his own accord into the thing, waited until the next car had finished, then was slow. Ilaria was slow, and oh, well, the Caspian car of Jack Maldi, well, just couldn't avoid the slow
back of Ilaria.
Yeah, Jack Maldi in the Caspian car, just watching on the telemetry here. Oh, he didn't actually seem to make any attempt to brake until after the corner had finished. May have thought Finn was going to come out of the way, but perhaps slightly delayed reaction from Jack Maldi causing the code 80.
Indeed, well, Finn was already off after, of course, going straight on at turn 3 there.
Yeah, I mean, Ilaria went off, but you can argue it was Jack Malki's prerogative to get out of the way or slow down, seeing him go slowly.
Ilaria was continuing being almost half on the racing line, half off the racing line, and obviously Chuck Maldi was expecting Ilaria Finn to come off of the racing line, but they never did.
Well, we'll have to see how the stewards rule on that one, but you could look at it either way.
We have the leader in the pits, we have McGowan in the pits, we have Mielnik in the pits, we have Bogish in the pits, we have Gomez in the pits, we've got Ben Russell in the pits. All these cars in the pits taking advantage of this code 80.
George Andalidis as well, and has got into that slide ride car while I wasn't looking. And Thomas Luti's still in after that big incident before. 27 laps down, still in the pits during this code 80. That's going to help, I guess, but it's not going to be much consolation.
Indeed, I'm not even sure how much how much damage that Black Hawk racing car has. I'm not sure how long they've been in the pits for.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite possible that they've been in for quite a while now. But yeah, more importantly, we're going to wait until Ilaria Finn gets back, and Finn is actually on the Ullman straight.
Luti's last lap was a 17-minute lap, but he's still in the pits, so I've no idea how long he's been there for. Indeed, we've got Rico, 9th place overall now in the BTB car, is overtaken Gomez in the pits, so that's a lead. That's a change for 9th place, and we've had a driver change in the Speedy Mike car. Sean Jacobs is now in instead of McGowan. McGowan out after his massive 2 hours 55 stint.
Yeah, basically 3 hours for Molly McGowan, and finally out of the car, Sean Jacobs is going to start his. Jagovic coming into the pits, as is Finn. Jagovic deciding now is the time, but with the damaged car right behind him, it's not going to gain him that much time as Finn is now in. As I'm going to lose Neil Heatley for 2 minutes, but he'll be back soon as we expect Finn to come in.
Guys, get ready.
I'm going back to code 80 now in 10 seconds. Alara does pull into his pit box and we're going racing again.
3, 2, 1, green flag.
And we are green flag racing once again. Sean Jacobs, the new race leader in that Speedy Mad car. Followed by Nico Barkley, followed by Per Rockfist, Ali Farry, Andrea Crispy round out top 5. In the GTs though, it's still Harold Bachman. Followed by Jack Maldi, followed by Hadlack, Santos, Saldini, a top 5 in GTs. Jacobs, though, really the one who you'd argue, yeah, P1 overall, a lot of time gained for Sean Jacobs, potentially. Barkley behind in the one goal, as well as that there. Ockfist, third, all these cars wants to look out for in all this. As, Morgan Zoom as well. Watch out for Zoom in 11th. He was in about before. Holden Jones is not that far behind Zoom, so this could be a potential battle if JHJ can go through. Or catch up to Zoom. Could be interesting to witness these two go at each other. I mean, Holden Jones got involved with Nicky Jagovic before, as we noted and alluded to, but still. This could be a battle between these two anyway. But yes, that is more what we're looking at, like the likes of those. God, I'm lost without Neil. Must be said though, Daniel Tudia, I didn't know had gone in that Richwood car. I think that might have been a changeover. We are now in minute number 180, if you are interested. A little bit of enthusiasm, but not too much. Because, well, that means we're not quite at the halfway mark since this was a 363-minute race. So in about a couple of minutes we'll be at the halfway mark. Well, this has been an interesting race so far, definitely. All sorts of things have happened. And, well, the fight on from Team Virus is certainly on, but still 2 laps down on Sean Jacobs. That has not changed since the incident. That's the important thing. No overall time has really been gained on Sean Jacobs because Jagovic has not gotten there yet. And I don't think in the time provided that it's going to happen. I mean, Jacobs now is just coming around the 13, 14, 15, 16 complex, and I think Jagovic is a later part of that same complex, but no, actually he's I think much earlier on in the lap, but yeah. Either way, these two are both going to be interesting to see how far Jagovic can come back up the order, because well, he's trying to get past Celso Gomez now, but Gomez has been lapped, so this should be a nice easy overtake for Jagovic and is. Ivan Rico is on the Ullman straight, and Jagovic not quite there yet. Morgan Zoom, I don't think is here, Jagovic either, so interesting where each driver is at the moment. As we have Neil Heatley back with us. Hello Neil. Obviously we've seen a couple of things go on, but Nicky Jagovic started to make inroads maybe on the likes of Jacobs, but still 2 laps down.
Indeed, still 2 laps down, still not being able to get that lap back from Jacobs. I'm not exactly sure how far they are. Jacobs is just coming into turn 1, while Jakovic is halfway down the Elman Straight. So there's still a bit of time between the two, somewhere in the region of about 20 seconds before he gets his lap back.
Yeah, I mean, Jakovic, let's see where Nicky is. He's in relation to everyone else. I don't know, I can't even see the number 10 on TeamSpeak, but Jakovic, in relation to the others, must be a fair bit back. But, apparently we are now effectively, absolutely, 100% halfway. There you go, we've hit the halfway mark. So, do you want to do a half race review?
Indeed, go on.
So let's do a half race review. What's been going on? Well, we've had incidents, we've had things. Team Virus have led and then lost it because of problems. We've had coordinates, crashes, massive overtakes, and brilliance on the track. But how's it been for you, Neil Haley?
Been a very interesting race so far. Of course, Virus looked to be running away with it in the first hour or so of the race. The disaster struck with that disconnect, and that has opened this entire race right up between the Speedy Mike car, the Wanaco car is still there, the SimHQ car is still there, the Atlantic car is there, there's Handy car, the SimTech car, and the RGPL car. The top 7 are all still on the lead lap, so it really could be any of their races.
It could full well be, yes. Anyone's race so far. Looking at the GTs, Blackhawk have pretty much run away with that in Concat, with the 181 leading by a fair way over the Caspian Motorsport car of Malichak Malki. Start again. Malichak Malki, or Mackley even. And then Dennis
You say that,
Hartog.
but there's only 6 seconds between the two.
Yeah, there's not that much, but perhaps the Caspian car then starting to pull back the gap. There's a bit of Blackhawk lapping going on. Yeah, Luty passing Bachman. But yeah, Czech Malki has been overtaken by Jakovic, and not much in between these two, so not really much room for error, but for the most part, Blackhawk have run away with this.
Indeed, they have. They've certainly been in the lead since the very beginning of the race. They didn't quite get pulled, but they've managed to lead since Ramada had to come in for their penalty.
Been a bit of a disastrous race for Eva Racing by Basilia, though, from 7th to 33rd and back up to 23rd, though, with Jonas Rivio in the car at the moment, and the Finn doing a good job in the 111 car there, but not the best race from them.
Indeed, obviously that incident earlier on has not at all helped them, but they're still there, still getting valuable points, but they're 17th in class, which does not give you anything for this race, so they're going to have to hope for an incident with one of the cars ahead of them in order to be able to get points from this race.
Yeah, and with any race, we have had retirements. David Serra, David Hart, and Corrado Cirello all retiring from this race. Not very good if your name's David then, but only a couple of retirements is always a good sign.
Indeed, Cirello was taken out by a laggy Thomas Lute and managed to hit the top of the bridge coming down Big Bend and then land on top of a GT car. So a rather spectacular action for Cirello. David Hart eventually gave up after many laps. After about 30 laps after having an incident with two P2 cars that he had no fault in. David Serra, the first time they had this today, 6 laps in, he went wide at sunset and put in the tyres halfway around sunset.
Yeah, and well, that is not quite well, I think I've just noticed a Heatleyism. You said something about getting valuable points, but 17th not getting any points.
Yes.
The comments being pointed out, we all make mistakes, but hey ho, some people just make better mistakes than others.
There we go. Thank you, Craig. He's always there to show all my imperfections.
On the back straight, slow.
Caution on the back straight for someone. Let's have a look through. It's my back is off.
Oh yes, Daniel Maybach's had enough. That's why there's caution, because he's quite slow. No need for coordinating because he's not damaged, but just a bit of an advisory for the drivers to take it a bit easier.
No,
on the back straight,
indeed, he looped it round at Le Mans. Too much thrust. He actually lost it.
Safe.
There we go. He lost it at turn into Le Mans. Had a little bit of a tank slapper, then just spun it round.
Yeah, and there you go. So that's the great thing about little incidents like that. Benchmate can just call an advisory notice for the drivers to take care in that particular section of the track if there's no real threat to them. Instead of calling a full-blown code 80, he can just give them a little bit of a warning to say that there is problems down that area of the track, so take extra care. Kind of like a double-waved yellow flag.
Crespi and Milniak are right up each other's rear wings. Very close for 5th place overall.
Yeah, 5th place overall. Bit of a battle going on here. Crespi Milniak really going for it. And is Machi going to make another brilliant move through here? Well, not here necessarily. But another brilliant move from Milniak would be awesome.
Indeed, coming through turn 4, round Big Ben, the long sweeper, flat out right hand there, that's reminiscent of Curva Grande at Monza. And Milniak is right there. Will he make a move into the hairpin? He's right there. He's moved to the inside,
No,
but
he's not
going to make a move this time round.
Decided against it. I think maybe thought it wasn't worth it for the amount of potential distress and disaster it could cause. Was probably a bit too far behind to go for it. Very sensible thing to do, Machi there. Good on him. Gonna have another go at Andrea when possible. And in fact, that might not be this corner, but maybe the next.
Indeed, just getting round Ramada there, the leader of Ramada Motorsports, the 151 car. This, of course, their worst race by far, with a first and a second. You really couldn't get any better beginning to the season. However, they are in 6th this time round, which is no means a bad position. It's not where they're used to. I say that as Ramada's gone off. Whoa, very close with rival, very close with Wallace. It went off up tower. I didn't see what caused that. I think it was just a driving error. Indeed, it was just a driving error.
Here we go, Machi down the inside of the open, straight contact with Crespi, moved him over, having to get through traffic. Maybe didn't suspect Milniak would be there. Well, bit of an argy-bargy moment, and that may have cost him a bit of momentum. But down the inside of the open, is Crespi just let him through?
Where's Crespi gone? Crespi went off to Narnia. He never turned into Sunset. He just went off straight. He just went off. He never turned in. But in fact, Milniak's got the place.
I suspect, personally, either there was understeer or he just let him straight through. But that was a bit of a move, and well, through goes Machi. Fair enough. Yeah, he just went. It was kind of a waiting for Godot situation, except we were waiting for Andrea, and it was more like not this turn, but next turn surely. Then he just goes straight on at Sunset.
Indeed, he just went. I've no idea where on earth Crespi went. He just went straight on.
Bit of a Crespi crisis almost. Crespi cream, I don't know. Crespi got creamed into Sunset, you can argue, but yeah, bit of a interesting thing happening going on there. Andrea Crespi down into 6th, Milniak into 5th. Say what you want about it, but the overtake has happened as Morgan soon pits.
Indeed, as I'm just making sure.
Hey guys, we come to code 80 in 10
Oh,
seconds.
tell you what, Neil's favourite timer of the time has come again. It's code 80 time, but why?
Oh, there's a piece of bodywork at the exit of Cunningham. Piece of prototype bodywork.
Right,
I'm not sure
prototype
who it is.
bodywork.
Boom is in the pits. Oh,
Well,
not sure who it is. It's not there.
Yeah, whose is it?
There's a
That's the question.
bodywork front wing somewhere.
Oh, it's Tondi apparently. It's Tondi, and yep, no front bumper.
Let's have a look if I can find them. So it's indeed Dundee. What did they do? It was at the exit of Cunningham, like I say, turn 10 here.
Although
It's a very
surprisingly,
interesting position.
no visible suspension damage on that car.
I'm just going back to see what happened to him. It was at this point. That is very peculiar. I've just got to have a look at that.
Well, I'm going back to have a look myself, but yeah, no visible suspension damage on Tondi's
Coming
car.
into Cunningham, it's almost like he forgot the corner was there, went into the grass, and just lightly touched the tyre barriers, and that took the front bodywork on. It's almost like he braked far too late for the corner.
Yeah, these cars very, very fragile. Yeah, I know. No suspension damage on that car, and I know the cars can drive to the... It was a while to go, though. It was quite early on in the lap. Maybe that's why it was called, but no suspension damage on the car. He could have just got around a bit slower.
No, it does indeed. Looking from on board, it does not believe. I do not believe that Tunde does actually have any damage. He is coming into the pit, so that means the code 88 will be taken back very shortly.
Yeah, and well, Tondi is just pulling into his box soon, so we should expect it to go green flag racing in a couple of seconds, and well, I'm sure that we will see it right here in
Guys,
the
get
pits as
ready,
well.
we'll come back to
In
the
fact,
room
we are
10
going
seconds.
green in 10. So here we go then.
3, 2, 1, green flag.
And one more time, we are green flag racing, and well, it is Nico Barkley in second chasing down Sean Jacobs, as you would have expected before. But yes, bit of an interesting code 80.
Indeed, it just seemed that Tunde had a little bit of a brain fade there, just forgetting where the corner was. We still have this lovely battle between Milniak and Crespi. It's lengthened out a little bit now, but they're still within an eye line of each other, so that could still become quite an interesting battle.
Oh, Neil,
Yes.
we have a battle for the lead of GT's oncoming.
So
Harold
we
Bachman's
do.
lead is not so infallible anymore because Melly Chakmakli is catching up.
Indeed, there is only currently, if I look, 2 seconds roughly between the two cars.
Yeah, I mean, not much in it between these two at all.
Indeed, and this might be very interesting, of course. They are in the. Oh, what is Shamalkian? Is he in the. Which car is he in again?
It's Caspian versus
Caspian car.
Blackhawk.
Of course, both those cars had no penalties at the beginning of this race, so this is purely on pace. There's no penalties to take these two, so they are literally 2 seconds together after an hour and 3 hours and a quarter of racing.
Well, Jason Holden Jones is coming out of the pit for SimRacing South Africa and all this, but that's not where we're looking. We're looking at Chakmakli and Bachman. And Bachman is about 2 seconds ahead of Chakmakli still, but traffic starting to come in as Scarlett goes through.
Of course, we've got Tunde right behind Bachman, who just caused that last code 18 not that long ago. But it appears that Jamaldi has fallen back a little bit from Bachman.
A little bit, yeah, but he has been on it for quite a while, so I expect he'll catch up if anything, and we might see a close-ish battle ran for the lead of GTs. But
Dardina
yes,
and Hadlap for third place in class is very close at the moment as well, just behind them.
yeah, I mean Dennis Hadlack as well, really not that far behind. So this could be a potential three-way if Hadlack can catch up enough.
Indeed, it is Hadlack in the BR Logitech versus Sardinia in the Scuderia Denopo car. They're very close as they come up to Cunningham. Tardina maybe having a little look to the inside, but decides to pull out of it. Sorry, that was up into Tower, and we come down towards the flat-out left-hander of Bishops. But they've got Holden Jones right behind them. We have to see how Holden Jones deals with this battle here.
Yeah, we'll have to see how Holden Jones develops with this, and well, Crespi is not that far away. Well, Ben Russell is actually on the start finish and Holden Jones on the back straight, so quite a bit between him and him, but he's in the middle of a big battle, so we'll see how that goes on for him. I think Nicky Jakovic has had a slight excursion, actually. But only a slight one, so it's not going to cost him much, if anything.
Indeed, just having a look. Jakovic's last lap was a minute 19 down, but I'm not sure if that's because he went into the pits.
Perhaps so, but yeah.
And Lutti has retired the car.
Oh, well.
That is the Black Hawk P2 car. Let's have a look. It's not done very well so far.
Oh, hang on, it was just a
14th.
DNF.
It's got a 14th and a DNF so far. That Black Hawk P2 car. And the pen of death is going to have to come out for that one as well.
Well, it is just a DNF, to be fair. That could have been a disconnection. So we don't know just yet. I'm trying to scroll back and see, but he's been out for 2 minutes. at least.
Oh, Sardina's up the inside of Hadlack into the hairpin. A fantastic move there.
Oh yes, what a move that was. Absolutely brilliant
Classic
move there.
late-breaking move up the inside by Sardina.
Yeah.
And Scuderia Denopo is on the podium.
Yes, they are. So it's just, yeah, there they
Scuderia
are.
Denopo having a 16th and a DNF so far this season. Really not a good season. If they can get a podium here, that will be fantastic for
Oh,
them.
this is close now between Caspian and Blackhawk for the lead of the GT field. Look how close it is now. If it was close before, Harold Bachmann's just going to hold on, and that 181 versus the 175. Matching line deck past both of them properly. And he's just going to flash his lights to ensure Bachmann knows he's there. He was going through anyway. Harold Bachmann is going to have to deal with Jack Mackley now as they come round into turn 1. As I think Bachmann's, I think he had a tighter line. I thought he was going to pit, but he didn't. So now we're going to real battle on for the lead in GT field.
And looking down the 7th prototypes, Bogusz and Thule are very close together as well. Sorry, Bogusz and Crespi are very close together for so that's for 6th place in P2s. That might be a really good battle as well.
Quite potentially, yes, a good battle indeed. And Bachmann slightly wide. Oh no! Jack Mackley tries to go for it, but it doesn't work out for the Caspian driver. And Bachmann doing some good defending there. I think Rico actually lagged a bit backwards, but it didn't hurt anyone. But now we get a serious battle on for GT lead here, as Bachmann's going to try and be as defensive as he can into this turn.
Oh, that's a massive accident for Crespi. Crespi's hit the bridge support.
Oh yes, Crespi, no
Crespi's
rear
hit
wing
the
on
bridge
that car
support.
whatsoever. Crespi's got no rear wing whatsoever on that car. And now he's just a sitting duck, to be honest. I think is the engine gone? Oh, he's been hit! He's been hit by somebody else there! Thank goodness we got a coordinator. I think that car's a sitting duck, but there's been another
that's
car.
Tundi's hit Crespi right after he crashed to begin with.
Oh, Tondi, you've got yourself in another incident, man, and another coordinator comes out. But, wow, Crespi...
Oh, no, that's another one. That's Barclay as well. That's one Echo car. That was 2nd place overall.
Oh, Barclay!
Barclay hit Crespi. So Barclay and Tundi both hit Crespi after he was stranded in the middle of the track.
Oh, wow, that was big. And Crespi out, obviously couldn't get the car going again because when the rear wing goes and your rear left goes, there is no saving it. But how did Crespi actually crash out in the first place? I'm going to find out.
It looks like front to rear contact with Bogusz.
Oh,
I'm not
yes.
quite sure.
Bogus, yes, Matthias, Bogus, oh, actually, now this is interesting, a sudden
I'm not sure.
slowdown for Crespi.
I'm not sure. It certainly looked almost laggy. I'm not exactly sure.
Oh, he lifted it. Oh, wow. Okay, that was sudden. Tondi went in, Barclay went in, havoc, and now one Echo Streams might have come crushing down. Jakovic out! Jakovic out as well. Sorry about that, but
Why is Jakovic out?
Is that another disconnection?
It's terrible again for Virus. I'm just having a look.
Yes,
what happened.
another disconnection.
I'm just
No,
having a
this
look what
really
happened
is
with
potentially the
Crespi
end.
is-
Well, this is
Crespi-
going to hurt them even more.
Crespi let out of the throttle, rounded the flat-out corner. Bogusz was right behind him. He had nowhere to go. Bogusz hit the back of Crespi. Crespi hit the bridge support at Big Bend. Tundi had nowhere to go, absolutely unsighted, smashed into the back of him. Then Barclay, 2nd place. Let's have a look. Barclay, 2nd place. I have no idea what he was doing at that. He was blocked in by a GT car. There's no. Barclay was boxed in by Sardina, who's of course now 3rd place in GT. Barclay had absolutely nowhere to go either.
Well, Jamie Nelson in the chat suggesting Crespi should have locked his brakes up to pretend to prevent him going back onto the track. Potentially so. I'm sure the stewards will look after this. But what's important?
Crespi never got on. Crespi never left the track. He was always on the track.
Well, to stop him from moving over then, but he was always in a precarious position, was Crespi, and I think he realised maybe he should have escaped off as soon as he realised he couldn't have gone back. And Jakovic back in, but this is not going to help Team Virus. They're being overtaken by Morgan soon.
That's going to put them yet another lap down.
Let's not forget it's going to count as an outlap this on the code 80. They're going to lose even more time to the likes of Russell Holden Jones, Otis Gomez.
Indeed, and it appears that the 106 car, the Black Hawk racing car, it was an AI. It was an the AI took over. Like it's happened a
Oh,
couple of
right.
times.
That's
with
happened a
people.
couple of times,
It
actually.
happened to Atlantic P2 at
Well,
Montreal,
Barkley's in
and
the
I know
pit.
it's happened a couple of times. But
Bar-
that's what
Okay,
caused the
guys,
Black
get
Hawk.
ready. We come back to green in 10 seconds.
Well, we're going back to green flag racing. Nicky Jakovic out of the pits, and this is going to hurt him because there's another outlap.
Indeed, that is
3,
crispy
2,
out. So
1. Green
might as well
flag.
get the black pen of death to the handy motorsport car.
It's going out in a strike of loads of cars are getting struck out now. As Jakovic, I believe, is now going to lose time to Holden Jones at minimum. So Nicky Jakovic is going to go another lap down with this being his outlap. And, well, nothing can be done about that, I'm afraid. But GT lead battle still ongoing. Let's not forget Bachmann Chakmalki. These two going at it while we were waiting before. Holden Jones overtakes Jakovic, as we mentioned.
Cunningham. Not quite, not quite.
And is it going to be? It's got to be happening soon. There's a Chakmalki versus Bachmann battle. There is one constant within all this chaos, and that is, in fact, that we do have a battle for the lead of GTs.
Barkley is in the pits, obviously for that damage. That's going to promote Ockfist in the. Oh, he's gone for a move on the
look at
outside.
this.
Oh, not quite.
Chakmalki flashing his lights. And Bachmann, what does he think he's doing? This is a battle for the lead. Bachmann's not going to get out of the way easily.
Oh, up the inside of Bishops. That's bogus in the P2 car. Trying to lap these cars, that is absolutely extraordinary. But of course, Barkley in the one Aqua car in the pits for damage. That's going to promote the SimHQ car to second. The Atlantic Motorsports car is going to get back up into the podium in third. It's going to put Syntec to fourth, Bogus to fifth.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
To sixth.
Chakmalki, here we go down the outside. Holland Jones goes past both of them. It's going to be Caspian versus Blackhawk into Sunset Bend, and it looks like Bachmann's got it. But then Chakmalki has the inside in it. No, I think the speed of Bachmann has helped him on this one, unless the cutback comes from Chakmalki, which it has. Through we go. We got a lead change for GT. Riley Chakmalki overtakes for Caspian Motorsports, and now the back foot are on Blackhawk Racing and Harold Bachmann.
Indeed, Bachmann and the Black Hawk Racing team have held the lead of the GT for the last 3 hours, but now Caspian have came through to take the lead from them. And of course, Caspian finished third at Montreal, sixth at Road to Atlanta. They've done very well in the last 2 races. Could they add a win to their collection?
Perhaps so. It would be an earned one if it was. I mean, taking the lead like that, not easy to do. I mean, Barkley's still in the pits. Ockfist second, SimHQ are going to have a very good outing here. But none better than Speedy might still lead in this race. Atlantic a third, Syntec fourth at the moment. But yes, we will have to see how this goes, because interesting things are happening at VEC's, SRC's, SimRacing.Club's event.
Indeed, you'll get there eventually, don't worry, Josh. We're just having a look. Is there anything else fun happening on the track at the moment? You've got that battle for the GT lead. Is anyone close to each other? It does not appear so at the moment. It appears that is indeed the closest battle that we've got on track at the moment.
Well, that's something. Yeah,
Barkley's back out. Barkley is back out in 7th, so obviously not that much damage from not that much damage
hold
from
on!
hitting
Hold on! The knock on the front bumper, that's why.
Oh, so they don't have the front bumper either. That is extraordinary, but
This has happened a couple of
how do you
times
manage
where
that?
damage has not been repaired. Either they've not said it or it's bugged up. But now they're going to go around and pit again, which is going to cost them even more time as Uniswap Vio goes past them.
Revia almost smashed into the back of them there.
Maybe didn't know Barkley doesn't have a front bumper, but, well, that is not going to help Monaco. It's gone from bad to worse for them.
Indeed, it's gone from one degree of bad to another degree of bad to absolutely horrific for the Monaco car. On a high after winning Road Atlanta in the wet, but obviously, and on a high here, they were in 2nd place. They were set in 2nd place, possibly challenging for the lead at some point. But then disaster strikes with that Crespi incident.
Yeah, all this, we're only 200 minutes into the race.
Only 200 minutes to the race.
206 actually, but really not very, still a good portion of this race to go if this is all.
And Craig Woolard is taking over the Realist Racing car. The question is, will the engine explode this time? We don't know.
Hopefully not, but Campbell Wallace out of that car. Maybe we can even get him up for an interview.
Indeed, that would be wonderful if you could arrange that.
I might actually do that. If you wouldn't mind having a look at what's going on track while I do.
Indeed, having a look at this lead for GT class, Chuck McAuley has indeed opened up quite a gap over Bachmann now. It's somewhere in the region of 3 seconds, I believe. It's a very it's starting to pull out, and of course this may be Caspian Motorsports race for the taking now. Having a look on track, is there anything else? Milniak is close to Ferry, only 2.5 seconds or so between the two at the moment. That's going to be our main major battle next on track. This of course for the last step on the podium. Will Ferry and Milniak, of course, we've already had a fantastic battle with them, with the SimTech car going round the outside of Sunset Bend rather spectacularly about half an hour ago or so now. But are we going to see a repeat of that again?
Well, I'll tell you what we are going to see a repeat of. Another interview, because we have Campbell Wallace.
Hi.
I do believe the broadcast room's got a little bit more Scottish with you in here. Good to have you with you though, Campbell. Obviously, driver of the Realist Racing Ferrari down in 26. Not a car we really cover a lot, actually. So, interesting to hear your thoughts of how this race has gone.
It's gone reasonably well. We've had a fairly smooth run. A couple of incidents here and there, but nothing major. So we're just taking it to the flag just now. Obviously, we've got Craig in the car, and we're just managing our race and hoping something happens to the people immediately in front of us. But yeah, there's not been a huge amount to report on. There's been no major incidents, which is a good thing.
Well, that's always a good thing to have, and sometimes finishing a race can be as good as winning it if you finish it well enough. And, well, great to have you in 26. I mean, 26 not the highest position. I think it's about 10th in class at the moment.
It's 9th in class. 9th in class at the moment.
So, yeah, 9th in class says Neil. Keeping me right. But yes, 9th in class for the 199. Not bad.
Yeah, we'll certainly take that. We got 6th in Montreal, but that was pretty surprising. That was a chaotic race and we just survived.
Milniak's going round the outside of Sunset again. He's got a massive run on the outside of Sunset. Sorry to cut across you there, but he's got the inside for turn 1. Will he be able to do a fantastic move yet again? There's contact between the two. Milniak's in the inside wall. That's horrific. Harry's gone wide up to the grass, but Milniak is in the wall. He hit the wall on the inside. He's down the tyre barriers on the outside, and that is going to be disastrous for him.
Yeah, that was Ferry just came on the inside. Yeah, Mlinek was there, and then Ali just I think Ali might have, I don't know whether Machi didn't turn it off. Ali turned too much. No, I hope that car's not damaged, because be a shame for Mlinek if he was. Doesn't look to be, in all honesty, if I look at the inside of it, doesn't look to be. This is, yeah, I think Machi has got away very, very well with that. Has lost the position to Ferry, but trying to catch back up.
Yeah, it was one of those interesting ones. I think Milnick
I think he has slight suspension damage. Sorry again, but I think he does have slight suspension damage, about 3 or so degrees to the right. He has to keep the wheel about 3 or 4 degrees to the right, but he does have ever so slight suspension damage. Does that SimTech car?
Yeah, not the best move in the world. I'd also like to welcome Thomas Luti to the booth. Hi there.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Alright, I guess. Much better that we have someone else to interview as well. Unfortunately, your race in the Black Hawk Racing P2 has come to an end.
Yeah, unfortunately, we've had connection problems.
Yeah, I think we saw, apparently the AI took control of your car for a while there, and that's how it caused you to end the race, unfortunately. I think the same thing happened with the Atlantic Autosport car P2, which is coming up in P3 at the moment. So you're not the only one who it's happened to, but still it's disappointing that the race had to end like that.
Well, to be honest with you, I've tried to race as normal from the start as for the swap driver swap. But the problem was that my game just froze and someone just crashed into me on the straight.
Yeah, I mean...
Ockfist is spun in 5th place as well.
Oh dear, that's not very good.
Ockfist is back to the pits.
Oh, blimey. That is bad.
What on earth has happened to that car, the SimHQ car?
Oh, they're out! They're out! Even worse than being in the pits, they are out of the race!
They spun. They were backwards somewhere on track. I'm just trying to determine where it was again. They were backwards that looks like, hang on a second, they've been sitting there for quite a while actually. I'm not exactly sure what they've been doing, but that looks like that's on the inside of Bishop, perhaps.
Oh, Zoom went round. Morgan Zoom went round. Zoom went round. Ockfist, Zoom! Well, Zoom didn't actually hit, from what I'm seeing, Morgan Zoom didn't hit Ockfist, but he reacted as if Zoom did hit him. Then the Sim HQ car hit and lost a wheel, and then...
Zoom's front bodywork flew up when Ockfist passed him, so I believe there has been contact between the two.
Oh, wow, in that case, what an unsafe rejoin from Zoom. That's actually took the front left off Ockfist, and that's actually killed the engine. That unsafe rejoin may have just cost them the race.
Indeed, Ockfist was in second place at the time. A fantastic race for the SimHQ car. That puts the Atlantic Motorsports car back up into second. A fantastic run for them.
That's not what we like to see, really. But yes, to get back to you, Thomas. Very unfortunate you retired as well. But it can happen. Just got to look on what the up for the next few races, I suspect.
To be honest with you, I think it could be a connection on my hardware problem because the cars were jumping back and forth for me.
Yeah, we noticed a couple of our problems with potential connection. Quite high ping points, which is why came in to do a driver swap. But yeah, hopefully you can get those sorted for the next few rounds.
Yeah, because I just joined this league and this, to be honest, is a worldwide plus, and for me as a long career for sim racer, this is actually a pleasure to drive in this league, but unfortunately I just have some, well, let's say, I would call it hardware problems that I cannot solve at the moment, so I just probably will have to upgrade my PC then start racing again.
Yeah, well, it happens to the best of you, and anyone can suffer from problems with hardware or software, so unfortunate that...
Milniak's making a tackle Ferry for second place overall, and Ferry's let him through. That's the SimTech car up into second, and the Atlantic car down into third. And Ockfist has left the room, I do believe. Unfortunately, that is the SimHQ car out of the race.
Get the pen of death out. We've got another one, Neil. And well, attack on Ferry almost sounds like a knock-off anime title. I'll tell you that much. But I'll tell you this: there's an interesting thing that happened and then stopped happening. Because Ali is down at the third now, unfortunately. And, oh, well, thank you to Thomas Litney for joining us for the interview as well. Great to have you with us. And, Ben Schmidt saying Sardino's overtaken Bachmann as well. So that is now Bachmann down to third. And Crespi obviously out, as we mentioned, but Harold Bachmann has gone from first to third for Blackhawk. Back down to P3.
Indeed, a fantastic run here for Sardina and the Dnopol car back up into second in class. It's going to be a fantastic result for that team.
Campbell Wallace has left us as well, going back to his own room. Thank you for Campbell for joining us. By the way, great to have you with us and talk to you. Mind you, this whole thing, Linek is not far away from Ferry, and Bogus is not far away from Ferry either.
Indeed, Bogus, let's have a look there. They're all very close. In fact, Ferry's about 2 seconds behind Molniak, and Bogus is about 3.5 behind Ferry. So these cars are extremely close at the moment, about 5 seconds separating the three of them.
Yeah, and they are quite indeed there. And well, Nicky Jakovic still making inroads in 10th at the moment, probably going to overtake Ockfist after he's I think it was Vince GNS are going to get a top 10.
Indeed, it does look like at the moment. However, as we've seen so far in this race, don't count on anything.
Yep, don't even count on the time, because that's not going to help you. And, well, is it time, perhaps, that we saw another battle? Because I'm looking for one, but I can't see one apart from this whole GT fiasco.
That second, third, fourth overall is looking quite good. Bogus is certainly catching up on Ali Ferry, catching at the rate of knots. So it's just going to be a matter of time before those two are together.
Yeah, Matthias for the team RTPL P2 here. They also have a joint entry with SimTech in the VEC Room 2, but Team RTPL running their own P2 entry here in VLMS.
And reading their own GT entry as well.
And their own GT entry as well, so very much making it their domain.
Indeed, just trying to conquer all, I suppose.
Well, trying to, and of course, remember the winners of the P1, P2 and GT titles get to compete in the VEC 24 Hours of Le Mans. So, yeah, there's always that to look forward to.
Indeed. Do you know if they'll be in room 1 or room 2?
I haven't checked that, actually. I ought to inquire. And, or maybe Jimmy Allison can tell us in the comments, because I know he's here. We'll have to wait and see.
I've gone wrong somewhere because I've got 7 people scored out on my pen of death, but there's only 6 retirements. I don't know who I've accidentally done.
Yeah, that's the question. Perhaps it was, let me have a look. Yeah,
That's the BTB car. That's still running. It's fine.
So you can
I scored them out.
Write them back in quickly.
The 117 car is still running. Whoops.
Yeah, and well, that is the top 10 for GNS now officially. They have gone into that position, and Jason Hogg-Jones 8th for SimRace South Africa. Pretty good.
Indeed, the SimRace South Africa car, they had a horrid time last night at Road Atlanta, if I remember correctly. But they finished 15th at Road Atlanta. However, they did finish 6th at Montreal, so them being 8th position at the moment is kind of consistent with what their dry pace is.
Yeah. I mean, that is pretty consistent, yeah, and doing a good job. Yeah. Ben Russell 7th as well, so not that
Berry
bad.
and Bogush are very close now. This is for the last step on the podium overall, the last step of the P2 podium as well.
Yeah, it is, and it's crucial that Berry holds this, but Bogus quite a very good driver, and these overtakes indeed going to be very tricky here for Berry to hold this place, I think, because Matthias, very, very talented.
Indeed, a very, very good driver as we saw last time out in the wet at Road Atlanta. It was, wasn't it? A very good driver, very quick driver, very consistent driver. But we just have to see how this is doing. As Bachmann and Hadlack are in the way of this battle at the moment. Of course, I believe they are actually for position at the moment for third and fourth in the GT. So. It seems like Bachmann's falling down the order a little bit in this stint.
Hadlack chasing down Bachmann though. Well, you know, we've got P2 and P3 GTs going on with this whole Sardina thing. I think Salvo Sardina seconds. Hey, Hadlack and Bachmann really close. Why don't we have this in P3?
Craig Woolard is being used as a pick against Bogush again in the Atlantic P2 car, using a Realish Racing GT car in order to hold back competitors.
Yeah, Blynick and Ferry going at it while Bachmann and Hadlack are 2 behind them. Let's not forget these. Craig Woolard ahead in the Realish car as well. So, hang on, is Craig Willard's... Yeah, Craig Willard's has been in that car for a while. Sorry, I've got my Craig Campbell's confused.
Tunde's off at Tower, just a small... going into 100-mile-an-hour P2 lawnmower. But yes, I think...
well, just see Peter Mamuska go off, but luckily he's at the end of the circuit anyway, so he can get into the pit safely.
Oh, that's bodywork on the inside of bodywork. So it is. It is, as you were saying.
Mamuska's just had a massive crash hit, but he's in the pits now, so safely there, no problem. And it's going to be big damage repair.
Massive crash as you do.
Well, when we're talking about the RTPL GT car, that's now in the pits.
Indeed, Vermushka hit the inside barrier to Sunset, and it just went straight on in a massive head-on impact into the tyre barriers at the outside.
Yeah, massive suspension damage, as I mentioned. That's going to be a big repair for them. There's going to be a big repair indeed, and not an easy one. Meanwhile, this whole Bogus
Sardina and Club are nose to tail for the lead in GT.
Yeah, is it going to be Donopo or Caspian that has the lead now? Donopo could take it. I keep calling them Revolution because
flashing his lights again once he's past the GT cars for no reason whatsoever.
Maybe just likes it's a habit. I don't know, but either way, Jagovic getting very flashy there with the lights and. Now, Scarlet goes through only just though on the Scuderia to Donopo. I keep mistakenly calling them Revolution Racing because they got the Revolution logo on the right, but it's Scuderia to Donopo. Do not get me wrong. And, well, Salvo Sardina very much chasing down on Chuck Malky here.
Bachman and Hadlack side by side coming into Bishops. Hadlack is pulled out a little bit because obviously Bishop's very hard corner to go too wide. It is a flat out left-hander with only really one line as they come through the right-hander, the left-hander, and the right-hander again of Le Mans going into the Omen straight at the back. Is Hadlack close enough for an attempt at a pass into Sunset Bend?
Yeah, and it could be for Hadlack here, maybe at the Sunset. He goes into 6th gear, gets up to 250 kilometers an hour, gets up to 260, gets up to 200, yep, brakes at 260. Starts to reel Bachman in, but it's not working out for him, unfortunately. Sardina now close up to Jack Markley here.
Hadlack went for the slightly shallower line and he's got a massive run on Bachman.
This could be a move right here down into turn 1. Is it going to be for Dennis
As the
Hadlack?
GT leaders have done 100 laps so far, but as we come, Bachman round the outside, Hadlack trying to keep it on the inside, come Bachman, hold on. We just have to see as we come up into turn 3, but it seems like Hadlack has got that place. Bachman is really struggling in this stint.
Yeah, 2 by 2 to do there, but Hadlack gets through ultimately and drops down to P4 now. So Blackhawk will go to the lead to 4th.
Sardina up the inside of Clogmaggy. Oh, Sardina up the inside of the
well, that was close.
The Caspian Motorsport car squeezed Sardina, the Dinopo car, into the grass. That was really uncalled for. The Dinopo car was there. There was no need to squeeze. There was no need to squeeze him that much. That was unacceptable.
Well, yeah, I'm just looking at Jack Markley here, just coming into the turn. Yeah, he turned in. Oh wow, yeah. He just pretty much as soon as it happened, he just hit full right lock and, well, maybe squeezed him a bit to Jack Markley here. Sardina not happy either way. It flashed his lights quite a bit at him. Not happy that's an Opel driver. There will be another chance to go through. Marcus Gerzak has left the race. That is a disconnection, I believe, for the 188 no limit car. They will be able to rejoin though.
Indeed, they should be able to. The No Limit car, obviously, No Limit car did very well. Won last time at Road Atlanta in the rain. Was 5th at Montreal, and that's slightly unfortunate for them at the moment, especially under green flag conditions.
Oh God, Sardina tried through Sunset, didn't quite work, and he can't get through here now unless he gets a good run on the exits. Trying to go for it. It's Caspian versus Dinopo still. As we go around into turn 1 once more. Hopefully no squeezing out. Going to go on for here from Melly. As we go down into turn 1. And it looks like Salvo's got it.
Inside.
Salvo's got the inside. Melly comes through. Oh, that was close.
Again, a little bit of contact. It looked like see if the Dinopo car can do anything into turn 3. It appears no. They may have another go at the hairpin. See if the Caspian Motorsport car is any more forgiving this time round at the hairpin.
Well, Sardina still chasing. It's like deja vu. We've just been in this place before. It's going to be Sardina versus Jack Markey. This time with the added Jason Holden Jones as prototype. Can't get through this time. Sardina has to yield.
Indeed, Nicky Djakovic is now up inside the top 10. He's now 9th overall.
Well, what's a battle
as Roy Stroton has taken over the car in 8th place overall.
What about between Sardina and Jack Mackley, though? Between Caspian and Dinopo, they got prototypes roaring around it, but still they can fight for class lead. And,
That's Sean Jacobs as the overall leader there.
Jacobs,
the overall leader in the middle of that battle.
Had a bit of contact with Sardina actually, maybe just a bit too quick on the exits, but it doesn't look to have affected him. I'm going to check and make sure. Doesn't look to have affected Sean Jacobs. No major suspension damage, if any, on that car. So back to the battle we can go. Matty Blyneck pits from second. Meanwhile, Sardina versus Jack Markley continues.
Indeed, coming round there. Oh, that was very, very wiggly from Jack Markley there. Extremely wiggly through there. Lost a little bit of traction. Will that allow Sardina and the Dinopo car to make a move? It appears that he's too far away. Of course, we just saw that's Hadlack right there in the background, ready to pick up any pieces. These three cars are so close. They're 4 seconds apart after almost 4 hours of racing.
That is incredible. I'll tell you what, Nicky Djakovic, a man on a mission, gets past Ali Ferry to one-lap himself on her. I don't think she fought that very hard. She's in second now. But Djakovic has just set the fastest lap of the race on a 1:46.6.
Oh, Sardina's up the inside again. Backs out a little bit.
Yeah, and absolutely going to wait and see if they can do this. Chet Mackley versus
Cadillac is
Sardina.
just in the background, ready to pick up any pieces.
Well, 3 by 3 by 3 times this has now happened into this corner. Sardina trying to go for it. Might have the drive this time. It's take 2. Will there be a squeeze going on this time? He's gone down the inside just like last time. He's got a better speed differential though. Breaks a bit earlier. Gets a bit squiggly.
It's gone straight on. It's gone straight on. Sardina. Jamackley looked up the front brake something horrifically, and for some reason Sardina took to the grass on the inside of the track. But coming up into Cunningham, Sardina's got a fantastic run. Can he make a move to the inside? This is Milniak right behind him, 3rd overall in this in the race, is right behind him as well. Will the battle be broken up by him? Is it going right outside? Oh, that's very close, almost into the grass.
Matty Blindhead goes past both of them now, and look at Sardina! Sardina! Out of nowhere!
It's through! Whoa! Hit it, almost hitting Gomez in the P2 car.
Well, Jack Mackley went wide and all that. I think the pressure got to him ultimately. Mlinek was there. Pressure got to him. Sardina there almost hits Gomez. But well done to Sardina, who takes class lead.
Indeed, a fantastic move there by the Scuderia de Opel car after about 3 laps of trying. Has managed to get past, but Hadlack is right behind Chip Mackley. He might lose 2 positions in 1 lap. We'll just have a look side by side. Coming up to Sunset. Hadlack has got the inside line. Chip Mackley's on the outside. Bogers has just passed them both. Let's see. The move is almost done before we get to Sunset. And Hadlack has managed to take that position. But Caspian Motorsports have lost 2 positions in 1 lap.
That's not helpful, and it's most certainly not helpful for them because 2 positions in 1 lap is bad.
Indeed, just have a look. Ali Ferry is only 20 seconds behind Sean Jacobs in the Speedy Mike car at the moment. That is so close for the lead still after almost 4 hours of the race. Only 20 seconds between the overall lead. But of course, this GT battle is even closer. We've got all of them right there. It's a fantastic 3-way battle.
Well, speaking of battles, I suspect we'll have one soon between Jamie Otis and Nicky Jakovic. There's not much between these two. Otis coming down into the hairpin and Jakovic a couple of secones behind. About 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But we know how quickly
Sardina's
Nicky
gone
makes
wide.
time.
Sardina went wide at the hairpin, but he didn't manage to lose too much time.
Yeah, and Jakovic is actually trying to lap himself on Daniele Tully here in the Witchwood car. We'll come back to that. But yeah, we got this battle ongoing between 3rd and 4th, between Linek and Bogus as well, but also Jakovic trying to go for Tully. And Tully about 11 seconds down on Bogus as well.
Still very close between these cars. We had a little bit of a lull for an hour or so, but now the race is spiced all the way back up again.
Oh, and Jakovic trying to get past Daniele Tully there, trying to unlap himself. I guarantee you, I put money on the fact he's going to do the whole flashy light business. As he usually seems to do these days.
Around the outside of the Caspian Motorsport car.
Gets around the outside. Now it's all about Daniele Tully. Realistically, Tully doesn't have to let Jakovic do. He's a lap ahead. He's the leading car here. It's Jakovic's job to get through safely.
Hadlack is flashing at Sardina.
Yeah, there goes the lights. That's my money to free because Jakovic is flashing twice now at Tully. He's not just going to move over. He's ahead. He's allowed to try and stay ahead if he wants to. It's Jakovic's prerogative to get through safely. And he's pushing Ace. Look here down the inside. And well, it's another weird overtake from Jakovic, but he goes through. But Hadlack now. Hadlack, watch
right
him.
Behind Sardina.
Watch him on Sardina here.
Oh, is this going to be... Oh, he looked slightly to the inside of turn 1. No room at the end. He's going to have a look into... Oh, he's gone slightly wide there, though. That's certainly not going to help him, as Jakovic was passing on the inside. But they're nose to tail. Will there be another lead change at the hairpin? We're just going to have a look.
Well, maybe. Perhaps not yet, but yeah. Good going so far. And I'll tell you this. Shout out to GNS Endurance at 9th and not last.
And not last. Is that most important of them?
Yes, and not last. Jamie Otis doing a cracking job in P9 at the moment. So Nicky Jakovic isn't too far away, so they should be aware of that.
Indeed, Ferry is actually closing up slowly to Jacobs. That's been about 2 seconds in the past 5 minutes or so. Very slowly, the Atlantic car is pulling in the Speedy Mike car.
Yes! Is there going to be a potential battle for the lead in some minutes' time? That is the question. That is the question. Well, we'll
Have a
see
look
how
at this
this plays
GT
out.
battle again. Still very close between these two. It's been a little bit strung out due to lapping prototypes, I should say. But there's been a little bit broken up. But no doubt soon. Oh, one of the P2 cars was Bolt there. I think Barkley was stuck behind Sardina there.
Yeah, Nico Barkley down in 13th in all this after the incident before. Trying to unlap himself on Miguel Vasquez. The way he's not flashing his lights. He's trying his hardest to get through though, is Barkley. And, well, he's doing it a bit more sensibly, you could argue, than other drivers. But he's waiting his chance. If he's not going to get it, he's not going to get it. He accepts that.
Indeed, sensible is possibly the word that I would use for that.
He's having a good go at the Nico Barkley. Got to appreciate it that much. Well, the whole Otis Barkley gap is decreasing now. I'd say there's about 5 seconds in it. 5-6 seconds. It's come down a little bit, but Otis's last few laps have been, and I'll count these, 149, 151, 152, about the 150 mark, and Jakovic, as we know, has been in the 47s. So I'd imagine this gap is going to come down reasonably quickly. Although, then again, his last lap was a 152 as well. So his last lap was a 150 like Otis. So, yeah, not necessarily coming down as quick as Jakovic might like.
Indeed, Jakovic is going to be right on the back of Otis soon before we know it, and that might be an interesting battle to see.
Interesting for many reasons, but I'm looking to see whether there's anything else going on elsewhere. Well, there is not in the direct view, but got to keep an eye on the fact that Ferry's closing in, Jakovic closing in.
Caspian and Blackhawk are very close for P3 and GT.
Yes! Has the speed worn off the Caspian car? Harold Bachman has a chance to get the place back.
Indeed, coming down into Bishops. Just need to see he's not close. He's not going to get a move in soon. He's just going to have to bide his time, wait a little bit, and see where he's faster, where he's slower, and then try and make the move at a place that he knows he can pass him.
Well, yeah, Harold Bachman in that Blackhawk car, not being the fastest for this race, but he's doing a good job of staying where he is and now challenging the Caspian car. Doing a good job of that, must be said. Mind you, I'm just trying to do a bit of a count in my head here. Yeah.
It is Ferry is again closing up to Sean Jacobs. It's now 15 seconds the gap.
Is the comeback on? Is the potential race lead for Atlantic Motorsports on? That's the question.
I would say that as Sean Jacobs does pass this battle. Does pass this Bachman-Chikmakli battle.
Yep, that's all ongoing as well. Don't forget that. GT's too. I'm just doing a bit of a personal count here. And the gap between, Jakovic and Otis is down to 4.5 seconds by my count. So this could be getting closer sooner than we expected.
Indeed, it could be a very, very much faster than we expected.
Yeah, Jamie Otis, of course, a good driver in his own right. I mean, doing a very good job to hold it at ninth. A very solid driver, Jamie Otis. And, you know, one that should not be counted out for good scores at any point. But Nicky Jakovic, well, he's definitely got pace.
Indeed, that is one of the biggest pros to Nicky Jakovic. Obviously, there are downsides. That is one of his best traits, is the fact that he is blindingly quick.
Yeah, I mean, in longer races as well, it's good to have drivers like Otis, who might not be as quick as Jakovic, but are definitely, you know, solid and can stay there and, you know...
Pair of safe hands.
You know, I'm not saying Nicky Jakovic isn't safe hands, but at the same time, you know, guys like Jamie Otis has been very solid this race.
Indeed, he's just been under the radar for the vast majority of the time. He's done nothing.
He's
done nothing to take note. Just under the radar, just sitting there. A bit like the Atlantic car. That's up in second. They've not really done anything this year. They've done nothing of note. They've just been there. They've been there at the right time, and they've been consistent through the entire race, and that is what has got them up into second place.
Yeah, had a very solid race and very consistent drivers. Like Ali Farry's done a very good job of being consistently quick. and I'm sure that she'll continue to do so as well, as has Jamie Hunter has been very consistent. All his laps have been pretty much within 2 seconds of each other.
Bachman having a look at Jermackley halfway along the front straight, but is nowhere near close enough to have make a move on them for that final step in the GT podium.
Yeah, that is still going on. Let's not forget. The gap between Otis and Djokovic, by my counting, is about. I'm going to use the reference points here. By my counting, the gap is still 4.5 seconds. So at points, he's as quick as Djokovic.
Indeed, and that's what you need. You just need a solid pair of hands, and that's all you really need in this series, is a solid pair of hands. As Jason Holden Jones is in the pits now, and Chip Mackley's had to go wide for Ali Ferry, passing him in the hairpin. It's now very close between Bachman and him.
Oh yes, very close indeed between them two, and I'm not going to guess it saying this is going to go away anytime soon. I tell you what, I've just noticed I've not had a break in a while. I might need one, but Bachman having a very
Chip
good job of
Mackley's
this.
coming on the inside.
I tell you what, Neil, I'm going to have that break because I've not had one in a while. You call the action for about 5 minutes.
Indeed, no problem at all. And we have the Caspian Motorsport car in third place, just a second or so ahead of Bachman and the Blackhawk. Of course, Blackhawk were leading for about 3 hours, then approximately 45 minutes ago or so, they lost the lead and now down to fourth. Was Bachman just fuel saving? Was he tire saving? Has he now been allowed to unleash the beast? We don't know. We're just going to have a wait. Anyway, the top 4 in GTs are extremely close. There's about 15 seconds between the top 4. And that is absolutely nothing after almost 4 hours of racing. It is absolutely extraordinary. Ali Ferry, P2, the Atlantic Motorsport car, is absolutely reeling in Sean Jacobs in the Speedy Mike car. I just say that, Ali Ferry's in the pits. What will they do? Will they be? And I say that Chip Mackley is in the pits. P3 in the GT car is now in the pits. We've just got to see where he comes back out, and there is no third driver, I should say, for the Atlantic Motorsports car in the pits. So Ferry is going to at least continue on the next stint. See that Chip Mackley is still in the pits. Bachman has got a little bit of clean air now. He might be able to do the overcut on the Caspian Motorsports car. Just going to have to wait and see. The gap between Sardina and Hadlack, first and second in the GT class, is now 3 seconds. So it's cooled off a little bit now after they were very close together. Of course, lapping traffic broke that one up a little bit. It seems like Hadlack has not been able to get onto the back of Sardina again. Just looking through the order, is there another interesting battle? Djokovic is almost on the back of Otis now. In fact, they are on the back of Otis. It's side by Djokovic. Coming into turn 3 around here. Into turn 4, there's nowhere to pass. There's nowhere for Djokovic to pass. Obviously, Djokovic, an extremely fast racer. But you may just have to bide this time here a little bit with Otis. Otis is now covering the inside. I say that, Djokovic has lunged to the inside. And Djokovic has taken that position quite easily from Otis, actually. Otis putting up no fight because he knows he's now in 10th place in that GNS endurance car. They do not want to jeopardize their finish. They know Djokovic is far faster than him, and they're just going to let Djokovic go. Let's have a look. Have we got anything else interesting happening on track? We've got the Hadlack battle, the GT lead battle, as I have been saying. Djokovic is now past Otis, going back to the GT battles. Let's see. Hadlack is now being passed by Radio, being lapped by Radio. Again, just sort of like just waiting to see if Sardina makes a mistake, because if the Scuderia Denopo driver does indeed make a mistake, Hadlack's going to be right back in there for the lead of this race, and that is exactly what they want in that car. Ali Ferry has came back out in 4th place now, a minute 40 behind the leader, as she is just coming round Tower down towards Bishops. It appears that is probably a tyre change, I believe, is what they did in the last stop. We just have to see as George Angelikos in the slide right car is in the pits now. They're 18 laps down on the leader in that slide right car, and they are indeed, let's have a look, they're 9 laps down on their GT leader. So the slide right car is just there, just plodding on. They're 14th in class at the moment. They're 4 laps ahead of the Team RGPL car. 14th in class. That is going to be a good result for them, because of course that slide right car, if I have a look back at my my results, have been 14th and 13th for the past 2 races, so they've just tended to be the ones who pick up the pieces, aren't necessarily the fastest, aren't necessarily most consistent, but are just there to pick up the pieces at the end of the race, and that of course is very important in these cars. Bogish is only, that's about 4.5 seconds behind Milniak, so this might be a very interesting battle for what is now 2nd overall in this pace. And of course, as we hurtle towards the final two hours of this race, this is now when a normal VLMS race would finish. It'd finish now. We would be waving the checkered flag. But here at Sebring, to help mirror the VEC race, we've got an extra 2 hours, an extra 50% free for all the drivers today. Of course, this is one of the 2 events that we're having this year that mirrors the VEC. This is the 6 hours of Le Mans, 6 hours of Sebring, I should say, and soon the VEC will be at the 12 hours of Sebring. And of course, our season finale, the 12 hours of Le Mans, a treble distance race for double points, is a replica of the VEC 24-hour Le Mans, another. So our race are a half distance of their ones. So that is certainly something to look forward to in May time, I believe, is our 12-hour of Le Mans race. Let's have a look. Bokish and Milniak are keeping that gap constant, pretty much at about 4 seconds. Milniak is doing a very good job just managing the gap and not making any mistakes, just managing that gap, making sure that he knows how far behind Bogish is from him. Let's have a look at Sardina and Hadlack. Hadlack can see Sardina in the headlights a while away, but it is a little distance away. It was about 3 seconds still. It's not fluctuated. We have Bachmann in the pits as well. He's pitted from third place in the in class. He has exited the pits again. He's now behind. He's now just 5th place in class, so he hasn't actually lost that many places. Where is the Caspian car? The Caspian car with Demirkan at the wheel is got just ahead of Bachmann, so that's been a driver change for the Caspian car. And maybe Demirkan is not as up to speed as Bachmann. Perhaps this is something we could see in the next laps, is the fact that Bachmann, who knows the track so far, is well accustomed to the track, having been there for at least the last stint, possibly the last 2, will he be able to catch up and pass that Caspian Motorsport car? Is anything else? That gap between Milniak and Bogish, again, still constantly 4 seconds. Nothing really happening at the moment. It's a little bit of a lull again in the race. We had one of these about an hour, about a couple of hours or so for an hour. We might have another one for an hour or so, and hopefully the final part of the race will be as explosive as the beginning and the mid part of this race is, as Miguel Vasquez in the BTB Series.ES Racing P2 car has came into the pits. That BTB car didn't start at Montreal and didn't finish last time out at Road Atlanta. So if they do indeed stay in this position, this will be the first points of the year for them. Just having a look at Bogish turning. This is down Bishop's, flat out that left-hander. I believe he is flashing his lights at someone. If that are my eyes not deceiving, but I believe they are. The right-hander of Le Mans onto the Omen straight straight, the back straight, the top speed of these cars going up to 240, 250, 260 kilometers an hour, braking at 270 just about, and very late apex that the Milniak takes, and across the start-finish line to start another lap. He's got Hadlack just ahead of him, who of course is second in the GTs at the moment. So he's going to have to, and Milniak has got by without any bother. Hadlack seems to have dropped back a little bit actually. He seems to have dropped back as the gap is now somewhere in the region of 4 seconds. So there's been a second lost by Hadlack somewhere. But of course, 1 lapse in concentration is all it takes for your race to be turned upside down. We saw that with the P2 car that went straight on at Cunningham. We saw that with many cars so far today. And back with us we have Joshua Anderson.
Yeah, thank you very much, Neil. So back at it once again, only for about 35 minutes because I do believe dinner's up in that time. So a short but sweet reunion from me, but I will be back again for the end of this race, naturally. And well, yeah. As I've been away, Ali Ferry must have pitted because she's down into 4th now.
Indeed, Ali Ferry did pit. I believe it was just fuel by the looks of it, and also the Caspian Motorsport cars changed drivers now. Ahmed Demirkan in the car.
Yeah, Demirkan in the car now. Very proven driver for the team, has done quite a few good things for them. Carlos Santos is overtaken in the gaming events Corvette. Dennis Hadlack and Salvo Sardina ahead of them, of course. Sardina leading class. Yunus Raivio all the way back into the 14th overall, but not much increase in overall class position for the Finn, unfortunately. Jakovic has since overtaken Otis for P9 and is chasing down Jason Holden Jones, who is currently entering turn 1 while Jakovic is going down the back straight.
There's about 28-second gap between the two at the moment.
That's quite a bit. But if Jakovic takes a second lap, that's 26 laps.
Indeed. That might be doable.
And that relates to about 40 minutes. So probably not talking about a race win for Team Virus, yeah, but a top 7 is probably the goal.
Indeed, that'll be what they're aiming for. However, two disconnects is what they've had this race. They had to disconnect at they have a disconnect at Road Atlanta as well. Did they have a disconnect in Montreal as well? This is something that they really have to sort out there at Team Virus.
Yeah, I mean, I've had problems in Automobilista specifically where it keeps disconnecting for me. But I think a reinstall of everything solved that. So, you know, whatever solves it, solves it.
Indeed.
Ultimately, you can never really know for sure until you actually try things. Yes, Jakovic gonna have to try and catch up as much as he can.
Demirkan's had a half spin.
Oh dear. And that is gonna let Bachmann even closer in, but not gonna help the Caspian Motorsport team.
Indeed, no. It seems that Bachmann has definitely fallen off this stint as well. So, not quite sure what's wrong with Bachmann because he was right up behind Jim Mackley for a while, but is now fallen back a little bit.
Yep, and it's fallen back a bit as Bachmann, but he's doing a good job to still be there and to do a good job of it. So yes, nicely placed and well running at the moment, like a well-oiled machine. That Blackhawk car, not the quickest machine in the world, but a very well-oiled one.
Yes, indeed, and Milniak is keeping the gap to Polish constant at somewhere between 4 and 5 seconds. It's been like that for the past 20 minutes or so now, and Ali Ferry is still taking time out of Sean Jacobs. Still taking chunks of time out of it because she was 1 minute 40 when she pitted and she's now about 1 minute 38 behind. So still a very good, still very good pace from the Scot.
Yeah, quite good form from Perry. That is good form, and well, may we still see an Atlantic car lead this race? We'll have to see.
Indeed, it's all going to come down to that strategy at the end, because Ali Ferry did pit while you were away, which was 2 hours to go essentially is when she pitted. So if she can get at least 40 minutes out of each tank, that's just going to be a 2-stop race for her now, and I believe it may only be a 2-stop race for all P2 cars from now.
quite potentially. We'll have to see if it is, but if it is only 2 stops, then those 2 stops are going to be 2 crucial stops because there's not as many of them anymore, and it means a lot more if it goes wrong.
Indeed, I'm not sure if they are going to do a second driver change in that car. I'm not sure if April Dillon will get into that car today, but that may well happen at the end of the next stint. We'll just have to see.
Well, we'll have to see if it does, because it'd be interesting to see if it does and see if April does get in that car. But yeah, we'll check and see whether that's happened and keep you informed as to the goings on re that. So, 252 minutes into the race, just over 4 hours, 4 hours and 12 minutes in fact in this race. And, well, how has it been for you?
It's been good so far. We're back into another lull, like we had about a couple of hours ago. So we had a lull. We got back into another lull, but hopefully the last hour of the race or so will be as explosive as the first and the third hour.
Hopefully so, because that was very interesting, and it's been very interesting at points this race. So we'll see if it continues to be as interesting as it has been.
Sardina's in the pits. The GT leader is in the pits.
Is he now?
And second place, Hadlack is in the pits as well. They both came into the pits at the same time.
That might be a response, actually, if he's coming at the same time.
It looks like at the moment, with what this is about an hour 50 to go, it may be. I think they will be quite safe on a one-stop race from here for the GT cars.
Well, I think we may have problems with the broadcast. Bernd Schmidt's R-Factor 2 has crashed, so that explains why there is that explains why there is in fact a little bit of a thingamajig there. So apologies in advance for that. In fact, I don't even know whether we're live, but we'll keep talking as if we were. Either way,
indeed, both of them have came into the pits. It is Sardina has got out far quicker than Hadlack. What is Hadlack doing in the pits? Is it a driver change for that car?
Yeah, I think the stream is down actually, but we'll keep going here. Dennis Hadlack is having a good go of it here.
The PR Logitech car is still in the pits. The Sardina is long gone. Matthias Grau is now in the car. Matthias Grau is now indeed in the car. That is a driver change, and I believe that will be them till the end. Matthias Grau will be in that car till the end.
Yeah, I think the stream's come back in a couple of seconds actually. So I think we should just see if that. Oh no, it's crashed again. Yeah,
broken, absolutely broken. Buy new PC.
New computer.
Buy new PC.
Wow.
I had a problem with that actually. Mine's crashed first time of loading actually today as well.
Yeah, it does that sometimes.
But yes, do we have any close battles? Milniek and Bogusz are still same distance from each other, to be honest. Ali Ferry has stopped taking that much time out of them so far. It's taken 4 seconds out of the Speedometer car of Sean Jacobs since the pit stop. But those 4 seconds are important because Sean Jacobs was only about 11 seconds ahead of Ali Ferry when Ali Ferry pitted.
Yeah, so that wasn't a very not much in it at the time, but definitely worth keeping an eye on that one, see how that one develops. Just looking now, just further down the grid here, looking down and seeing if there's anything going on regarding the GTs. Sardina still leads Santos and Grau, leads Demican, leads Bachmann, Pinto, James. Not really much going on. Oh, we are back live, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies for those technical problems. Hopefully we have now sorted them out and we are back on the air once again. I'm Josh Robinson, still with Neil Hickney. We've just been discussing the things that have been going on and, well, just looking around at a couple of things at the moment. But yes.
The Hadlack has got out of the car, the PR Logitech car, and now Matthias Grau is in this car for the rest of the race. And Santos is in the pits, pitting from second in class in the Gaming Events GT car.
Yep, that is true. He is there, and that is not a bad result at all because Carlos Santos in the Gaming Events I don't know where they started, but being up in second is good. That has got to be a good thing.
Indeed, the Gaming Events P2 car has got a 12th in a DNF so far this season. So this, it's the GT car. Close enough. The GT car's got a 2nd and 8th this season. So this is a fairly consistent run for them.
Reasonably consistent, yes, and Sean Jacobs as well, leading the race in that speedy might, although Lionel Burgos, Ferry, all potential threats to that. Especially Ferry, because she's been taking time out for a while now, although I think she's just lost a bit of it. But she has been taking time out of the speedy might in this race.
Indeed, that Speedy Mike car is a bit of a false lead at the moment, I would say. It's because Ferry is essentially on the alternate strategy, if you will. It's the lead is not as big as Jacobs currently thinks it is.
No, he doesn't have that much of a lead, although it probably is quite a lead indeed. It's a reasonable lead, it's a good lead, but it's a lead that
it looks like the last time Jacobs pitted was 112.
Yeah, so, you know, it is being depleted, the lead, but it's a decent one still.
Indeed.
So, with that in mind, Ali Ferry, can she do it? Can she get into first place? Bit of a bold question, but worth asking.
Well, no, the last Jacobs pit was 112. That's what I just said, wasn't it?
Yeah.
112. But that's 15 laps ago. I think they may need a splash and dash at the end.
Do you know?
Right car.
Well,
not sure. We're just going to have to see if they pit within the next few minutes. They might be quite close in fuel because we have not had the code 80 for a couple of hours now.
Yeah.
They may be banking on another one, but I think if it continues to go green, that Speedy Mike car might be close on fuel.
Maybe. So
this is about a tank around here is about 45 minutes.
yeah.
Sorry, 40 to 45 minutes. So if they stop before an hour 30 to go, they will. That's a 2-stop race for them. But if they stop at about an hour 35 or so, which is about 10 minutes, they are going to be very close in fuel.
Yeah, there's always that to deal with, and fuel could play into it, even with fuel-saving measures.
It may become a fuel-saving race, as it sometimes is in endurance racing.
Quite possibly, maybe, perhaps, it could become an endurance-saving fuel race. Argenis Riera has joined said race in P14. He has gotten it in to the One car, and he's off and away as the Venezuelan.
Off and away, indeed, that One car having horrific luck, of course, with that incident with Crespi. It was Barkley having absolutely nowhere to go, but the One car is still there, still making headway.
Making good inroads indeed. And, well, Riera, a very talented driver in his own right, so let's see how he gets on in that car. He's got Eunice Raivio to catch, but Raivio is way ahead on the track. I think he's coming through the tower complex.
Indeed, Raivio.
Oh no, he's a bit further. He's a bit further behind them now. I think that was the hairpin he's just come through, and Riera is coming through it now.
Raiva's going through the Le Mans complex.
Oh, is he coming through that now? Fair enough.
Yes.
And now Riera, I think they've
Riera is just coming to tower.
Ah, right. The tower starts there. Okay. So there's a bit between them now.
Not that much. There's about 21 seconds or so between the two of them at the moment. Which is still easy. Just one mistake and it could go horrifically wrong.
Yeah, that's the thing on endurance racing. As long as it is, it can be quite costly in the mistakes department. And I tell you what, someone who's made basically no mistakes since getting in that car is Nicky Jakovic, who's just flying further and further towards Jason Holden-Jones in P8. Holden-Jones on the back straight, and Jakovic just joining it now, joining the couple corners before now.
Indeed, there is only a let's have a look. There's only about 10 seconds between the two now, so he's taken chunks of time out. In fact, Djakovic can see Holden Jones just turning into sunset as he joins the Allman Straight, so he can see his next target, and no doubt he will be in sight within the next few laps.
No doubt he will be, perhaps, and yeah, there's always that to think about. Djakovic always a threat, no matter where on track he is, and you know, he's pretty much always there, always ready to pounce on any mistakes. And well, Holden Jones just coming around, I believe, turn 2 now, or something like that. He's not that far ahead of Djakovic, and they're on the same laps. This would be a battle for position.
Indeed, it would be a battle for position, and that would be something quite fun to see. Again, I'm not sure if Holden Jones has the pace of Djakovic.
Well, Djakovic himself is just going to try and lap these GT cars. Nuno Pinto and Jonas Piccolo in this little scrap as well. Gets past Pinto, does Djakovic, and now he aims to special beam cannon himself past Piccolo as well.
Indeed, Djakovic a good couple of seconds faster lap than Holden Jones. So once Djakovic does get up to him, it should be should be a relatively easy pass.
In fact, it has been. He's just gotten through. That solves that then. I have to say that it has been a good race from Djakovic to recover as much as he has, even with his own disconnect. Although some of the lapping and overtaking has been a bit impatient.
Indeed, impatient is certainly a word for it.
But as you do, I guess, must just be his way of doing things. I mean, I'm not gonna say how to drive. Each person drives how they want, and if he wants to take a slightly more aggressive approach, so be it. But he's getting the job done, and that's what matters.
Indeed, that's all that matters. Just getting up there, just getting the final position.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. I just seen George Angelidis has left the race. That is the yeah, that's because
That's a slide right car.
They have retired with engine problems. I don't know whether Neil already covered that, but it's the first I've seen of it. So we got Vasquez out. Vasquez from 6th, but I think that's a disconnection. Yeah, I'm just looking at it. Yep, that was just a disconnection.
Okay, guys, we're coming to code 80 in 10 seconds. No overtaking.
Why is this?
Radio has no front end.
Oh, Rivio!
5, 4, 3, 2,
What has happened
1.
to him?
Code 80 enforced.
Hey, look. Look at the front end there.
Well, let's have
What?
a look.
The front end just popped off.
I'm
Halfway
gonna have a
around
look at
Cunningham.
this.
Front end just went away.
I'm looking at this. I'm trying to. Oh dear, Rivio. Oh dear. What happened was Eunice Rivio. Oh, Jamie. Oh, Marcelo Aiello in the Atlantic GT seemed to come across over Jamie Otis, who then spun. Rivio went into the back of Otis, and that's what happened. He lost his front bumper that way. So Aiello perhaps. Oh no, apparently crashed into the sheriff crashed into Bachman though. So. Harold Bachman, 19th, has no rear wing. I think is the incident that brought it out, but simultaneously, Otis had it coming together with Aiello and Rivio, a passenger in that.
What on earth has happened to Bachman?
Yeah, I don't know. He just lost his rear wing for me somewhere, but what actually
Let's
did
have
happen?
a look.
Oh, he had it coming with a prototype. Oh yeah. But oh, Lechevre just crossed into him, I think. Crossed into Bachman, or Bachman, yeah, and that took them both off.
Oh, that's a lot of damage in Bachman's car. Yeah, let's have a look coming in. Yep, Lechevre just turned in on Bachman. There's nowhere that Bachman could not just disappear. That looks like to me entirely Lechevre's fault.
Yeah, unfortunately we don't have a replay function available because of the crash in that, but Lechevre
And
is
Bachman, I think Bachman's lost the left rear wheel as well. Or is that the prototype that's lost the left rear wheel?
Lechevre has lost his front right.
Lost his front right.
That's going to be a big repair. Harold Bachman, though, has all 4 wheels on his wagon, just no rear bumper.
No, he does.
No rear wing.
That must have been what I saw, it's the Chevrolet tyre is complete, and Malniak's in the pits.
Oh, Bryce Harper! Bryce Harper's disconnected from Realist Racing. But if you're going to disconnecting the code 80, you lose less time.
Indeed, Milniak's taken the opportunity to pit during this code 80.
Yep, Lineck in. But let's not forget the whole Otis incident as well. If that GNS has damage to the suspension, it's going to prolong the code 80. Doesn't look like it does, though. Looks like Jamie Otis is going to be scot-free.
Vasquez has came back into the race, and Bagish is in the pits as well. Bogish is in the pits as well.
Yeah,
This
Rivio.
could be a godsend to all these cars. As I said, the critical
Oh my
time,
lord! Devin Khan is speeding on the code 80. I think he's just hit him that it's been a code 80. But why was he speeding before? Well, no, he was in the pits. Devin Khan was in the pits all this time, I think. Then fed him the code 80. That will be a penalty post race. But yeah, he realised and he slowed down.
As I said, this is 1 hour 35. This is the critical time for these prototypes. If it goes green the entire race after this code 80, all these prototypes pitting now will be very close on fuel.
Yeah, and this is going to be even worse for Caspian Motorsport because they've probably got a penalty incoming for speeding on the code 80.
Okay guys, get ready, we will come back to green in 10 seconds.
Back to green in 10 then, and after the calamity that caused this code 80, I don't know how this is going to go anymore.
3, 2, 1, green flag.
Green flag racing once again here, and yep, back to green. Now this is going to be interesting to see how this plays out. The critical point of the race, James Bryce Harper rejoins.
Indeed, Ali Ferry in 4th place at the moment definitely needs 2 stops to make the end. Milniak and Bogusz, they will be close on fuel. I believe they will be close on fuel. They may have to fuel save. They may have to splash and dash. We just need to see. In fact, Ali Ferry has gone 3rd overall. Bogusz past Bogusz, but as I say, these 2 cars will be very close on fuel.
Crucially as well, driver change in the Team Virus car. Jakovic out, Jachowski back in.
Jachowski obviously starting the race, and he's gone up into 8th already passed Vasquez. Jachowski obviously started the race, qualified the car, qualified on pole, and had that first disconnect which really ruined Virus's race.
Yeah, but then Jakovic got in the car after that, did a bit of work, he's handed it back to Jachowski, and of course we know Airhand likes to lap people in a more conventional manner than Nicky does. So, you know, let me know. That's not the point, though. The point is that Jachowski's got a mountain to climb at this point to get past Holden Jones and Troughton. As quick as he is.
Indeed, indeed. Let's have a look. Is it Bogusz is just behind Ferry? That might be something we want to look. Pinto is just behind Lopez. That's her 4th in the GT class.
Yeah, and that is Pinto. Nuno Pinto and Pedro Lopez battling it out. Now, Nuno Pinto in that Ramada car, very talented from my own knowledge of him.
Sight by sight down the front straight.
Yeah, he is chasing down the Corvette. Wants to outbrake, does outbrake. Into turn 1, game set and match to Pinto.
Textbook smooth through turn 1. That is exactly what you want to see, a textbook smooth.
Yeah, put that one in. Yeah, put that one in there because that deserved it. I mean, well done, Nuno. Fair move. Although Ahmed Demikan ahead is the next target, there may be a penalty for code 80 speeding under them incoming because, well, I did see them and it was pretty blatant speeding there. Maybe just forgot there was a code 80. Just hit the limiter on the exit, then saw the other car slow, realised his mistake, hit the brakes, but he still sped.
Sometimes it's just a reaction thing. You don't come at the pit lane, time for the pit limiter to be off.
Yeah,
just a reaction, it could well have been.
It's so easy to do, but didn't fix it ultimately until he saw cars that were slow.
Indeed.
Well, Matthias Bogusz is apparently closing P3 here.
Yep. Bogusz is coming onto the back of Ferry.
Yep, and this could be interesting. See here, Bogusz versus Ferry, and we saw it before, we'll see it again. Hopefully this time it lasts quite long.
Indeed, hopefully it will last slightly longer than it did last time. I think
Oh, Bernd Schmidt has become an administrator.
Bernd
This
Schmidt's
is good
become
news.
administrator, which suggests there may be a penalty incoming.
Well, oh, the stream screen's gone black for me for some reason. Oh, maybe this is to hide the password that he used to become an administrator. Indeed, I think it is. Fair play to Ben for that. Yep, just to hide the password. You're not getting any passwords off us. But
It
yeah,
would be my dream to become an administrator. Why can't I be the administrator?
maybe one day you can, Neil. Well, either way though, Bernd Schmidt is an administrator. He has more power than he did before. It does suggest there's a penalty incoming, but we'll see. Oh yes, drive-through for Demican. That is for pit lane speeding.
Indeed, indeed.
You were right.
The American is in what is that, third in class at the moment? The Caspian Motorsport car. They are indeed third in class with Nuno Pinto and the Ramada and Lopez in the Gaming Events GT car on the same lap at them. How close is it? The American is just coming into Cunningham, but Pinto and Lopez are on the run up to the hairpin. He may not lose a position from this drive-through.
Yeah, I mean, that was yeah, might not lose much, but he's going to lose time nonetheless. He's reasonably ahead of Pinto, so you can argue that, but the Chev's still in the pits after that incident.
Indeed, that was a massive... Well, remember, his wheel came completely off. His left front wheel came completely off. No doubt there'd be a massive amount of suspension damage from that.
Yeah,
And anyway...
Oh no, go ahead.
No, you go. I
Oh,
thought you
fine.
disappeared.
After you. No, it's absolutely, yeah, fine. Yeah, so, yeah, a lot of damage for the Chev there. But, you know, still, the race isn't over. That's the crucial thing.
Indeed, the race isn't over. We've still got, what, that's the best part of it, 90 minutes to go. And anything could happen in these 90 minutes. As the American comes in to serve his drive-through.
Yeah. Well,
Let's have a look. In fact, Pinto's in Sunset Bend.
Yeah, Demican exits. This time he is allowed to disengage the pit limiter. And Pinto, he's lost time to Pinto, though, not that position. So Nuno will probably be thanking his lucky stars that came in, because now he has a chance to Demican if he can catch up a bit quicker.
Indeed, he has a chance to launch an attack for third place in the GT standings.
Yeah, this is a big challenge for him because, well, Demican's still a bit ahead, but I think Nuno could probably catch up. A bit at least, as we let Neil Heatley go for 2 minutes again. So, John Jacobs in the pits, no race leader, and this is it, that Jacobs will make his stop. Maciej Mlinek, P2, let's see where he happens to come out in all this, because Jacobs is still there, and I spy an April Dillon in the driver lobby. So this suggests that Ali Ferry will be coming in and swapping to April in this final portion of the race. Be interesting to see how she gets on, but we will see as soon as the swap completes. Though this will probably put Matthias Bugos ahead, in all honesty. So Matthias will get to go ahead in this event. We'll go into P3 therefore, but still, we will see how it pans out. Yep, Mlinek takes the lead. Jacobs is still second. No damage on that car, of course, but just maybe a slightly longer stop. Possibly a driver swap involved, but I don't see any speedy might drivers myself unless I'm missing one. And we obviously not pitting yet this ferry, but we've got a couple of drivers further down the road as well. Yep, Jacobs does not change drivers, but Bugos goes through, Ferry goes through, Jacobs comes out fourth. So a bit of a loss for them, but still. And, well, he'll be hoping to catch up, that is for certain. Not an awful lot to go to get to any sort of catch-up position, but always a present threat this race of Speedy might be, and I'm sure they'll continue to be as we have Neil Heatley back.
Indeed, we do. Has anything interesting happened while I was away?
Well,
But Jacobs has pitted, has he not?
yes, he has. Sean Jacobs has just pitted and come out in P4. But there's an interesting development in that I do spy in April Dillon in the lobby. So possibly going to swap in from Ferry.
Indeed, like I say, as I said about half an hour ago, 2-stop race now for Atlantic. April Dillon coming in for the last double stint.
Yeah, and this is going to be interesting to see how she gets on because very
I
very
do
talented.
believe Jacobs now has a stop in hand. He should be, the speed of my car should be able to do it now with one stop to go. So they have been able to save fuel the entire afternoon, this entire evening, and be able to get off at the end of the race with one less stop than everyone else.
Yeah, Matty Mlynek's leading affairs at the moment, followed by Ferry, followed by Bugus. Bugus chasing down Ferry. Maybe now the time for the Atlantic car to pick because they don't want to lose too much time to that. Don't want to lose too much time to the RGPL car behind. But either
I
way,
imagine now in this next one, it's going to be
yes, Ferry
new tires
not coming in,
and a driver change.
not coming in, Ferry, but she is absolutely trying to hold off Bugus for as long as possible. It is definitely going well for Atlantic at the moment. Second place, very, very good reason to be proud.
Indeed. But Bogus and Ferry are nose to tail yet again, something we've seen so many times so far through this race.
Yeah, so many times we've seen it, but so many times it's gone nowhere. Will it go somewhere this time? That's the question. Both have been very equally matched, these RGPL and Atlantic cars.
Indeed, they've been pretty equal throughout the entire event today.
Yeah, they've been quite closely matched, so don't expect a very high intensity battle. I expect a strategic one between these two. That's the sort of thing you're going to expect in this case, I believe. I'm just looking at the gap between Jakowski and Holden Jones are miles apart from each other now as they were before. So, yeah, that's what the driver change
Jakowski
does,
did
yeah.
come into the pits during the previous Code 80.
Yeah, that might help. But Holden Jones, a very solid seventh at the moment, not second's Ali Berry, who is being chased by Matthias Bugus for that very position.
The seventh for that RSA Proteus car, very good because they did have a horrific race last time out at Road Atlanta. They had an absolutely horrific race.
Yep, so good that they're not having such a bad one today, and good that they were able to chase on. Is Ferry going to come in this lap, do we ask? She's again holding the inside, but chooses not to come in.
Indeed, she may just be running out the fuel because how long have we got to go? We've just got about an. Of course, these cars will only do about 40-45 minutes on the tank of fuel, so Ali Ferry may come in around the 1 hour 20, the 1 hour 15 mark.
Quite perhaps. That we'll have to see if she does. I see Celso Gomez in the pits. Jamie Otis will gain from this, of course, and probably go back into 10th place. Looking back at the GTs, though, it's still the Sardina show in P1, although he's coming up the lap. Nuno Pinto, who's quite far up the order. And apart from that, there's not really a lot of note going on. But I tell you what,
Sardina has got a massive gap over Grouse. Sardina just going through turn 1 at the moment, and Grouse coming just going through Bishops, coming into the Le Mans complex.
I'll tell you what, though, we do have something of note. And George Andrelidis is joining in the lobby. Hello there.
Hello.
Great to have you with us, but unfortunately your race came to an end a while ago with an engine problem for the slide ride car, unfortunately, so not the best race for you.
No, it was I blew it basically coming to Sunset Bend. I usually go high third gear and then downshift to second, and usually works okay. I over rev usually sometimes second, but I can usually come unscathed, but this time it was not the case. So blew it and then basically locked the rear and went a longer ride for the wall.
Yeah, that not the best way to end the race, of course, but still a good race for me. You did manage to get 106 laps done. Made it quite a long way of the race, and you're not the fastest team on the field, but you're plucky. You know, you keep going regardless of the circumstances, and that's to be admired.
Yes, Chris and I started this team basically. We started together in VGTC last year, and we are new to SRC. And you know, kudos to all the team and the organizers. They're great, both Jimmy and Bernd. And of course, I have given you many kudos on your commentating skills. They're awesome. I listened to the commenting many times, so it's really good. So we are relatively new, and we are trying to basically give our best. And we know that these guys have been doing it for years. I mean, myself, I've been sim racing very, I guess, let's say, on and off from like 10 years ago, but not at that high level of competition.
Oh, hold on a minute. We've got a crash. We have a crash in Angeloni. Osvaldo Angeloni has gone off in that in the EVA Racing Members Leah car, and that is crabbing big time. So code 80 is going to happen.
Code 80 for that car. What happened? He's just stuffed it in the wall at turn 1.
Oh, just missed Argentis Riera, and that was a GT as well. Nice big damage for Angeloni.
1, code 80 and 4.
Thank goodness we have a code 80.
He has done the exact same as David Yunt did in the opening portion of this race. He turned into turn 1 too early, hit the wall, took the nose off, and went straight onto the tyres on the outside of turn 1. He has done exactly what David Yunt did earlier in this race.
Yeah, that is exactly what happened before.
And the leader's in the pits. Maniac's in the pits.
Maniac in the pit. I thought Machi might take advantage of it, but he has.
This will be for a top-up. Maniac and that SimTech car will now be good to the end of this race. That's literally just to top up the tank. They are good now. I suggest Bogish comes in as well at the moment under this code 80.
This is probably a godsend for Ferry because she can come in now, and Matthias can come in now as well. Both can pit at the same time. April Dillon can get in that car, and Ali is not going to lose as much time because of it.
Indeed, let's see under code 80. Ali Ferry coming around, she's taking a very tight line, as is indeed coming into the pits. So that, and Bogish is indeed also coming to the pits. That's going to be an excellent move. A code 80 just at the right time, but unfortunately not a good time for Angeloni.
Yeah, Angeloni just coming into tower as well, so there's a lot of time left before...
There's still a lot of time. That's about half the lap. A lap on code 80 round here takes 264 seconds round here. It takes 4.4 minutes. 4 minutes 24 to get round here. So at tower, they're about halfway round, so they're probably going to be still another 90 seconds under code 80. And that isn't certainly enough for a driver change.
Yeah, indeed. So
Bogish is back out the pits.
Yeah, Matthias Bogish has gone out the pits. Ferry will be changing into well, we're getting Dylan in the car, but Sean Jacobs will overtake too. But under code 80, it doesn't lose as much time. I think we're going to use this code 80 to go get dinner. So leaving it to you, George and Neil.
Indeed,
Okay.
I do believe that. Oh, pardon me. I do believe that Bogish and certainly Milniak have been on these tyres for a long time. George, how do you find going through a stint? How do you deal with your driving at the beginning of the stint as opposed to the end of the stint? Do you find it harder to drive the car at the end of the stint?
I mean, I took the car halfway through from Chris, so I actually took it during the night, and it was pretty rubbered in. When I came in, there was like really a low degradation for in the beginning. But I mean, as far as when the truck is becoming grippier and more and more cars are passing by and the time is passing by and you're throwing more laps, then you're pushing the car more and you're actually utilizing the very good grip on the track, and you're actually wearing your tires faster. So the track may actually be becoming a little bit grippier or staying the same because the conditions are the same, but you're actually, because you're pushing more, you're actually degrading your tires more.
And how are you dealing with you in the GTs, obviously? How are you dealing with other GT cars passing you, but also the LMP2 cars passing you? How are you dealing with that throughout this race?
Back to green in 10 seconds.
Well, the GT cars are pretty, because we're running about the same laps on the low end. So,
green flag.
So we're about 2 to 4 or 5 seconds behind the leader on the GT cars regarding pace. It's easier we can find the place where we know that GT cars are stable and we know where we let them pass, so we kind of plan ahead. But LMP2s are a real different story. It's much harder. Some of the drivers are really respectful and they really give you a lot of room, and it seems that it's going uneventful. And some others, they really just are very aggressive. And I understand if it is a battle going on, then yeah, I will move over and do it. But some others really want to pass in places where it's really hard to pass, and then they cut back again into the racing line very fast. And if you do that in a straightaway, it's fine. But if you do it before a braking section, then you're really risking me basically rear-ending them and destroying both mine and their race.
Indeed, you've driven both in at Montreal and indeed the last round at Road Atlanta. Which race of the three of these has been the most difficult for you as a driver?
That's a good question. The problem with Road Atlanta was that we never actually raced it in, I think, what is called dry, normal conditions. It was like a mayhem of weather conditions, and then a night, and obviously all that stuff. I would say I was expecting Sebring to be a very bad, messy race because of the bumpiness and the speeds, but it seems that it's flowing nicely. There are not that many problems, not that many code 80s as you see as well. Usually people, if they go off or they crash themselves, it's usually a solo run and then they go to the pits and that's it. Montreal was very, very narrow. I would say it was one of the worst, probably one of the most difficult tracks to run, let's say, such a field, P cars and GT cars together. I really don't know how we actually passed that without major problems on traffic and accidents. We did have a lot, but I expected it to be more. So it was really good driving for the first race of the season. I was really impressed. But I think Montreal was the best. It was the worst among all. Atlanta was. I like driving in the rain. I think we're good with Chris in the rain, so it's a lot of fun. A lot of fun racing there. So it was a lot of people were losing it and we were gaining position after position. So it was a good race for us.
And indeed, in the season to go, we've got 4 rounds. We've got Imola, we've got Estoril, we've got the Red Bull Ring, and of course the season finale at Le Mans. Which one of those tracks are you looking forward to?
That's a good question. I mean, we have done both in VGTC, Imola and Estoril with Chris. And then, of course, you have Le Mans, which we have raced it before, but we haven't done such an endurance race on it. So they're all really tough courses. They have their own difficult and their pros and cons. I think Le Mans would be a nice one to have. I just want to do an endurance there. I think it would be very good to have that experience. The other ones seem to be more difficult and really hard on possibly traffic and stuff. So I'm very concerned, well, not concerned, but reserved for the next few tracks, except Le Mans.
For Le Mans, obviously our season finale is going to be 12 hours. It's triple the length of our normal race. Have you worked out with your team how you are going to split that up at all? Have you had discussions about that at all?
Yeah, we do. I mean, it's we are 2 of us right now, and we were hoping that a friend of us is gonna go to the SRCA and make it through the academy so he can be eligible to drive, but he didn't have the time to do it. So I think we will have to pick a drive from somebody, a freelance, and probably ask him. Hopefully it's going to be the same time zone so we can do some practice together and possibly have him do a little bit fair share as well.
Indeed, a very interesting insight into slide rate motorsports there.
Yeah, I mean the one thing that we want is we're aiming for 10th place in the championship. That I think is like the ultimate thing. Like as people say, I'm gonna win the championship. For us, I think 10th place was something that we're looking forward to. I mean, it was. This is our goal. This is our aim. This is we know that we are not good at passing that much, and we're not that fast, but we are very consistent and we can stay on track. Sadly, this one was the first retirement we had in our careers, and it was my first too. So apologies to Chris. And I mean, he said it's fine. It's all for the experience and the fun. I mean, we're here first of all to have fun. That's the important part. But yeah, 10th place is where we aim. We know that it's going to be very hard, probably unreachable. But the higher we go and the more points we collect, and that's what we're here for.
Of course, coming today, you were 14th in the championship. People that you want to beat were the RSA Protea cars, the RGPL car, and the Forza Corsa cars. Obviously, who you need to beat over the course of the rest of the season. Do you think that possibly beating all those 3 cars are possible?
I don't know. I mean, it depends on the races, the luck, and of course the pace of each car. I know that they are fast, but they are making more mistakes sometimes. We thought that we were very consistent, and we were aiming that we would finish every race and we'll collect as many points as we can. Good thing that the teams below us, they retired and they haven't overtaken us, so we can hold that 14th spot. It's hard. I know that both Texas, Realis, and GPL are very good. We were among them. I mean, they're 1 lap ahead of us. Sometimes we're going 2 laps ahead of them, and vice versa. It changes depending on damages and pit stops and all that stuff. It's hard. I think they're faster, and well, to be honest, they're probably better, more experience and better setup on their cars. But we will try. I mean, we'll give it everything we got. Maybe some bad luck for them, good luck for us, and nobody knows. I don't know if there are any double points on the season or at Le Mans or at
Yeah,
Sebring.
Le Mans is a double points race. Yeah.
So, a retirement early at Le Mans, and if we finish that race and we get double points, then it's all up to the end.
Indeed. So it should be a very good season. Hopefully for you for the rest of the season.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, we hope so too.
No problem at all. That is one of the drivers of Slide Right Motorsports there, George. And as we are coming back to the action, Matthias Bogus is in 2nd place now after that last round of Code 80s, and for pit stops they are 18 seconds behind the leaders, which is of course Milniak in that SimTech car, the SimTech car with very good pace. Of course, they won in the last dry race at Montreal. Got a DNF. Well, in fact, they got disqualified, I believe, at Road Atlanta. That was the name of the last track, and of course they're trying to get back to winning ways here today. Matthias Bogus 2nd at the moment in that team RGPL car. RGPL car again very fast. We saw last time out in the wet at Road Atlanta, finished 2nd. A very good outing for them last time out, and it looks like a very strong showing here as well. Sean Jacobs is in 3rd place in the Speedy Mike car. Not done so well so far. Got a DNF last time out at Road Atlanta, a 15th at Montreal. This 3rd place, a podium, will be a fantastic result for them today. And of course, the Atlantic car, P4. This strategy is going to be very interesting coming to the end of this race. Who knows, any of those 4 could really win this race at some point. I do believe that Bogus and Milniak, 1st and 2nd, I believe they will need to change tyres at some point. The question is, when will they change tyres? Jacobs, I believe, should be fine for fuel. Dylan will be fine for fuel. These 2 will be, they are on track, battling out 17 seconds between each other. Bogus and Milniak should be okay for fuel with that top up from that last Code 80. It wasn't hour 35 to go. I do believe that is the critical point. They may need to fuel save slightly. They may need to be the checkered flag to fall in a lucky place, but they may indeed be able to make it on one more stop. Going down to this GT class, but neglected the GT class a little bit. Sardina in the Scuderia de Nopo car is still a minute 15 ahead of Matthias Grau. A massive lead for the Scuderia de Nopo car there. Matthias Grau in second place in the PRL Logitech car, followed by Ahmed Tamerkan in the Caspian car in third place, of course. That Caspian car getting a drive-through not so long ago for speeding under a code 80. But the car behind him is Pinto. Nuno Pinto in the Ramada car, only 10 seconds behind him, and 4 seconds behind him is Pedro Lomez in the Gaming Events GT car. Any of those three cars could still be claiming that last step on the podium. It could be a very, very interesting finish to the race involving those four cars. Looking on the track, what have we got? Matthias Grau is currently being lapped by Riera in the Our Highness Riera in the Wanaco car. A very unfortunate race, the Wanaco car. They had terrible luck with Nico Barkley at the wheel with that accident with Crespi, as we saw about an hour ago. So now. Bad luck, Barkley had nowhere to go and they had massive damage, so down in 13th place, very disappointing after their win last time out at Road Atlanta. And look, Zhuzhovsky back on his, after taking back over from Jakovic, is on the virus charge again, P8 for them, and they're trying to chase down Jason Holden Jones in the RSA car. Holden Jones just coming into sunset as Zhuzhovsky now comes into the Le Mans complex. So not that much distance between them. I would say somewhere along the lines of about 20 seconds between the two cars, but no doubt Zhuzhovsky can regain that in the hour that we've got left so far in this race. Royce Schroden, 6th place overall in that Fanatec Drake Racing, doing a nice job. We haven't really talked about him because he's just been under the radar. That Fanatec Drake car is 7th and 5th the last two times out. 6th makes it a nice average 6th place finish over the past 3 races. So that is a very consistent drive from that Fanatec Drake Racing team, and they've really been under the radar for the past 2 races. We really haven't talked about them at all. Daniele Pizzo in the Witchwood Goblin cars. The Witchwood car, again, that's one that we talked about a little bit earlier when they had a battle with Metanzi, I believe, and if I remember correctly. That Witchwood car has not had a good season either, and DNF in Montreal, and a 13th last time out in Road Atlanta. Not a very good start for the season for them, but 5th place will be a fantastic result for that Witchwood Goblins team. And of course, April Dill in P4 in that Atlantic car, just going around Piccolo at the moment, lapping Piccolo, and it's actually been passed by Zhuzhovsky not that long ago. Zhuzhovsky, of course, on that charge, but that P4 for that Atlantic team will equal their best result, which of course was last time round. And with us, we have Joshua Anderson back.
Yes, we do. We're almost in the final hour of the race, funny enough, which I've timed perfectly well. And I'd also like to welcome Craig Willard to the room.
Evening.
So, Craig, lovely to have you with us. Welcome back, me, and welcome to the lobby, Craig. Is anything interesting happened when I've been away, though, Neil?
Not really, no. We've got April Dillon and Jacobs. I believe they're battling directly on track for position now. Bogish and Milniak, I think they're close on fuel. I think they will need a stop, and I think they may need tyres at the next stop.
Yes, I will check. Check and what? I'm getting my notes confused now. Sorry. I was reading something about Bernd Schmidt asking us to check something, but that was a while ago. Anyway. Okay, fine. It's fine. Right. So back to Craig Willard. Hi.
Hello.
So, you drive for the Reedish Racing team as well in 25th place at the moment. So overall, James Price Harper in that car.
Yep.
Again, we've already talked about Campbell Wallace, who drives for the same team as you, but we don't usually cover Reedish's exploits much. So how's your race been?
It's been largely uneventful. but unfortunately when James took over the car, he hit some massive technical problems, which cost us quite dearly. We were roughly where Piccolo was before then, when I handed it over to James, but then it just all went pear-shaped.
To put it nicely, I guess. But yes, still 25th is decent. You're chasing Harold. Well, I say you're chasing Harold Backman, who's actually 3 laps ahead. But Bryce Harper, not that far behind, could potentially pull off an unlapping manoeuvre.
That wouldn't surprise me, James. James is absolutely flying at the moment. He's been going really, really quickly all weekend. So,
Yeah, he is.
So we've stuck him in for the final 100 minutes or so.
Yeah, I imagine that, in this last portion of the race, you would stick him in, because if he's quick driving, make the positions back up. But he's doing a good job at the moment, and yeah, that's always to be admired in any driver. But I do believe we are up to the final point of the race in this moment, as April Dillon starts in another lap. Matthew Mlynek leading things still for Simtech in the LMP2, which is led for quite a while now. Matthias Pagos 18 seconds down, not that far behind in the long run of things, but we're into the final hour of the race, which means it's what I like to call the power hour, and that means drinks. Yep, so back to you then, Craig. That's all I really wanted to do with that. So yes, final hour of the race. What's your strategy?
Well, we have one more stop to make. Other than that, James is just going to drive around very quickly and very sideways.
Yeah, and well, I'm sure he'll do a good job of it as well, because he's doing a very good job at the moment. But yes, final hour of the race. Neil, crucial time now, isn't it?
Indeed it is. It is the point where fatigue starts to set in, especially in these 6-hour races, especially if you've only got 2 drivers. Fortunately for teams like Realist Racing, they have a plethora of drivers to choose from, an entire 4 drivers, so obviously it won't be as hard for them at the moment. And of course, if you've only got 2 drivers, fatigue will set in, and of course, you're starting to get down to the crunch time in the race. Cars will be trying harder and harder. Drivers will be trying harder and harder. And we may see a couple of offs in this last hour as people try to make up those last gaps places.
Yep, last couple of places need to be made up in these last couple of moments. Not much time to do it, but they're going to do it, because if they don't, then they're not going to do it. And that made no sense.
Can I just ask a question to you, Craig?
Yes, go ahead.
Craig, how did it feel like not blowing the engine this time round?
You had to do that, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
I purposely was very, very careful with my downshifts. And thankfully, because this was the first time that I had a stint where it went green all the way through when I was driving. I didn't have to worry about, suddenly braking for code 80s and horrible things like that. So, yeah, I just cruised around. The P2s were really, really good today, I thought. Largely. They were being cautious, they were not doing anything particularly reckless, with me anyway. I don't know about the other GTs, but with me they were very, very well behaved. They're all very, very careful, sort of going into T3 and T4, and that, yeah. Apparently, Neil, you accused me of favouriting certain P2 drivers over others.
I didn't accuse, I just suggested. Those are 2 very different things. Suggested.
Right.
How are you looking forward to the 4 races that we've got so far? 4 races that we've got to go, I should say, in the calendar. Imola, Estoril, Red Bull Ring, and indeed Le Mans, the finale.
I think Red Bull Ring will be complete and utter chaos. Estoril is a track that I don't really know very well. I haven't really done much driving around there at all. Imola I'm quite looking forward to, and Le Mans is going to be interesting with it being a 12-hour race, and we may have changes to our lineup by then. Start the silly season nice and early.
Yeah, obviously I'm going to be driving for you next season, aren't I? That would be the ultimate silly season signing.
Say yes.
We may or may not have
Oh,
drivers to
Lechevre
slip on.
has given up, it appears.
Eventually, unfortunately, I think
across you,
Thomas
but
Lechevre has given
Lechevre-
up, decided enough was enough, and that Ghost Motorsport car is not running anymore.
Should I get the pen of death out?
Yep, get the pen of death out once again.
Ghost Motorsport. That's very unfortunate because the last two rounds that they've had have been very good. They've got they were 4th at Montreal, 6th at Road Atlanta. Very consistent race. But unfortunately, unfortunately this time round, massive accident involving Bachmann has just ruined the race.
You could almost say that they no longer have a ghost of a chance.
Yeah.
Could say that, but I wouldn't because I don't want to offend viewers with bad jokes.
Yes, so on that
I
note...
think I should leave at that point.
Don't worry, I'll do it for you. I'm kidding. No, please don't. It's great having you around, Craig.
Right, see you later. Have fun. Enjoy
Alright.
the final 55 minutes, and hopefully there'll be plenty of James sideway action on the stream for you.
Maybe, we'll see. Good luck to you and the rest of the team, Craig.
Righty ho. Have fun.
Will do. You know that's just a cue for us to not put any James Icebarrow on the stream, right?
No, I'm going to force Bert to have him constantly on for the next 55 minutes.
Right.
Anyway, Bogish appears to have only taken about a second or two out of Milniak over the past few laps.
Yeah,
and Sean Jacobs seems to be keeping the gap to April Dillon very stable.
Okay,
No,
guys,
not
we're
in it.
coming. Code 80.
Oh, code
10
80.
seconds,
Whoa, code
no
80.
overtake.
What for? That's Chalice off. That's Afonso Nogueira Chalice in the
4,
BTB
3,
car is off.
2,
Yeah,
1.
where is
Code 80 in
I
4.
tell you what, this is a nightmare for Jamie Otis. He's just come out of the pits.
Indeed, let's have a look at what happened to Chalice because I do believe that is the cause of this code 80. Just going back, just got on the... Did exactly the same thing as David Yunt did, as we saw earlier. Hit the wall on the inside of turn 1, straight into the tyre barriers on the outside of turn 1. We've seen that, that's the third time we've seen that today. And it goes into the fatigue that I was saying about a couple of minutes ago.
Yep, suspension
Again,
damage as
fatigue
a result.
setting in at the end of the race. However, it appears that it's exactly the same thing as David Yunt did, and exactly the same thing as I can't remember who else, but just hitting that wall on the inside and then being fired straight into the outside.
Well, yeah, that happened, and now Chalice has paid the price for it, unfortunately, so that is not good, and, well, that's going to hurt them.
Dumoulins in the pits from P6. The RSA Protea car in from P6 in the GT class.
Yes,
And the
Sebring
leader's in the pits. Leader is in the pits. Moniak's in the pits in the SimTech car.
He thinks the time is now, Mateus Pagos. I don't think it's...
The time is now 53 minutes. I think it's too long to stretch a tank of gas. I think
Unless
it's
he
too
short
long.
shifts. Pagos coming in as well.
Bogish is coming in as well. They may be doing their... No, they've not changed tyres. It's just been a splash. I think they're going to need a second splash. I think that 53 minutes is far too long for a tank of prototype fuel.
Well, I have to say, unless they start short shift, it might be. But Neil Heatley has his doubts about this strategy. Could we see it fall into favour of Sean Jacobs or April Dillon?
Let's have a look. Obviously, it's a little bit. That is Sean Jacobs at turn 14, and that is Dillon just turning out of tower. They've got a straight. That's about. I'm not exactly sure how long. That I imagine that'll be somewhere in the region of about 12 seconds between the two of them at the moment.
Yeah, Noria Gachelis is just coming into the final turn. He's just going to enter the pit lane.
Okay, guys, get ready.
Going
We'll come back to green in
to
10
gold
seconds.
green, and we are going to get this racing underway with about 52 minutes to go.
About 52 minutes.
3, 2, 1, green flag.
We're green flag racing once again here at Sebring for the final 52 minutes of the 6 hours of Sebring. So call it the 52 minutes of Sebring if you will, but this is the final part of the race coming up right at you.
Indeed, we're just going to have to wait for the first green flag section to see what this gap between Jacobs and Dylan are right beside each other. What's Jacobs done?
Whoa!
They're nose to tail.
Yes! That is nose to tail between Dylan and Jacobs.
What has happened to Sean Jacobs?
Why don't you go back and check? That might be a good idea.
I shall have a look.
Please do go back and check. I'm watching April Dillon at the moment. Alex Browningham is back on track. He's gotten back into the black car. But yeah, what happens? I'm interested to see, because Dillon and Jacobs are now nose to tail with each other, really chasing. It'll be interesting to see what Neil reports, but at the moment it's a good battle going on between these two.
That is Jacobs. I think Jacobs had a mini crash. That's him porting back to the garage at Le Mans, just ahead of Zhuzhovsky. And when he comes back, let's have a look. When he comes back, he's in exactly the same place. I think his game had a mini crash, or his game had a mini freeze, and it appears to be the exact same time as the gap between Jacobs and Dillon.
Yeah, and that is interesting. Well, all of a sudden, things are interesting.
Yeah, Ollie McGowan, the Speedy Mike teammate, is telling us that Sean had a long screen freeze. So it appears his screen froze for approximately 12 seconds, and that's what caused Dylan to be right on the rear wing of Jacobs.
Yeah, so
this could indeed be for the win.
It could
I
be.
believe this may be for the win, this
Neil Heatley may
battle
believe
between
that.
Jacobs and Dylan.
Well, let's just see how this pans out, huh?
Jacobs do a driver swap. High ping. The Speedy Mike car is going to be out, being forced to do a driver swap. That's fallen right into the hands of April Dillon and the Atlantic squad.
Oh dear, oh dear. That's not going to help anything.
That is falling right into the hands. Now Dillon, she'll have seen that message. She now just needs to drive as fast as possible to try and make up that minute 2 gap she currently has to Milniak.
Yeah, she's just going to try. I mean, if these two don't have enough fuel and they do have to pit again, as Neil Heatley says, then that's not good. But Jacobs' ping is really bad, so Dillon is now going to be chasing these two down. Unless Jacobs' ping fixes itself. But what a disaster
It will
for
be a
Speedy
splash
Mike.
and dash. I'm not exactly sure how long their pit stop will be, but it will be a splash and dash.
What a time for it to happen as well. Right near the end of the race, it costs even more now. Going to put them right back, maybe even in the likes of Shorten and Pizzo territory. Might even give Jakowski another place. This has not helped them from the lead. They're going to have to do a driver swap.
Indeed, they were in the lead for so long in this race. John Jacobs was indeed so long for the lead in this race, but it's all gone terribly wrong for the Speedy Mike car. Like we saw how it went all wrong terribly for the Virus car earlier on.
Yeah, that is not good, but I guess every team has its pitfalls. And now Sean Jacobs, having driven as long as he has in that car, is going to have to swap to somebody else, although it might be a while before there is somebody on hand to do so, because I don't see anyone in that box from the Speedy Mike team, so he might have to do another
Crawford
lap.
and De Filipis, I don't believe are.
Yep, he's going to have to go around again while he waits for his teammate to appear. Can't do anything
Is there a
about it
limit?
at this
Is there a
moment.
limit on this? Is there a limit on this order?
I don't think there's a formal limit, but Bernd Schmidt will keep reminding them if they don't do it. But the problem is, they can't swap if there's no driver to swap to.
Is there anyone in their TeamSpeak channel?
No, that's the thing. I'll go and check. You commentate on the race while I check.
Indeed, and it's gone terribly wrong for the Speedy Mike car.
Ollie McGowan's still there, so I think he must be trying to get in the game.
Indeed, Oliver Gowans was watching the YouTube stream. He's the one that commented about Jacob's screen freeze. So hopefully he knows about this and can try and get into the game as quick as possible.
Yes, I mean that is high ping. That's come out of nowhere, but needs to be sorted really. Either sorted or change drivers.
Indeed, I'm not sure how you can sort it while driving at an average 200 kilometers an hour around Sebring.
Yeah, that's going to be difficult. But yes, with so little in the race to go as well, this could be crucial.
Indeed, less than approximately 45 minutes to go. Nothing at all. This would be absolute disaster for the Speedy Mike car. Of course, they've done so well all day long. They had a horrific outing last time out at Road Atlanta. They had a horrific outing at Montreal. This could have been their saviour for the entire season. The saviour for so far for this season, but it's just gone horrifically wrong.
It could really have gone so much better, and it hasn't. You're right. What a time as well. I mean, Sean Jacobs is now going to lose time with the driver swap because of his high pick. I mean, it's a safety measure. Still hasn't come in, mind. Ollie McGowan is in the server, ready to go, though. So, give him this one more lap to come in, I guess. Because Ollie's there and ready. So, he has got to go on board with Jacobs as a passenger. And at this point, it is all about Ollie McGowan. An order put out from Schmidt, if anyone's not doing a driver swap, to leave the server.
Indeed, Bernd Schmidt getting his race official hat on.
Yep.
Starting to get it.
He needs to at this point in the race. It's such a crucial point. Sean Jacobs, I am sure, will be coming in this lap to switch to Ollie McGowan.
Indeed, he's just round the hairpin now, so McGowan will indeed be ready to take over that car.
Indeed. And when that happens, Ali Farry will go up to, Ali Farry's ex-car, now being driven by April Dillon, will go up to third, and April will find herself in a chance where she can go into second if she catches up enough.
Indeed, the gap between Dillon and Milniak seems to have been rather stable for the past few laps, staying at about 1 minute 2, 1 minute 3. Perhaps there's some sort of VTEC that could kick in that we don't know about.
These are Nissan engines, not Honda. Japanese though, so...
Japanese, same thing.
Yeah. Oh! Jacobs! Hasn't even got to the driver swap. I think he's lagged out. Well...
Oh, he hasn't even made it. He's disappeared at Le Mans.
What a twist of fate there. Sean Jacobs about to do a driver swap to Ollie McGowan. Doesn't even get to it. That means he's going to have to go around again on high ping and then switch to McGowan, which will take more time. It goes from bad to worse.
Jacobs is back. Jacobs is at Le Mans corner. He's coming along the back straight. Right. He should be fine. But he lost a whole load of time with that, with what appears to be a massive screen freeze again.
I think now there's a sense of urgency to this driver swap. Wow, now he really does have to come in this lap, otherwise it is a threat to other people with the freeze
and
that
it does
big.
appear that he is coming in this lap.
Yep, and he is. He's taking note of Bernd Schmidt's direction, and he's in the pits to Ollie McGowan. That is a massive relief. Don't have to get the pen of death out, but it was a close one.
No. It was close. The pen of death was poised for what could happen, but no, the Speedy Mike car high ping is not something that is usually in terminal. We say that. That's exactly what happened. That's what caused the Squadron Corsa car to retire, the P2 car, when they were in second place. That's what caused them to go out, was a car lagging back into them. It was if I remember correctly, I think it was Thomas Lute was the car, and the Blackhawk Racing car, it lagged back and caused the Texas Squadron Corsa car to essentially explode.
Yeah, I mean, okay, nice. Not helping them in the moment. I mean, Daniele Pizzo is catching up as we speak. Ollie McGowan will be getting into that Speedy Mike car, but not an ideal scenario for them by any means. And now it means April Dillon has a clear track of cars ahead of her until Burgos and Lineck, apart from traffic.
Indeed, it's going to be a straight run, and McGowan has indeed taken over that car. McGowan is just coming at the pits, and Dillon is coming. Dillon is actually... Oh, Dillon's around Sunset. That is almost an entire lap down the Speedy Mike car has gone on April Dillon.
So it's hurt them quite a bit, but no real positions lost, because Pizzo's quite a way back, so it's not as bad as it could have been.
Pizzo's just coming through Sunset.
It's not as bad as it could have been for them, because McGowan is quite quick.
Indeed, Pizzo's coming through Sunset, and McGowan is just at the hairpin, so they've got about a 40-second gap back to Pizzo, so they've only lost one place, but it could have been far, far worse.
It could have been far, far worse. I think they've gone off quite lightly with this one, even though it was unfortunate. Apparently his computer locked up. That's why, Sean Jacobs. So, yeah. It wasn't ping. Interesting.
Indeed, very interesting technical issue there.
Yeah, very interesting.
Of course, we saw it earlier with the Realish racing car technical issue. And we say that the Realish racing car is only about a second or so behind Gridello. That will be for approximately, that will be for 11th in class. That 11th in GT class, that battle.
Yeah,
Indeed, they're just coming around Sunset Bend now with a gaggle of cars in front of them. Price Harper up the inside of Gridello, they got to see, and they're side by side coming across the start-finish line.
Yep, Price Harper seems to be taking the temporary lead as we go into turn 1 here, and he's going to try his best to get through.
And he's got ahead. He's got ahead. Gridello pulled out of it as we have yet another guest, Josh.
And speaking of him, it's Sean Jacobs. Hello, Sean.
Hi, Josh. Hi, Neil.
Well, a bit of a dramatic moment for Speedy, mate, hasn't it been? All of a sudden, a driver change had to occur, but Ollie McGowan in that car now, and you've lost time. But oh Lord, Emerson Ryan is just disconnected. I believe that should be allowed.
In the RSA Protea car.
Yeah, they should be allowed to reconnect. But yeah, Ollie McGowan now in that car, Sean. A slight change to the itinerary, perhaps, but not as much time lost as could have been.
No, it could have been very much a lot worse. So, not the worst outcome. Annoyed that my screen locked up twice. So yeah, not ping related, just the whole computer just froze and sat there for about 20 seconds or so, and then just starts going again. So it happened to me earlier in Automobilista, so I thought it was AMS, but obviously not. So yeah, I'll replace some RAM and have a look at a couple of things and see what's going on.
Well, that's the best way forward, I think. But yes, Ollie in the car now. He was very quick before. I mean, you are a bit further down on the Atlantic car ahead than you would like, but Daniele Pinto behind is still a fair bit behind you. So 4th place should be the goal now, and that's still very respectable.
I'm not giving up on third. Ollie has been brilliant
today. Absolutely,
His
don't give up on
performance
third.
has been fantastic. So
I was about to say, don't give up on
over
third.
to me. Sorry, go Josh.
I was about to say, don't give up on third. I mean, April Dillon's just coming through the tower complex now, and Ollie's coming out into Sunset Bend, so there's not much between the two in terms of going a lap down. But more strange things have happened in endurance racing, so don't give up hope of third, but still 4th would be respectable.
Oh yeah, definitely. Considering we've had, I think 15th in a DNF so far, so yeah, this race has been fantastic. Yeah, I just wish I was able to keep that lead Ollie gave me. That's right.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very good lead as well. For a while, you and him were the dominant force in this race after Team Virus's incident, but definitely, it's going to be inspiration for the next couple upcoming races for you and Sean, knowing you can lead races.
Definitely. Definitely, we're going to keep trying, we're going to keep coming for it. And yeah, Speedy Mode, we're just going good. We're doing really well, Speedy Mode in general, in a few different leagues we're doing, so can't be happier.
Well, that's what matters if you're happy. Neil, have you got anything to ask?
It was the same part of the track both times your screen appeared to look up at. Did you have a problem with that part of the track before? It was just at the entry to Le Mans Corner.
No idea why, yeah. The first one under code 80 was at least nice. I was worried the second time that I didn't know where I was going to end up when the screen came back. So I think Jimmy's just asked if I'm going to run a trace, so I'll figure out how to do that and I'll see what's going on. But yeah, I'm running on an older graphics card at the moment as well because my other one died, so it's been sent off to get replaced, so maybe it's related to that or RAM or something, I don't know. We'll get to the bottom of it. I've got a month to the next one, so yeah. Just glad I didn't take anyone else out in the process.
Just download more RAM from the internet, you'll be fine.
No worries.
That's always the solution.
And great broadcast so far, guys. It's been really entertaining, the parts I've been watching.
I think a lot of it has been Neil's fantastic co-commentary, but
I'm missing Get
No, the vast majority of it was your commentary, Josh.
Oh, get off it. We can't agree.
Can't agree, no.
Well, yes, I agree. It's been a fun broadcast. It's a shame it's coming to an end, but yeah, yeah.
Alright, well, I'll jump out. I'll leave you guys to it. Enjoy the rest of the race.
Alright, well, thank you very much for joining us, Sean. Pleasure to have you. Sorry about the unfortunate incident, but let's hope Bonnie can give a good fight to the cars ahead in the rest of this race.
That's it, and then on to Imola.
Thank you
And
for joining
indeed
us, Sean.
on to Imola in 4 weeks' time.
Yeah, on to Imola, indeed. But apparently, Demican versus Davidovic could be a battle for the GT lead in the last couple of minutes as Bernd Schmidt. Now, that could be, yes.
Indeed, for the GT lead, only 2 seconds between them at the moment. Indeed, for the final step on the podium, Pinto is only currently in third, but Hadlack is only 3.5 seconds behind, and Lopez only 2 seconds behind Hadlack. So the GT battle is looking to be really good in these dying minutes of this race.
It is, I mean, it is looking to be good. I agree entirely. This could be a good
Rain has still not came back.
Yeah, Senny Rain has not come back yet. I wonder if this is more terminal than we thought. Not hoped, of course. We don't wish DNFs on anyone.
Indeed, no.
But yeah, oh, Angany's back. There we go. Speak of Senny Rain, and he will arrive.
He is indeed back. He has dropped down to 21st though. He 21st overall, I should say. Before this, he was 19th overall, so he has dropped 2 places in class, which means he is now. Oh, let's have a look. He was 6th in class, but is now 8th.
Oh, Demican Pitts from 2nd. Is this a splash?
Pitts, we heard from Craig Willard how I believe the Realish Racing car had one more stop to go. This could be the Americans' equivalent in the Caspian car.
Oh, do you know what makes it worse for Armour Senny? He's got to do the outlap as well. So that's going to lose him even more time as well. I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome to the booth Nicky Jakovic.
Hello, guys.
Great to have you with us, Nicky. Of course, you are part of the team that drives the Team Virus, Erhan Jakowski, currently 7th place in that, although you had your hands on both of this race until a couple of incidents occurred with your connection.
Yeah, it's been great to be out on the track, but a lot of fun with the traffic, But unfortunately for Erhan, something happened and we had to rejoin. And we were making the time up, but then, something is up with this race. So again, we had a disconnect, this time with me, due to I pressed the request button and the thing that sent like sticky key and crashed the game, so I had to rejoin. And yeah, I don't know, just going through traffic a lot. We're in this for a long run. I think we can still make up one spot on strategy now with the final pit stops or get back into the battle with the P6.
That's I guess the goal for this race now, since you're 3 laps down on the race leaders. I mean, it's easy to argue that you probably could have won the race if you hadn't had the problems you had, but they can happen to anyone. And speaking of Erhan, he's coming into the pits now, actually, probably for his final splash of fuel. So
and the top 2 are in the pits as well. This is their final. I knew they couldn't make it again. We've got to see where Dylan is in relation to both. And that's a driver change. Shane Burke is now in the SimTech car.
Yes, Burke gets in the SimTech. Burgos will now probably come out ahead. And yep, Burke is taking the lead of this race, and April Dillon closing in.
April Dillon is now coming down the Ullman Straight.
Oh, hang on a minute. Oh dear, Garrett Crawford has got stuck behind Matthias Burgos and lost his front bumper in the pits.
Oh no, that's a Bogish coming out now.
Oh yeah,
Bogish
he tried to go ahead.
Turn 1.
Oh no! What happened was Crawford went forwards and Burgos reversed at the same time. That caused the bumper loss. Communication failure. That may have cost him in South Africa.
Indeed, we've got Bogish coming up into the. Bogish coming up into where's that? That's coming out of turn 4, and that's Dylan coming out of turn 4 either. So the 2 of them are really close. There's only 15 seconds between the 2, I believe.
Yeah, I don't think Tchaikovsky got involved. So you're all right on that front, Nicky. So no need to worry there.
Great.
So he was all right. But yeah.
He's keeping us on the toes, man. That kid is nuts.
I know. I'm going to keep you on your toes, but yeah. You and Tim have done a fantastic job. Let's not forget, you're not going to win this race. But you've done a phenomenal job to get back up to 7th, all things considered. You and him have pulled off some amazing moves through traffic.
Yeah, a lot of respect on the track. That's been great.
Always good to see some good lapping procedures as well. And, you've got through a lot of traffic. You've sliced back through. And you are P7, which is very respectable.
I think you're gonna have a bell at the end with Schrotten. It's just 9 seconds, so the strategy is bringing us right there.
Oh, wow. Thanks for
Yep.
your tip, then.
Yep.
And we'll keep an eye on that.
Alright. See you
Well, we
guys
should-
later.
Oh,
See you
right,
guys
like going then. Okay. Well, that was a short between interview with Nicky Jakovic. Thank you for your time, of course, and see you when we next see you.
Talk to you later.
Well, an interesting interview.
That is the final stops done. Shane Burke is only 14 seconds ahead of Bogus at the last sector time. We'll just get updated times as they cross the start finish line. Shane Burke in the lead in the SimTech car. Bogus is 14.5 seconds behind in the RGPL car, and we're going to get April Dillon. And Dillon has came into the pits for what reason?
Possibly another splash of fuel. Maybe she's miscalculated. It's not easy.
Indeed, we've got about, well, she's got about a 90-second lead over Ollie McGowan behind her, so it should be a fairly comfortable stop for Dillon here. But obviously, with that buffer, if you are short on fuel, you might as well go for the pit.
Yeah, almost the last half hour of this race, and well, Nicky Jakovic's prediction of a Jajovski-Shorten battle might not be that far off because they're not that far behind each other, are they?
Indeed, that is Zhizhovsky just turning into the hairpin, and Schroten is just coming up to Cunningham. So it's very close. It's close between those two at the moment.
Yeah, and
And April Dillon has came out the pits, and McGowan is just coming to Le Mans. So that is still April Dillon still has a rather large gap over McGowan.
Well, the real question is this: is Shane Burke got enough of a gap now to win this for SimTech?
15 seconds. Well, Shane Bogus has been in the car for a while now. He's accustomed to the car. He's attuned to the car. Bogus knows how the track is rubbered up, how the track is reacting, what all the cars will do, what all the GT cars will do, what all the P2 cars will do when being lapped. Shane Burke has just jumped in for this final stint. He will not be as up to speed with the car, so we may have to see what is happening in this final half hour.
We might just have to see what happens indeed. Matthias Bogus is losing time to Burke here, and well, interesting to see how this is going to pan out. And Burke versus Bogus, RGPL versus SimTech, going to join Henry in VEC Room 2, but fighting each other on this one.
Indeed, two teams that normally come together, but deciding to fight each other out this time round. We're having the Zhizhovsky and Schroten gap is somewhere along the lines of 8-9 seconds, so it's not really closed up over the past few minutes.
Oh, apparently I've been mispronouncing something all this time. Thanks to Edgerman and Johnson pointing this out. Apparently it's Yayovsky, not Jakovsky. So Yayovsky, Erhan Yayovsky for Team Virus. There you go.
There we go. It's only taking how long for someone?
It's only taken us 5.5 hours to get it right.
Plus, pretty sure it's doing it for the entirety of Montreal and Road Atlanta as well. So that's about, what, 13.5 hours of commentary. Like,
well,
it's fine.
Well, I have learned, and this is coming from a VEC Room 1 semi-commentator. I know he did commentary once for VEC Room 1, that makes him a semi-commentator. So there you go, telling it from the people who know. Except I do VEC Room 2, so I kind of sort of know.
That makes him infinitely more wisdom than either of us.
Well, not me, because I've done VEC Room 1 as well.
Oh, you have done Room 1? Then they
Yes,
got Downforce
I've done
Radio
Room 1 in this previous season as well, but then again...
Then they got professional people in.
Does that make me better? No.
No, then they got professional people in for this season.
Yeah, of course, we have Downforce Radio covering the VEC Room 1 this year, which means I do Room 2, but that's fine, because at least I get a commentate.
Indeed. Bogus is going round Cirque lapping that car, and it's still a constant 16-second gap to Burke, so it appears that Burke is holding on quite nicely at the moment.
Yeah, it is holding on very well, not really having to worry about this because could be another win for SimTech here. Remember, they took the win in the very first race of the season. they didn't finish the second, they're going to win the third.
And of course, they had a massive amount of penalties to take today. They had 2 stop hold 60s and they had 2 drive-throughs. So that is a fantastic drive from the SimTech team in order to be able to be in contention to win this race.
Yeah, they will end up with 50 points at the end of this race if this continues. But yes, because with Team RGPL will get another 20, that puts them just 1 point behind SimTech as well. And Atlantic Motorsports will go from 16 to about 36, maybe even more.
Maybe 34.
Oh, yeah, actually, yeah, it's a 34. Actually, I believe that it might be 48 points for, 47 points, sorry, for RGPL. But a lot of teams going up and down in the standings after this race, but it probably will be SimTech to take the lead.
Indeed, SimTech, because one ACO had a 5th and a 1st, but of course they're not scoring this time round. Oh no, they're still circulating, aren't they? Who is driving for them? I'm looking through now. One ACO is being driven by Riera in 11th place, so they are still getting a few points.
Yeah.
If memory serves me correctly, I think it's going to be about 6 points that they're going to collect from this race.
Indeed, and well, Shane Burke just giving a bit of flashy lighty moment to the car ahead, as he's allowed to do because he is race leader, trying to get through.
And Bogus has lost some time in that last lap. He's now 19 seconds behind Shane
Looking
Burke.
it's looking less likely RGPL are going to be in contention for this win, are they?
Indeed, but you don't know. We've still got 25 minutes to go. Anything can happen in endurance racing.
Yeah, absolutely. Shane Burke can't just phone it in from here. He's got to go the full marathon and get himself to the end, because any sort of slip-up will let Mercedes right back in.
Indeed, and that's certainly not what you want in the dying minutes of this race. As we saw with Toyota at Le Mans last year, you cannot count your win until you've actually got it.
I do believe we've had a bit of a game crash on the behalf of Bernd Schmidt, unfortunately. That's why the stream has gone dark. We are still broadcasting, though. Don't worry, we'll keep you posted on what's going on.
If we have a look at Davidovich, obviously has that large lead at the moment because he hasn't pitted yet. Did Demirgan have to do 1 extra stop? Was that a strategy miscall on behalf of the Caspian car?
Perhaps, but we don't know for sure yet. Not with this little to go in the race.
And indeed, going through Pinto in 2nd place at the moment is going through Cunningham now. Hadlack is going through now. And then Lopez is going through now. That is 2nd, 3rd and 4th in the GT class after 5 hours 35 minutes.
Yeah, that is pretty impressive if you ask me. And, well, let's see how it goes for the last bit of this race then, eh?
Indeed,
I
the
think
final
Bernd Schmidt is
stretch.
probably going to be back soon as well, so we'll have the broadcast actually. Yep, we are back. Well, good to see Bert is back. Fantastic. Which is always good news. And, you know, with 23 to go.
James Price Harper in the Realish Racing Cars managed to get up to 9th in class after being 11th or 12th earlier, if I remember correctly. So that's a nice recovery from James Price Harper.
Yep, great recovery from Price Harper indeed. Oh,
Still have 29 cars circulating. Somehow we still have 29 cars circulating. We've got 14 GT cars and 15 P2 cars still driving around this Sebring after 5 hours 40 minutes.
Yeah, decently high attrition rate, but not too massive.
Indeed, I believe certainly lower than Road Atlanta.
Yeah. Well, it is no Road Atlanta for attrition rate, but, you know, it's still had a couple of retirements.
Indeed, still a few, some due to, well, in fact, all of them due to accidents. I believe there's been no technical DNFs. It's all been due to things that have happened on the road.
Yeah. Oh wow. Oh god, it's the last 20 minutes and I've got to sleep.
Indeed, Lopez is only 1.5 seconds behind Hadlack for P3 in the GT class. Just having a look at that, let's find where they are. That's Lopez just behind Hadlack.
Yeah,
Very
Hadlack,
close between the two so far.
Hadlack is really giving chase. Pinto though, giving chase to Hadlack. Hadlack trying to catch up with Pinto. Yeah,
The gap between Hadlack and Pinto has roughly been static, although Lopez has just been drawing in Hadlack slightly over the past few minutes.
Yeah, Hadlack is having a good solid race. I mean, that PRL Logitech car, you know, really interesting, but yeah, good racing from these GTs, definitely.
So far, and still only be like 1.5 seconds apart after 5 3/4 hours is something quite extraordinary.
Yeah, I mean, props off to everyone who's done, you know, hats off to everyone, you know, props to everyone who's done well. I'm not wearing a prop arm, no.
Question is, does Davidovich need to do another stop similar to Milan?
Does Miroslav
Do
Davidovich
any of the
need
GT
to
cars need to do another stop?
That's the question that needs an answer. The answer is maybe not, but it's also maybe.
I think that was the last. Davidovich stopped on 140, I believe. Either 138 or 140. And so that's going to be quite close actually, because that's you say it was 138. That has been 17 laps now. So that's got about 34 minutes. We've got about 20 to go, so that's about 55 minutes. Add on to the extra lap, you've got about 56, 57. It may be very close for Davidovich. He may be in fuel saving mode.
Quite perhaps. Might just be in fuel saving mode. Maybe so. Apparently Schroden has crashed. Yep, Roy Schroden has had a crash that is damage to the car. Is there any suspension damage though? That's the question. And looking at it, looks to be a little bit of suspension damage, but he's still going racing speed.
I shall see what happened to him. Let's have a look. This is coming around turn 4, and you just got got 2 wheels into the grass of the outside of turn 4, and just sent into the barriers on the left-hand side.
Yeah, he's still managing to get around at racing speed as Shorten. You know, that is quite good skill to be able to do that. He's managing to keep it at a fast enough pace here. In fact, you wouldn't think he was missing a front bumper, would you?
Indeed, he seems to be going at quite the pace.
He's doing a good job. He's managing the damage well. So, I'm very happy to report that I don't think that we'll need a code 80 for this, because Schroden is on the back straight and heading towards the pit lane. Good job, Roy!
Let's look, Lopez and Hadlack. They've kind of separated a little bit now. But looking at the lead of the race, Shane Burke is just keeping that gap to Bogusz at somewhere around the 18-second mark. It's been that pretty consistently since Shane Burke got into the car. Pardon me. So it appears like that SimTech is going to get the win. Schroten has indeed came into the pits.
Yeah, he has, and well, Fred Schroten has actually said out of it as there wouldn't be a code 80 in the last 80 minutes and it was truly needed anyway. So there you go. It was never going to happen anyway.
Well, there we go. You always want a green flag to end the race. You don't want to end it under code 80.
You never want to do that. Erhard Jakovsky, or Jajovsky even, has gone into P6.
Indeed, but unfortunately he's a full lap down in the car ahead of him, so it's very, very unlikely that he's going to increase that position from P6.
Yep, he has gone into P6 and all this, and well, probably not going to increase it too much from there, but you never know. You never know. Well, he might still full well get it, but it would take a little bit more of the it would take a bit of misfortune on the side of Pizzo, wouldn't it?
Indeed, or indeed even McGowan, or Dylan, or Bogers, or Burke. A bit of misfortune on any of their parts will cause the virus car to go higher up in the standings.
Yeah, perhaps, and we'll see how this goes then. In these final 15, or not even final 15, final 17 of this race. It's been a good race, really, Neil. Very impressed by a lot of the drive in this race, and it's been a pleasure to commentate.
Indeed, it has been. It's been a very, very fun race. The first hour was explosive. The second hour, a little bit dull, dare I say. The third and fourth hours were fantastic racing. Fifth hour, a little bit dull again, but the sixth hour has certainly set the race alight.
It has, yes. This final hour, really interesting things have happened, and I just want to take some time, if I may, to thank everyone that's come in to be interviewed. It's been a pleasure having you along and sitting here in your views, talking to you about things, and the likes of that, Burke, gets into a bit of contact with Araujo there. Not the best time, really, with 20 to go. Ollie McGowan threatening to unlap himself on Burke, actually behind him, so there's that to worry about too.
Indeed, you do. At this point, I would just let, if I was Burke, I would just let McGowan go. You've got 22 seconds in front of Bogish. There's no use trying to fight it. Just let him go and let him run his own race.
Yeah, the thing is, though, Burke's going to get past Araujo in all this, so, indeed, he is trying his best to, go through here. Wow.
Indeed, Lopez seems to have closed up on Hadlack a little bit now. They definitely seem to be a touch closer than what they were before.
Yeah, a bit closer now. I think Burke is going to try and get past Araujo sooner rather than later. He'll want to get through because he might feel he's being held up by him. But, oh dear, that was a bit close. That was very close.
That was very interesting.
Well, I think Araujo at this point really does get out of the way eventually for Burke, and thank goodness for that. But cost him valuable time, perhaps?
I don't think that really matters. He's got a 21.5 second lead. I'm pretty sure. I say that now. I'm pretty sure that wouldn't have affected his overall position in the race.
I'm just seeing in the chat, apparently, if I sing Adam Taylor a song, maybe he'll come in and join me in commentary. But maybe...
please don't. Please don't.
Only
please
if
don't.
he wants to. I'm not going to force commentary upon other people, just as I wouldn't make a cup of tea for anyone who didn't want a cup of tea.
Davidovic is still in the lead of the GT class. He's got a 25-second lead over Pinto. But Pinto is only 3 seconds ahead of Hadlack, who is 3 seconds ahead of Lopez. So that's second, third, fourth battle.
Oh. Well, that was a bit of an abrupt ending to the sentence there.
Oh, there we go. Sorry. Second, third, and fourth in the GT class is still very close.
Well, that's, yeah, very close in there. Very close there. Oh, and we have someone who can join us. I would like to say hello to Maciej Mlinek.
Hello.
Hope I got your name right, by the way. I think that's how you pronounce it.
Yeah, that was good pronunciation.
Yes. There you go. I've been getting it right for the majority of this broadcast then. That's fantastic. Unlike Herhan Yahayovsky, I've managed to get yours right. So, Maciej, looking good for you in SimTech at the moment. 13 minutes to go and Shane Burke leads.
Yeah, but Shane is angry because of the lap cars and he's screaming to move out of the way.
Yeah, we saw that. Might not have been very happy about that. Hopefully that doesn't ruin his concentration. But he is 20 seconds ahead of Matthias Bogus behind in Team RGPL. Funny enough, the team that you actually share an entry with in the VEC room too. So, interesting. This is an interesting battle for you two, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very interesting. It's also interested because I was fighting Mateusz even in other leagues and also for the win. So nice to see this battle continues in the international leagues.
Yeah, it is to see, and bit of an interesting battle, of course, with you two sharing an entry. That hasn't stopped you racing each other in this race. You know, when you need to race each other, you can. But it's been a well well fought lead so far for you in SimTech. Hopefully Shane can just get it to the end now without incident, and he's got a 22-second gap. There's 12 minutes to go. I'd make that about 6 or 7 laps. He could probably afford to dial it down a bit if he had to.
We could do it easily, I think. Mateusz is, I think, too far behind, but no one knows what happened, even in this last 10 minutes of the race.
Yeah, while he can afford to dial the pace down, he can't afford to phone it in completely because, as you know, you can never predict endurance racing. So it's looking to be another win for you in SimTech, though. This should put you on 50 points on top of the team's table heading into the next round. After the problems of Road Atlanta, that has got to be an upside.
Well, it's nice to see that we can still be back on the top, even after one disqualification. We'll be trying to hold it and fight for a win in the season.
Yeah, well, wins are always great as well. And I'm sure that you've got plenty more coming up. Shane Bird just trying to get past the middle of 2 GT cars in all this, actually. He's flashing his lights at them, but there's no way really that they either can go at the moment. They're both there, and neither can really move out of the way. But Alex Broutigan gets out of the way as soon as he can, and then that's left to Aiello to get out of the way now. And let's see if he does. He should do. In fact, moves over to the right, swings out the way, Shane Bird goes through. So another, relatively stress-free lapping thing from Shane there.
Yeah, very stressful.
Well, yeah. Well, that one was relatively alright, but every time that he comes around, GT traffic's not easy to lap though, is it, actually? Because it's totally different and you have to be a bit patient with it.
Yes, and also I said to Shane that Mateusz also must deal with them, so we will not lose too much time to him, I think.
Yeah, that's the best way you can deal with it. Think that they have to deal with it as well, which makes it not so bad, because if they have to deal with it, it doesn't make it as bad when you do.
Exactly.
Yeah, any questions for me, Neil?
You were in the lead for so long. How were you trying to? How did you not give in to pressure? How did you cope with the pressure of being in the lead for such a long portion of this race?
I just tried to be calm during the whole race. I once felt that I need to drink some water, and it was pretty critical moment, but when I drink I felt again fine, and I just keep it calm and drive into the lead, and now for the win until our swap.
Yeah, well, I guess that's all you got to do at this point. Just really got to try and keep it going until the end now. I'm just looking at Daniele. Oh yes, no front bumper for Daniele Pizzo in the Witchwood car there. But again, it's the same story as Schroelton. He's keeping it going at racing speed, so there's no problems here. And as well into the booth, we're getting loads of guests in this final part of the race. I'd like to welcome Pedro Mamada.
Hello guys, good night.
Yeah, well, there's not much time in the race left now, is there, Pedro? But I suppose
yeah,
for
almost done.
Yeah, almost done. But I guess for Ramada, for the Ramada team, who are currently, if I can't, I'm failing myself a bit here. Apologies. But let me just. Yep, Nuno Pinto driving that car, the Ramada Motorsport car, currently second in class. So another solid result from the Ramada team.
Yeah, we had to fulfill a penalty, a 30-second penalty, and we struggled a bit to gain positions, you know. And when I get into the car, exiting one of the slow corners, I can't remember each one name of the corner, but P2 was just behind me, and when we exited the corner, he didn't give the proper space. He didn't move to the inside, you know, to start going on my side, and he touched me a little bit on the rear right, so it damaged our suspension. We have been since with that problem in the suspension, and I was struggling a bit more, and now Nuno is doing wonders in track, really. Squeezing everything out of the car, and it's being enabling us to reach a amazing second place. I wouldn't expect this for my team. So great work from all the guys. Has been amazing.
Well, it's been a good race from your team. Yeah, definitely great results from the Romano Motorsport team to finish second. Of course, still about 7 minutes to go, but still going and looking likely you'll get a nice solid second in class.
Yeah, for sure. Miro is managing, obviously, and we are trying to keep it away. Hadlack also is strong now, so yeah, car is a bit better.
Oh, dearie me, we've got a potential. Oh,
Yeah,
well,
Grezak.
Neil, get your pen of death out. We might need it. Marcus Gerzak is off track and there's no power going to that engine. That might be it for Gerzak, and it is. Get the pen of death out. We got another one.
For Gerzak, that is absolutely terrible. What has happened just as I replay?
Looked
Let's
like a
see
crash
what
that killed
has
the engine.
happened to Gerzak.
Well, let's wind back. Marcus Gerzak.
It appears that he's blown the engine in the braking zone for Cunningham. And that is the engine dead, which is absolutely heartbreaking within the final 10 minutes of this race.
Oh, yes.
It is the engine. His engine blew in the braking zone for Cunningham.
Yeah, he just... Oh, I think he double downshifted. That did it. He double downshifted, inadvertently blew the engine and so close to the end. That is them out. That is tragic.
After their win last time out at Road Atlanta, heartbreak this time out at Sebring.
Yeah. So close to the end as well. I imagine that will probably put them about the end of the order. Probably going to finish 27th, 28th or 29th here. And from 23rd, 22nd, 21st overall. I mean, it hadn't been their race anyway, but still heartbreaking to see. Well, as a GT driver yourself, Pedro, you would know that, you know, being in such a position, blowing the engine with a double downshift like that in the end would be heartbreaking.
Oh yeah, for sure. It happens to me 2 times, but it was lucky because I was practicing and also on single player, so not on racing, so it was good. But yeah, it easily could happen with just a flick of the finger, or with the tiredness also. It's easy to happen.
Yeah, so easy to do, but at the same time, very, very tragic. Anyway, thank you for joining us, Pedro. I'm pleasure to have you with us.
Thank you.
And Machi as well, thank you very much for joining us. It's been a pleasure talking to you as well.
Thank you.
And, well, with just 4 minutes to go left in this race, not much time now left.
Indeed, not much time at all.
Really not long to go here. And it's going to be a case of final sprint to the finish for these last 4 minutes. So, while we got time, who's been your drivers of the day in GT and Prototype? Or teams of the day, rather.
Teams of the day. In the GT class, let's have a look. In the GT class, I would have to go for Scuderia Dinopo, the leaders at the moment, after having 2 terrible races in class. They've really stepped their game up today. After finishing 16th and having a DNF, they've really stepped up their game and looks like they're going to go home with the win if everything goes alright from here. And for the P2 class, I've got to say, they did a fantastic job, and my team of the day has to be the Speedy Light car. They were in the lead for so long, and technical troubles has caused them to drop out of the contention for the win of this race.
Well, fair enough to that. I'm going to list mine as well, because why wouldn't I? For GTs, I'm going to agree with Scuderia Dinopo. They've taken advantage of all the opportunities they've given to them. But shout out to Romano Motorsport as well. You know, fairly well done for their performance too. It's just that Dinopo, again, with the previous bad form, they made the most of every single opportunity that's come along and they've done it very well. Team of the day, my heart wants to say GNS, it really does. Because they're going to finish the race and they're going to finish in the top 10. But realistically, and this might come as a bit of a surprise, I'm going to go with Atlantic Motorsport.
Again,
Because-
second race in a row for them.
I know, Atlantic, because they've played their cards right, they've been in a contention for the win, pretty much all until the end of this race. They've always been a threat, and for that, they really are, to me, the teams of the day. But then again, do not count out GNS because brilliance, and don't count out Team Virus as well. Absolutely brilliant to get back to 6th.
Indeed, fantastic job from the Virus car today after those technical issues to begin with at the beginning of the race. But luckily they were at the beginning of the race.
Lap as well.
So it's the last lap. Shane Burke is coming down to Cunningham. Are you sure about that?
It says on the stream, last lap.
Last lap indeed, so it does. So Shane Burke just coming up to try and lap the Relish Racing GT car of James Price Harper again, and coming down through Tower, through Bishops, the flat out left-hander, and into the Le Mans complex for the final time.
Yeah, round we go, and it's been pretty good racing from them, and only 3 cars will finish on the lead lap overall, but rounds down the final straight. Well, you can't argue that they haven't worked for this one, though. Technical issues for Team Virus they took advantage of. They've absolutely blasted through every single thing in their way. They've fought hard, round Sunset Bend for the final time. Here we go, around the first apex, round the second apex, round onto the final straight. It's an Irish win in America. Shane Burke takes it for SimTech Motorsports. What a win this will. Actually, it's not the final lap.
What? I asked you, was it the final lap, and you said yes.
The stream said final lap, damn it!
Absolutely terrible.
He was going too fast, that's what it was. Shane Burke put his speed on.
Anyway, through turn 4, turn 5 again, round Big Ben, turn 6. It was 3 seconds.
2 seconds, or 2 seconds in it.
When you crossed the line. I think Bernd was a little bit trigger happy when he pressed the last lap button. But it was 2 seconds to go. Master trolling by the SimTech car.
Come on, Shane. Could you not have slowed down? Could you not have phoned it in for the last 2 seconds and made him right?
Just stop on the finish. Maybe he's trying to force everyone else to run out of fuel.
Wow. Okay. Well, he should have phoned it in for the last 2 seconds and made me right. Damn it. Right. Well, here we go then.
It's a bit
Into
of
Tower.
banter lap here.
Into Tower then for the final time. Right.
Are you sure it's the final time this time around? Are you sure?
I'm not sure of anything anymore. Right, here we go then. So let's just check, see if anyone's... Yeah, we've got the likes of Bugos Dylan going round. They're still going.
The Speedy
Never
Mike
stood the
car
second
won't
time.
make an in-lap. The Speedy Mike car is so light in fumes they will not make an in-lap.
See, now he swerves on the straight.
Now he swerves. Couldn't you have done it the lap before?
Exactly,
Absolutely
now
terrible.
he does. Brilliant. See, this is what it's right. Right, Sunset Bend, final time, round the final corner. It's going to be an Irish win in Bloomin' Sebring, blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. Shane Burke wins it for SimTech Motorsports for real this time. There you go. You have
There
your
we
race
go.
winner finally on lap 181. So we've done 180 laps.
Ollie McGowan comes across the line in 4th. A wonderful showing from the Speedy Mike car there. Aiello slowed down right at the start-finish line to make sure that he could actually finish the race.
Yeah, Ollie McGowan will finish 4th for Speedy Mike and has done. It's going to be Matthias Bugos 2nd, April Dillon 3rd in all of this. And what a result that'll be for Atlantic Motorsport.
And
then-
Bogusz comes round Sunset for the final time along the straight and takes the checkered flag for a fantastic 2nd place.
There we go. See, brilliant 2nd for Bugos. Dillon will finish 3rd, Pizzo 5th. Race winning GT will probably go to Miroslav Davidovich, but he hasn't finished yet. Nuno Pinto,
It's
2nd.
still extremely close for 2nd place. Pinto and Hadlack are still really close. There still could be a real battle for 2nd place here.
Potentially, let's keep an eye on Hadlack. One mistake from Pinto could do it, but it's all about the final bit of racing. Oh, I've been poked.
Please, not in public.
Well, okay, well. I will most certainly do what I'm told here. I brought Shane Berg into the broadcast booth, but we're going to call the end of this first. We may have time for one interview with him. But,
and there we
yeah.
go. Davidovich has won the GT class.
He has, never saw
It looks
Davidovich.
like Pinto has just held on to second, with Hadlack third and Lopez fourth.
Yeah, that will round that out after April Dillon comes across
And
the
here
line.
comes April Dillon
April
for third
third.
overall.
Well, that rounds everything out apart from the final finisher, but I'd like to say hi to Shane Burke then.
Hello.
Could you not have waited 3 seconds before crossing the line so I could have been right?
I was told on TeamSpeak that, oh yeah, they think it's the last lap. And I was like, nah, I want an extra lap.
I see. You're just trying to mess with us.
Had to be done.
Well, congratulations on the win anyway. Great, well-deserved, well-fought win for SimTech. Ahead of your VEC partners, Team RGPL.
Yeah, it was really tough. I was honestly not expecting to be even top 10. I put in the Facebook page before the race, yeah, top 10 would be really, really good. We had like 2 minutes of stop-go on a drive-through, and to come out from that still on top was it's a really nice feeling.
Yeah, so great feeling, of course, to win it, and it sets you up for the rest of the season as well. You've now won 2 races, 50 points in the Constructors team standings, and should, theoretically, if I'm not wrong about this, lead it after this race.
Yeah, it's not so bad, especially since we got no points last round. It was a mess from management and kind of driving side as well, but we knew we had to come back strong and win this round to have any chance, but I was not expecting to be leading the championship, so I guess since our VEC championship hopes are kind of not looking great, we'll fully focus to win this championship.
Well, that way you get an invite to the 24 Hours of Le Mans, you get an extra car.
I might need to buy a few drivers.
Well, I'm sure you'll sort that out, though. Fantastic job on the win, and well done again, Shane Beck and SimTech Motorsports.
Thank you very much.
And with that, Neil Heatley, that rounds it out.
That does indeed round out our third round of the Virtual Le Mans Series, the 6 Hours of Sebring.
Yeah, and it's been a good 3 hours as well, and here's Ben Schmidt.
Okay guys, this is the last time the race director is speaking for today. Congratulations to all the class winners, to all guys who finished this race. It was a great race, I hope you have a lot of fun out there. Also a big thank you to our commentator team and to all viewers who have watched the stream. It's really appreciated, and I will see you next time in 4 weeks for the next race here on the VLMS. Have a great evening, have a great Sunday. See you next time.
Well said indeed. So, yeah, that rounds it out. Sebring is done, and a great race comes to an end. And in 4 weeks' time, we'll be back for another race. 4 hours, of course, at Imola. And it's going to be an interesting one, that, because it's not usually track we associate with endurance racing again. But then again, Imola's a good track anyway.
It is, I believe the ELMS goes there each year, and they do have 4 hours there as well, so it's another way of the VLMS imitating real life.
Yeah, that's what we do. Anyway, yeah, Imola, 4 weeks' time, don't miss it. Don't miss the next round of the Virtual Endurance Championship either. It's all to not be missed. But until then, I've been Josh Rounderton. I've had Neil Heatley beside me.
Goodbye.
And, well, goodbye from Neil. Goodbye from me. Until next time, it is indeed, I'm saying another time, sayonara.